Okay, good morning, everybody. We're glad that you're with us. We're glad to be back after a rough couple weeks, not just for elected officials, but for many of our staff who unfortunately have been battling this insipid disease and its significant uptick. So we're happy to have people on the mend and back and to do the city's business. So Madam Clerk, we're going to call this meeting to order. It's June 2nd, 2022. We don't have anybody specifically for an invocation today. I would like to observe a moment of silence. It has been a couple weeks of extreme sadness and tragedy, and we are all in mourning, whether we're thinking of the lost souls in New York or Texas or most recently Oklahoma yesterday, and there are many, many lives that were lost in between those mass shooting events. There are many families and many communities who are and will continue to be in grieving, and we want them to know that Gainesville stands with them in solidarity and in faith. So if we can observe a moment of silence, keeping all of those families and communities in mind that have lost so many loved ones to these tragic mass shootings. All right, thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Our first item is the adoption of our agenda, and we do have a few updates. File 211279, City Commission Special Meeting on Zoning Code Amendments, added item. File 211196, Intergovernmental Coordination and Review and Public Transportation, added item. And then the following items were regular agenda updates, which were mainly just carryovers from the GPC meeting on the 26th, and that's file 211223, 8th and Waldo Sports Complex Scope of Services, file 211217, Interim Charter Officer 6-month progress update, file 211211, Subcommittee Usage and Municipal Government, added item.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the consent and regular agendas as modified.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Chestnut.
Mr. Mayor, I ask that we move item 211279, City Commission Special Meeting on Zoning Code Amendments to the regular agenda.
I'm okay with that change.
Is that okay? Seconder? Okay, so.
Yes, wait, I
go
got
ahead.
some more.
Okay.
Ask that we defer item 211217, which is the Interim Charter Officer 6-month progress update, to after the general election in November, where we all sit with the newly elected commissioners and mayor and decide on the criteria for search. So if we defer that until then, and that we defer the subcommittee usage and municipal government until the November, after the November election.
Okay, so the modifications there would be just to remove number 4 and 5 from the agenda. I can work with you and the rest of the commission when it gets closer to that time to place them on an appropriate agenda.
Yes.
If that's what the commission wishes. So the 3 modifications would be to pull number 1 from consent and put it on the regular agenda.
Okay.
And then to remove 4 and 5. Does the maker of the motion agree with those changes?
I'd like to discuss 4 and 5. Maybe we had a discussion last GPC and we kind of left it in a weird place. I don't think that's a good idea just to leave it in a weird place like that. And I'd like to discuss 5 as well.
Okay. So you're not interested in those modifications?
The first one, though, moving that to the regular agenda for discussion.
Right, I understand. I don't mind having a conversation about 4 and 5. I think that I'm probably in alignment with what Commissioner Chestnut is suggesting. that's the best time to sort of address and because it's really going to be the next commission's group of charters and processes that are going to be impacted by this. But I'm okay talking about what that looks like and when we just, when we bring it back and what we expect from staff, if that's what the purpose is. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to express my support for the second motion that was put on the table by Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Yeah, and just there's no second motion. That we'll deal with the first motion. If Commissioner Chestnut wants to put another motion on the floor after this, then we can do that as well.
I will, so I'll put a motion on the floor.
Okay, so let's
Number 4 and 5.
absolutely. So let's deal with this motion first, and then we'll come back depending on whether this motion passes or not. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Everybody signed up, Madam Clerk? No? Okay. So what I'm going to do is just split those two out. So we're going to vote for adoption of the agenda that will include moving number 1 from consent to regular agenda, and then I'll come back for the second one. So all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that motion passes. So Commissioner Chestnut, did you want to put a motion on the floor to
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
to strike number 4 and 5, and we'll bring those back at a later time? Okay, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Anybody wish to speak to that motion from the public? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion. Again, this would be to remove the interim charter officer 6-month update and the subcommittee usage in municipal government from the agenda and bring them back at a later time. All in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion does not pass 3-3. It was Ariola, Hayes Santos, and Ward in dissent. So we will discuss those later in the meeting. But we'll see where we go from there. Okay, Madam Clerk, then, what is our first discussion item today?
Okay, our first item is early public comment.
Okay, anybody sign up for early public comment?
Nope.
All right.
All right, moving on to BD1 on page 13, Gainesville Police Department Quarterly Briefing, Part 2 Cadet Program, with a recommendation that the commission hear a presentation and take action as deemed necessary.
All right, Chief Scott, welcome. We know this is something we've been trying to get before us for a few weeks now. We're glad to finally have it here. Madam Manager, anything you wanted to say before Chief Scott takes over?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. Chief Scott is going to do part 2 of a presentation that he started a couple of weeks ago. We were asked to do some work around a cadet program that would cover the police department, the fire department, and GRU. He's done that research. We have some partners that are going to be working with us on it, and it has a lot of potential. So with that, Chief Scott.
Good morning, Mayor,
Morning.
Commissioners, City Manager, other charters. It's my privilege to be before you this morning. We have a presentation. I think it should be coming up on the screen here. I want to recognize my co-conspirators in this, and that's going to be Doug Beck with GRU and Chief Jeff Dixon with GFR. And this is the concept, after we had received the instruction from the city manager to come up with some semblance of a program to address, I think, something that Commissioner Ariola brought forth, reference to youth corps. And so what we did was to sit down and just have a conversation and look at what we had needs. And we had a presentation not too long ago where we talked about the fact that we have a deficit as far as, in some areas, as far as diversity, but also that it's just hard to recruit and retain people, both at these 3 locations, GRU, GFR, and GPD. So part of our effort is to try to invest in the community. We want to reach out and grow our own. When we bring folks from other communities, typically they're transient in nature. They come here for a few and they go. But we figure if we can have a combination of that along with folks that are invested in this community, they either moved here some time ago or they grew up in this community, that we'd be more inclined to have folks that make a career out of their employment with the city. So the concept was that we would come up with a pre-apprenticeship program and provide opportunities intended to assist youth and young adults. Because again, from the GPD perspective and really the perspective as a whole, we want to help folks who haven't had a chance. Maybe they don't know the road. They don't have a roadmap or have any idea how to get to college or how to get into some of these jobs. And these programs, the program that we put forth is going to take them through a pre-apprenticeship program, get them certification in not just law enforcement, but they can get certification as far as GRU and the different disciplines that they offer within GRU, but also with GFR. And some of these certification costs range from $4,000 to $15,000 for GFR. All of those things will be covered in this presentation. The next slide, we talk about the goals of the program, provide cadets with a valuable core education. We think it's incumbent upon us to try to educate the folks that are potential employees and get them to the point where they're invested in a career. And this is not about a job, this is about a career path for them. So if they participate in this, they can end up being people who have pension plans in the end, a concept that some of them, quite frankly, at this young age don't understand the value of. But we want to teach them that, and we want to give them the requisite skills that they need to be successful in these three disciplines that we've selected. We want to give them the core of how to obtain a job, how to work in a job, and the job training will be something. There's some things that are universal that we can teach these folks, like attendance and even interviewing. There's some things some basic education we can give them. We also looked at how we might be able to foster a better sense of community and some pride in the community. We'll assist, they will have a wide range of activities. They might assist in some community engagements and special projects. We have the Community First project that we're putting out there. We may be bringing them to introduce them into those concepts to show them the value of developing that community relations. For us, it's supplementing our workforce, getting employees that we can count on that's going to be here for a career. I can't tell you how many people we hire. We get them in here. They're here for 2, 3, 4 years, and they move on. And as difficult as it is to train these folks and get them to the point where they become efficient, it's a little more difficult when we lose them in that fashion. The one thing I want to also emphasize is that we've discussed with 2 other partners about supporting a big partner in this program. Santa Fe College had preliminary conversations with Dr. Brody. Based on information that we have with that conversation, he has indicated that he will work to assist us in providing tuition costs for these folks once we get them into the program. It takes a commitment on our part, and that'll be coming up later on in the cost analysis. But we also have a tentative commitment from Career Source that they're going to provide, provide up to 384 hours, I believe, a year for each of the people that we select, which translates to about 7 to 8 hours a week. And our program, the way it's structured, offers them 10 hours a week, and all of these hours are paid at $15 an hour. So it's the difference between working at a local restaurant where you might make $10, $12 an hour, and doing this where you're making $15. The advantages to this program is that's the next slide, please. It provides the youth with a career path. It will foster enhanced sense of community. Next slide, please. It assists with community engagement for special projects, mutual beneficial to the community builders and to the neighbors, and improves the diversity and customer service. What we looked at with this program is really kind of targeting, that's probably not the best word to use, I'm looking for folks who, maybe they're the first person to go to college. maybe they are at-risk folks who don't see a clear path. A lot of folks just don't know how to get to college or to get to these jobs, and we want to educate them on how they can get to these jobs and have a fulfilling career. So we have a preference for folks who are first-time college students and or lower socioeconomic folks. It's not exclusive, but that's our preference, is to try to identify folks and try to help people pull themselves up by the bootstraps. The structure, the next slide, please. We'll have a program coordinator, and that program coordinator will be hired to coordinate education and training for the cadet program. The program will utilize the progression through training approach for the 3 disciplines: law enforcement, fire and rescue, and utility service. And each of the disciplines, each of the respective components will be responsible for developing their own curriculum. And that will be coordinated by the one person that we have in charge. So, for example, GRU will have a person that's dedicated to teaching the folks what they need and coming up with that curriculum of what they need to become full-time employees with GRU. Same thing with GPD and GFR. The training will be specific to that discipline. Ideally, we have allotted 21 slots for this, 7 for each discipline, but we may have an entity, a person that may come in that originally maybe they wanted to be a police officer, but Chief Dixon convinced them to become a firefighter, and they may switch, and that's okay with us. We want to introduce them to what we have. It's up to us to recruit these folks and try to get them in. And if we get someone there and they decide they want to go to the utilities or some other entity, that's fine. Those are career resources that we think that we can develop and maintain. The qualifications that we have for this, next slide, please. We're saying that we want to deal with folks that are at least 17 years of age. Part of the logic behind that, quite frankly, is some of the FSLA concerns that you have to worry about as far as employment of youth. We are asking that they have a GPA of 2.25. And that is, once they get into the program, that they maintain that. They may not start out that way. We'll look at it, evaluate the whole person. But when they're in the program, the expectation that they would at least maintain that GPA. And they possess a valid Florida driver's license with a satisfactory driving record. Again, that's something they may not actually have at the onset, but they're able to obtain. We can help them obtain that, and maybe better that we also teach them some driving skills as well. The next slide, please. In the progression solicitations for the partnership, we talked to Santa Fe and we talked with the Career Source Center. Both were very, amenable to it. We didn't want to go too far as far as codifying anything until we presented this to you and we had some formal action on your part. But both have indicated that they're willing participants and that they are excited about the opportunity. Ms. Marty with the Career Source Center said it's very timely because they're dealing with some issues similar to this for at-risk youth, and she was really excited about being a partner in this program. Next slide. So how to get involved. Individuals who meet the qualifications and are interested in being considered after completing an application submit 3 letters of recommendation and successfully complete the selection process. And selection process, we have to figure that out at this point. It may just be simply an interview, or it may be some basic skills assessment. We haven't really identified what that selection process will be and how we're going to go through it. From our perspective, this is something that we think is going to be very beneficial to the city, and that we could identify employees that will be career employees. That's going to be something that pays dividends for us, and that they are familiar with the community and should really end up adding to our community builders in particular, teaching some folks who may not have a chance, you know, and from a law enforcement perspective, it's part of crime prevention, you know, and we try to teach them how to fish, you know, and if they learn how to fish, then they can provide for themselves and the family. So that's really the totality of what we have to present. I don't know if Chief Dixon or Mr. Beck have anything to add to it, you know. But you know, this is we appreciate the support that we received from the general manager, Ms. Cunningham, and from the city manager, really allowing us to go forth with this, and that's our presentation. The last slide says.
I think you got one more slide there that might be important. There you go. The old ask is always, never get the money unless you
slip that
ask.
right by, you know. So the total cost for this is the $625,921, and what that cost includes is that's for 2 years, the 2-year program. And the annual cost of $235,921. The 2-year cost is $471,921, and the certification cost is $154,000. Again, just think about that. Certification for 21 people. Most folks can't handle that. You know, if $15,000 for certification to be a firefighter, that's tough. And $5,000 for a police officer, that's tough to come up. $4,000 for utilities. You know, we want to try to be an asset to them because we think they're going to be an asset to us in the end. And next slide. Are you ready? Any questions for me?
I appreciate the presentation, Chief. Do have a few folks, so let's start off with Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief Scott. And thank you to the managers. Very appreciative that you all moved very quickly. When I brought up the issue of putting this together for this summer, I know that was done very quickly, and so I do appreciate that. I'd like to sort of get a better idea for timetables, when you envision to be able to start taking applications, and when do you think you can start putting folks to work?
Well, again, we haven't had a lot of conversation on this, but I would estimate that we would try to get everything in place and do all the screening, you know, the applications and all this stuff. If we got approval, and I would say 2 to 3 weeks after the approval, and then going through HR and setting up the guidelines and getting that. But our goal would be to try to get these people employed by the fall, so that we could start them in the fall.
Great.
So if we can do that, I think that would be a major accomplishment. Again, we have background checks and some other things that we have to do, but just knowing how our system is set up right now, as far as getting folks advertising, screening, and interviews, if we get them employed by September or in September, I think would be our goal. Right.
So maybe I missed it in the presentation, but are these positions, are they only offered for a limited time, or is this a position where if someone enters this position and then, let's say upon graduating high school, upon turning 18, they decide they want to become permanent employees of the city of Gainesville, they've enjoyed their experience, is that a pathway that is going to be created for them?
Yeah, the progression through training, the way that is set up is that once they reach a particular objective, it might be that they get their certification in a certain area. If they get that certification and they choose to become full-time employees, they can progress up to that. And with the progression through training, there's not necessary. It's not necessary for us to go test them again. They're in a program that progresses them up to that position. So if they were a wastewater operator and we brought them in and we started, they were an apprentice and they got to the point where they obtained the certifications and the requisite knowledge, skills, and abilities, then they could progress, and it might be an interview that they do to progress to the next level. And they just become, we do the paperwork, change it over, and they become full-time employees. Same thing with police officer. We bring them in as cadets. They get to the point where they satisfy the education requirement. We send them to the academy. They go to the academy. Once they graduate from the academy, we just do the paperwork to change their positions to full-time regular police officers.
Great. A little bit of feedback. I would suggest maybe loosening your criteria just a little bit. I'm not a huge fan of the minimum GPA requirement. I understand the motive behind that. You want to encourage particularly high school students to maintaining a graduation GPA, so I can appreciate that. But just maybe keep an open mind on that.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think that's why I really want to put that forth as the guideline. We want to look at the whole person, because you don't know what that person went to. And I've seen folks who've had to stop attending school because they had to help support the family.
Yeah.
So if you look at the whole person, but once they get into the program, conceptually, they would be able to maintain that 2.25.
Great. Commissioners, I am very happy that we've gotten to this point. I think that this could be a really excellent program for our youth. I believe the additional partnerships with Santa Fe and Career Source could be very fruitful. When I first brought this concept to the commission, it was under the umbrella of American Rescue Plan dollars, and I wanted to allocate $500,000. I did note that you all are exploring additional funding avenues, but I'd like to go ahead and give staff direction to approve this. But I'd like to sort of get a management's take on how we can locate the funding for that and whether it would need to be American Rescue Plan dollars or elsewhere. But I definitely want to see this get going. All this hard work, we're here. First and goal. I want to make sure we get to the end zone. Thank you.
We've been exploring it, yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. We have been exploring it, and we are committed to working it out. We will report back to the commission, but we will work it out.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll hear from my colleagues before I put a motion on the floor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Chief and everyone involved, chiefs and everyone involved in putting this together. I'm excited to see the program move forward, and I also want to make sure, was going to ask the city manager and the general manager to be sure that you can identify funding sources. I don't think it's appropriate for us to tell you what those funding sources should be, but you all figure it out, bring it back to us, and we can run with that. Very supportive of it. I'd like to see it rolling as fast as possible. I do have a few questions. Have we reached out to the public schools? Lofton particularly, I know, has a fire academy that works primarily, if not exclusively, with ACFR. And I wonder if there's a way to work with them and make that not exclusive anymore.
Yeah, we haven't tackled that issue as far as how we're going to go out and obtain the recruits. We will definitely reach out to the school board and really to some of the trade schools that we can find around and Santa Fe as well, and see what we can get. But I think once we get the program approved, then it's up to us and in the respective disciplines to go out and recruit people, and try to get folks into this program. I think what I like about this is that we're telling young folks, at the end of this, you're going to be a full-time employee, or you have the chance to be a full-time employee with the city with benefits and a pension plan. And I think that could be attractive to some folks who've never envisioned that or never thought about it or didn't know how to get to that point, And these are decent paying jobs that we think if we can educate the youth on them, but some of that is just educating them about what exists and the opportunities that exist and trying to get them, encourage them into. And again, we want to focus on a wide array of folks, but I think the primary emphasis is people who may not normally go this path, and reach out to our folks in different parts of the community and give them opportunity. We have needs as far as diversity that we can try to address with this. Although it's not an exclusive program, we can still target our recruitment and our efforts and see what we can get done.
Thank you, Chief Scott. I want to make sure that we bake the schools in as early as possible.
Yeah.
The teachers who have been actively in contact with students are the simplest ones to reach out to say, who should we be talking to? I mean, they know these kids, and they know which ones, might be at risk of things not working out so well if we don't get a path for them. So I really want us to bake the schools in as early as possible.
I'll reach out to the superintendent.
Thank you. I'm also curious, have we talked with our bargaining units about this to try to get them interested?
None of this level, no, not at this time, no.
I mean, not to necessarily sign people up to join the union immediately when, but to, I don't want to scare y'all, but the idea being that they can help us recruit as well. And I know there are apprenticeship programs available through the unions that are fantastic programs that I would hope that we would reach out to as well. The IBEW and I think the pipe fitters have programs that would be specific to GRU.
Okay.
I want to make sure that we include them, and let's include FOP at IAFF in the process of conversation. Not, we need to approach this as a team, I think, and I think that's the best way to move forward with it.
Excuse me if I may. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, Chief Scott, to all our neighbors and community builders. The one thing that listening to the great presentation Chief Scott put on is that we have been reaching out to our members of the school board. This year, the commission, our city manager has been great with allowing us, actually last year when I came on, what they call a non-cert program. Because one of the things I've realized when I came to Gainesville was that a great deal of the people that work for Gainesville Fire and Rescue did not live in the city of Gainesville. So with this program, we're going to be able to develop relationships with these young people, which is important, as Chief Scott said, for them to see a path to success. And when we bring somebody in, hopefully that may have a GPA of 2 or 2.5, they'll be in a group that's going to encourage them. There's so many good things about this. So we're building 2157. President Gonzalez has been great with supporting the non-cert program. And this is just an extension of that, another way for us to, again, build, the neighbors. And, these people are going to work here. And if they work here and they already live here, they're going to pay taxes here, which is all a benefit to our city and our community. So I really think it's a win-win. And, again, thank you for all the support thus far and in the future.
Well, again, thank you. I'm 100% supportive of moving forward with this. I'm going to trust our managers to ID the funding and roll it out as quickly as you can, and then add these other things as you go, if you would. I think it's critical that we involve the schools and the bargaining units as we move forward. So, thank you very much.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Overall supportive of it, but I think as recurring costs, we should have this as kind of a discussion during our overall budget, which I think we're having a budget meeting in July as well. So I think that's the request I have. We just don't 100% move forward on it, but have it as part of an increment that we can discuss then so that we know where the funding is coming from and everything. I just think it's recurring costs. We should have it as part of the budget. And then Chief Jackson mentioned employees living here inside the city. I know there's a new law, the Hometown Heroes program. I don't know if you're familiar with that one that provides down payment assistance, this new state program. Are we trying to get that out to our staff, I guess, as well? Because I know it covers a variety of different, from police, firefighters, teachers. I don't know. There's like 50 different job classifications. And
We haven't taken any action on that.
Okay. So I guess for the managers, I think looking through that and seeing what positions we have, and then trying to get information out of those employees who fall into those positions. Thank you, Mayor.
And we put this forth as a 2-year pilot program, so we didn't really address any recurring issues, dollars, other than the first 2 years. And I think after that 2-year period, we can do an evaluation. And if we need to do modifications, we can do that. We believe that we'll be successful with this, but we figure let's get it off the ground, see how it works, and then tweak it from that point.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chief Scott, and to your team who helped to pull this together. It sounds like you were able to do it in kind of short order here, and you pulled together something I think that is very meaningful and can be very beneficial to a segment of the population here in Gainesville that really needs it the most, and then we need it. So finding great ways to make sure that we are building our resources internally here at the city is incredibly important, and I think this is one way that we can do that. I did want to express concern as well. I believe one of my colleagues expressed concern for the GPA a little bit earlier as well. That did catch my attention. And it caught my attention because providing this type of opportunity that you, Chief, mentioned earlier in terms of benefits and pension, you know, this great opportunity to do something meaningful for an individual as well as their family, I believe should be opened up to individuals who may not necessarily be scholars, so to speak, or people who, you know, perhaps academics are not their strong point, but perhaps their skill set and their passions and their abilities do lie in serving at GPD or GRU or with GFR. So I too would like to encourage you to take a look at that particular qualification, because I certainly wouldn't want to create a situation where we were being exclusive in that regard and kind of cutting out a segment of youth who really, really would not only have the desire and ability from their end to do it, but that would also be great assets to us. So I'd like to ask you to take a look at that.
Yeah, and as I pointed out earlier, it's a guideline for us, but I think we each have to evaluate the whole person.
Absolutely.
You know, so you look at the case by case and look at the potential. It's whether or not they can perform the basic functions and skills, knowledge, and abilities. Do they have that core that we can develop? Is going to be the critical assessment.
Yeah.
So you know, and it is specific to each discipline. So I think evaluating the whole person, we have that as a guideline. I would say, unless Chief Dixon or Mr. Beck have a different opinion, that we use it as a guideline, but we're going to evaluate the entire person, the whole person, and look at it's not always about the grades you get, because some folks don't take school seriously. You know, and they figured out too late that they should have, and they end up with a lower GPA. So we'll look at the whole person concept and move on from there and see how we can identify people appropriately.
Thank you very much, Chief. And also, some folks, school is just not their strong point, but other things are. So thank you for agreeing to look at and evaluate the whole person and make that part of your criteria. I just had this question. Is there another recruitment effort for individuals who are not school age, so to speak? I thought I remembered something like this a while ago. Are we also recruiting other individuals? This is kind of separate from this.
Yeah, there's that summer employment program that we have out there for 6 weeks right now. That, you know,
But I mean for older folks.
For older folks?
Yeah, just, you know, dry long, so older individuals, not necessarily youth focused. Is there something else, a larger, broader recruitment effort?
Not that I'm aware of. I know GPD had a cadet program in some form that's kind of small at this point, that they identify folks and they brought them in. And I know the fire department has had a program where they're reaching out to folks that are of that age. But I don't know of anything formally other than those two right now. Our effort right now is to just reach out to these kids and try to educate. You see the amount of gun violence we have out on the street. You see the activities that we have out here with folks, and I think some of these people just don't have a concept of how can they make a living and do it the right way.
Right.
So we want to provide that education on here's a way that you can get out of where you are, and I think we need to show them the way.
I can appreciate that. I asked that because I thought, and I could have just been thinking about something else or just been off, that we had a discussion or at least broached the issue of a recruitment effort that was not youth-focused some time ago. But don't worry about it. It was just a general question for me to kind of understand our overall path forward to bring in great people into the city.
Yeah, we identified 17 as the minimum age. We did not identify top to that. You know, so someone that's 20 that comes in and wants to participate in the program is eligible.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the comments by Commissioner Duncan Walker, well stated. However, you're asking for a C minus grade. That's a 2.25, a C minus. At some point in that youngster's life, they're going to have to compete academically with some test. So I don't want them to have an unreal expectation. They need to still want to achieve, and just know that somewhere down the line, whether it's in an apprentice program or somewhere, there's going to have to be some academics that they're going to have. So I think that the 2.25 gives them something to aspire to work towards, to work higher. But it's just the way it is. And I think that we just need to be mindful that they realize that academics are important and it's going to impact them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that Mr. Cunningham?
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. So one, I just want to say, City Manager and I have been talking about this for a little while here, and we're excited working together. Chief Dixon, Chief Scott, and Doug Beck worked well together to put this together in a fairly short amount of time. So a lot of the questions I think that are coming up are things that they're viewing as things we're going to continue to evolve and improve as we get moving into the program. The other thing I will say is if some of you all have been around a while, GRU used to have a utility academy. And so the GRU portion of this will be very similar to that utility academy, providing skills of various jobs within the utility that then the folks can step into. And to touch on some of the educational point, some of the barriers that exist are folks start to learn technical skills, but then may have math skills or other skills that they're limited on. And so part of what they're addressing in this program is to partner along to bring up those skills as well so that they can compete as they get into those roles. So what I'm excited about is there's several barriers that we have seen over the years that they're trying to address through the program to bring in those folks that may have been excluded because of those barriers. So really excited about that. I did want to touch on and maybe ask about the funding. So I thought my understanding was we were pursuing ARPA dollars to get this started, and then the city manager and I would be looking for funding for recurring costs. So I thought that's what I was understanding the direction we were going in. We have not tried to put this funding into the 23 budget at this time, but we were going to look for that to make it a recurring benefit into the future. So I just want to share.
Yeah, so when it comes to funding, this is a new program. I think the next time we come back, we would expect our staff to give us some recommendations, maybe a recommendation or multiple options for how we would do this. Certainly undesignated ARPA funds would be one eligible source. There also might be some, undesignated reserves, because it is a pilot. Well, at least that's the way this is headed, that it's a pilot. So there's some, I think, latitude there. And so, we would just ask you all as charters to bring those recommendations back to us. And then if there are multiple good options, just let the commission decide on which route we'd like to take. So I think that between now and July or so, when this comes back, that you have that sort of ability. Thank you, Chief. I see a lot of potential and upside to this. And I really hope that this first sort of wave generates a lot of excitement. The best recruiting tool over the next decade will be a really successful first class.
Right.
Because if they go in and they have a great time and
Right.
and you onboard all or most of them into their various positions, they're going to tell their friends, and it's going to be competitive to become a part of this. And you're really going to be able to find the folks that, fit that profile of who we need. And I not just academics, but, we want people from the community. We want people who are excited to work for the city. And so, that this first wave is very, very important. And we want to make sure we support you in a manner that allows you to make it highly successful. So, and I know that that's your ambition. So I'm excited about this. There are opportunities, and I need to come back and have a longer discussion with the full commission, but I'm working with other leaders from the Friendship 7 on how we can better coordinate and sort of formalize community coordination with broad challenges and opportunities that we have. And so, Madam Manager, I'm just thinking with this is a perfect example. If we had something a little bit more formal in place with the school board included, we'd be able to more seamlessly sort of work with them and make sure that we're gaining access to the young people that we want to try to recruit. So anyway, there's an opportunity there. But I'm excited, ready to move on, and know that this is going to be a huge benefit to both the public safety and utility part of our organization. Commissioner Ariola, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, commissioners, for all of your input. I think we're going to get to a really good program here this year. I particularly like what Harvey brought up about reaching out to other apprenticeship programs, because as you mentioned in your presentation, you may have a situation where a cadet wants to move from one discipline to another, but if in that case, they want to leave the other discipline, we can at least provide them options, career options, because we don't want anyone to leave empty-handed if they've been accepted into the program particularly. So with that, I'd like to move that we direct staff to identify funding and continue planning the cadet program with suggested partnerships and return to the commission during our budget discussions after recess.
Second.
Okay, motion and second that we move forward with implementing this program. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay, we'll turn back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, everybody that's put the work in so far. And we look forward to the next update. And I don't mean to be presumptuous here. I'm seeing a lot of members of staff in the room. If you are a member of our general public who is here for any items and you would like to speak to them, you can get a sign-up form at either of these tables near the entry and exit doors. And you just fill that out and give it to the clerk at the end of our dais here, and she'll call you when it's time. Again, I know that we have one member of the media, and I think everyone else is one of our great community builders, but just in case. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD2, Department of Sustainable Development Fee Study Update, with the recommendation that the commission receive a report and presentation from Berry, Dunn, McNeil, and Parker, LLC, and adopt the proposed fee recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Persons, I'm glad we didn't dress the same 2 days in a row. That's relieving. Y'all don't know, but we were like identical twins yesterday.
That's fair.
Right,
I shop all of my my finest goods at Target. So,
Madam Manager, is there anything you want to say before Ms. Persons takes it away?
No, sir.
Okay.
Andrew?
real briefly, and I'm going to turn it over to Jesse Myatt with Barry Dunn. But if you recall, the commission adopted a revenue recovery policy last year and asked us to bring back recommendations for fee adjustments to meet our revenue recovery. We have done so, and Jesse's here to give you a brief presentation. I think, speaking for my department, this really kind of falls into the sort of just general good governance that we're making sure that with the amount of work that's coming through our department on construction, that we're keeping up, making sure that that the city is meeting its cost recovery, and that we're able to continue to provide the exemplary service that we do for construction projects and doing inspections and permit review and that kind of thing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jesse.
Great. Thank you, Director Persons. I'm going to do a quick audio visual check here and share my screen. Can everybody hear me clearly and see that cover slide?
Yes, sir.
Great. Well, good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of the Commission, Madam Manager, staff, and members of the public joining us here this morning. My name is Jesse Myatt. I'm a senior consultant with Barry Dunn in the local government practice group, and I have had the pleasure over the last 7 months or so of working with the Department of Sustainable Development team on updating building and planning division fee schedules. I'm going to go over briefly some of the core results and findings and recommendations and considerations for the Commission here this morning. We'll start off with a little bit of the project background. Director Persons alluded to a kind of a prior project that was the precursor to setting the foundation for some of our recommendations you'll hear about here today. We'll go through some of those core summary and findings. At a higher level, the Commission has the project report and detailed appendices and talk about what those fee schedule updates and subsequent projections look like. And of course, leave ample time for questions and anything that needs to be discussed further. As I'm going along, feel free to interrupt me, jump in, and I'll do my best to keep an ear out and pause to answer any questions that may arise. So back in November, again, I had the pleasure of partnering with the department project team to look at updating the master fee schedules for the building and planning divisions for the Department of Sustainable Development. The building division encompassing that special revenue building code enforcement fund, and the planning division existing over in the general fund, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. Over the course of the 6 or 7 months, we met multiple times with city staff and stakeholders and updated the cost of service analysis. And that's where I'll pause and just remind the Commission that that's the project we embarked on prior to this. We kicked that off in about January of 2021, and I believe we presented to the Commission last June in 2021 the results of that. And that was setting the foundation for the financial position for both the building fund and the planning division at that point. And that's where Commission provided that revenue recovery direction to staff. We updated that with new numbers, FY21 actuals, and then move forward to set the foundation and develop the updated fee schedules and subsequent forecasted updates to satisfy those revenue requirements based on that updated cost of service. Throughout the course of about last month, we pulled it all together, looked at everything again, and met with staff and stakeholders, and really looked at our financial and operational methodologies that we developed to ensure that they were going to meet those revenue requirements, and compiled that all into the final project report with appendices. And of course, here we are in June, and we're presenting the results findings to the Commission for consideration here this morning. So I'm going to go into the summary of findings, just a couple of slides on each division. I'm going to start with the building division. And as the Commission is aware that the fees and charges environment for this division exists in more or less a special revenue fund, the Florida Building Code Enforcement Fund, which provides quite a rigid structure of what's allowed to go in and out. So revenues and expenses are tightly housed within this fund. And looking at FY21, we identified the full cost for providing all of building division services to be 4.7 million, 4.8 million, right in that range there. Looking at the revenue generated for those services provided based on the current fees and charges environment, right around that $4 million mark, 4.1 million. And so what that allows us to look at is we have about a 15% subsidy or additional funding that needs to come from somewhere. And in this case, with the building division being that special revenue fund, it comes from the fund balance, most likely. It doesn't have to, but it comes from the fund balance that the division maintains to ensure that business continuity. And we can come back to that. So that leaves about a $713,000 gap to the 100% cost recovery revenue ceiling. And looking at it the other way, that puts the division for FY21 at about 85% cost recovery. Again, looking at that 713,000 to 100% cost recovery, and then that would, alleviate the need to go to that fund balance year over year, and hopefully have some years where there's a positive cost recovery and allow for some contributions to that fund balance. You can see down there in the corner that at the beginning of FY21, the division in the fund maintained about $2.8 million. And the fund balance ceiling, which the code allows us to go back 4 fiscal years and take the average expenditures for the division, remains at that $3.5 million mark. Of course, going forward, as things get more expensive and as the division no doubt expends more funds on an annual basis to provide services and increase levels of service, that average will no doubt increase and allow for that fund balance ceiling to raise as well. Again, ensuring that stays at a healthy amount to ensure that business continuity in that building division services and inspection services are regulatory in nature and health and safety oriented. In looking at that, we looked at the 26 services and permits in the building division master fee schedule, and really looked at where the vast majority of the revenue was being generated on an annual basis. We are considering or proposing for the Commission's consideration a 15% increase across the board on all 26 of those services. But I just wanted to pull out the 5 permits and services that you see here in front of you. One, it's about where 72% of the annual revenue is generated from the services that the division provides, really across these 5 permit categories. And those are your new construction and your other construction building permits and everything that goes along with plan reviews and inspections, and your trade permits, your electrical, plumbing, gas, mechanical permits, those flat rate permits that the division does a high volume of on an annual basis. And just looking at these 5 core services here, the additional revenue generation projected, if there was a 15% increase, is looking to be about $433,000 annually. And of course, it will ebb and flow. This is all things being equal to 21. Should the same amount of development continue, we can expect the same amount of numbers. Should there be increased activity or perhaps one-time larger projects, of course, we're going to see years with larger revenue generation gains. And then subsequently, the second largest revenue generating element that the division charges fees for is really the building plan review and the fire plan reviews. And those are a flat percentage rate, and those aren't proposed to be changed. We're keeping those at 20%. So it's essentially just the fees in the fee schedule at that 15%. And really, we think that would get the division on a year over year basis up to that revenue ceiling.
Mr. Meyer, could you please pause for a question from Commissioner Sacco?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Mr. Meyer. Thank you for being with us today. I have a question, and it could just be that math is not my strong suit. If the permits, the fees and charges, like in this permit chart, are 72% of the just over 4 million revenue, and then we add 15% to those fees, we still come short of what is needed, correct?
Yeah, what we're seeing here is just a sampling, and these are also based on the volume of services that these permits are attributed to on an annual basis. But yes, if we just took this in isolation, we would come up a little short, which is why we're proposing that 15% increase across the board on all 26 permits and services that the division provides.
Okay. These alone are 72%.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. This is the largest impact area on the fee schedule, and we just wanted to point that out. Absolutely.
Okay, I missed that part.
You are correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you,
No,
sir.
great question. Any other questions from
No,
the
please
commission?
continue.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to move on briefly to the planning division overview, and then we'll come back and summarize this once again. The planning division, as the commission is aware, exists as far as a budgetary and revenue and expense structure in the general fund. So it's a little bit less rigid, and the revenue and expense associated with planning division services are reflective of that. Often planning division services, as the commission is well aware, are offered in advance of a project moving forward in many cases, and therefore sometimes services are offered and the project project doesn't advance to the stage where fees are recovered. So we typically, in planning divisions and agencies across the country, see a minimal revenue generation when compared to the expenses for providing those services. Looking at updating that cost recovery for FY21, we found that the full cost of providing planning division services was about 2.3 million. And the revenue generated was about 250,000. So you can see that there's a substantial subsidy to the services provided for the division. And now I don't want this to come across as a negative. Again, this is very common for operations of this type. And looking at that, that's about a cost recovery of 11%. What we're proposing is some core fee updates just to stay consistent with the building division fee schedule updates. We don't expect substantial revenue gains, but in order to get to about that 15% level, we'd be looking at needing about $125,000 to $150,000 of additional revenue on an annual basis, and we think the fees that we will propose will get us there. Furthermore, we don't ever see the planning division probably recovering any more than 20% of the cost of providing services without a restructuring of how it's budgeted, of how revenues and expenses coming in, or an organizational type of a change. It's just always going to be kind of the nature of providing these types of services, and we don't expect that to really ever be a high revenue generating menu of services. So looking at the planning division, we looked at 58 current fees and charges for all of the services provided. Much like the building division, as the commissioner pointed out for the building division core set of fees that I displayed, we're looking at 23 of the 58 fees that we looked at to be updated at 15% along with building division fees. And those are mainly related to land use, subdivision, and zoning services. And much like building, although a little bit higher percent, those account for about 89% of annual revenues. And of course, obviously the revenue total amount is significantly lower than the building. But rather than raising fees across the board for services that are, not so commonly offered, we really think that just looking at these 23 fees would get us to where we need to be to kind of stay pace consistently with the building division and generate a little bit more revenue on an annual basis to get that to that 15% cost recovery. And then finally, as I mentioned, I just want to reiterate that I don't expect that that the division will ever see any cost recovery above and beyond about that 20% ceiling. Again, just by the nature of the organization existing in the general fund and the types of services that are provided. Finally, the planning division also provides some administrative types of services. And what the commission will see here is 7 new planning division fees that we're proposing for consideration. Again, these are administrative in nature. However, they do require staff to spend some significant amount of time due to the volume of these types of services provided on an annual basis. And what we have here through these 7 fees are some public notice fees, some changes in reviews, types of administrative tasks related to signs, and some zoning fees related to food truck zoning verification, zoning letters, and land use and zoning reviews that require a few hours of staff time. And what we've calculated here based on the amount of staff time and those applicable staff that are performing these services are just some proposed fees for these types of services based on the hours necessary to complete them, ranging anywhere from about an hour to an hour and a half to 2 hours of staff time. And then finally, I just want to kind of pull it back around again and talk about the proposed fee adjustments and really what that means as far as increased revenue generation and cost recovery. Starting with that building division again, we're at about that 85% structural baseline. And again, to reiterate, some years are above that, some years are below that. But with that 15% increase, we're projected to get about 94 to over 100% annually on a little bit more of a consistent basis. And that 100+% will come back to allow for a little bit more periodic contributions to that fund balance, ensuring that you maintain that closer to the ceiling, allowing that rainy day fund for business continuity. And I should pause right here and also say that the building division fees haven't been updated since 2013. So we're approaching about that 10-year mark as far as no significant adjustments to that master fee schedule. Planning division, once again, at about 11% now. We think we can be in that 13 to 15% range with that core select fee increase that I mentioned, 15% core select fee increase. And those new planning fees that were on the previous slide projected to have minimal impact on revenue generation, but they would establish fees for those services that are currently being provided and really help to start to recover a portion of the costs, applicable costs that are incurred to provide those administrative services. And then finally, regardless of the direction that the commission goes in, we always encourage the department to look at all fees and charges annually and consider adjustments as needed to be sure that, should changes be implemented, looking at those fees that have been changed, ensuring that they are, generating the revenue or performing fiscally the way that they were projected to be. And if not, coming back in and making some adjustments as needed. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and stop that right here. And I'm going to pull this down, but I'm happy to put it back up should the commission want me to revisit a slide. But I'll pull it down if there's any questions, and I'm happy to put it back up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bryant. Appreciate the presentation, all the work that you've done with our staff on this. We recognize Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the proposed fee recommendations.
Second.
Motion and a second that we go forward with the recommendations. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Myatt. Quick question, you said that for planning departments, it's pretty normal to be in the range that we are. I see Mr. Person's also getting up. I don't know how other cities do things. So is that like just the typical state of planning departments and municipalities?
Yeah, but I was sort of joking about planning being like the loss leader for the city, But we do, I think, and I'll let Jesse speak. But we do, to think about like the role that planning plays in the city. Like, so we have folks call us about, I want to put a fence up. Do I need a permit? Everything to reviewing large developments. So most of the sort of day-to-day work that we do in planning is really just like, talking to residents and helping them, answer questions. And those things are generally like, we're never going to be able to extract a fee in some of those cases. Even some of the proposed like planning fees that Jesse talked about, those things are not going to generate windfalls of cash. It's more of like, is this something that we want to make sure that we account for in terms of the staff time from a fee permit side.
So what I'm hearing is you're the fire department and you provide a service,
right,
not necessarily can't be paid for.
Right. I think we can do, and because building is an enterprise fund, it's a different animal entirely, and so therefore, like, we do want to make sure that we're meeting cost recovery and that we're able to continue providing the services that we do. Planning is a little bit different.
Okay. Mr. Myatt, anything to add?
No, Director Persons hit the nail on the head. I can just offer that, yes, in agencies that we do have the opportunity to work with, it is very common for planning to be in a similar situation as a planning department there in Gainesville. Whether it's 11% or 15%, it's really, I like the reference of being the fire department. It's there to provide those governmental services, and the way it's structured is never really going to recover a large percent of what the cost it is to provide those services.
Thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you all very much. Thank you to staff for bringing this forward to us. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this? All right, then we'll turn back to the commission. Motion is to approve the recommendations. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, thanks to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your help with this, Ms. Matt. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is RE-1, resolution for the acceptance of the grant agreement modification for hurricane shelter retrofit Great Market Place Building Number 15, with a recommendation that the commission accept the grant award, authorize the interim city manager or designee to execute the modification to sub-grant agreement and other documents necessary for the project, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the resolution, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to talk about briefly this one and the next 4 resolutions. Brought it up during agenda review, but these are pretty mundane and kind of small resolutions, and I think I'd like to see if the commission is in kind of putting these on the consent agenda. I don't know if we really need to have full-on votes and discussions on, we talked about it a little bit during agenda review, but full-on discussions on a $70,000 grant that we're applying for, things like that, just placing these on the consent agenda. Also, many times there's a lot of staff that has to sit here and wait for those to come forward, even though they're very small. So I don't know what the commission's appetite is for just placing kind of smaller things, smaller resolutions on the consent agenda in the future. But I also will move that we adopt resolution 211185.
Okay, motion and second to adopt the resolution. Our tradition has been that we do roll call votes for resolutions and ordinances. I know there are sort of different levels of resolutions. Some are sort of administratively binding, which clearly deserve a full discussion and a roll call vote. Others, we've added the new category of resolutions, which are resolutions of advocacy, which really wouldn't. And then there's these sort of in between where we're required to pass a resolution to accept a grant. But and I actually don't know, and would want to get some advice on whether we are either by rule or statute required to do roll call votes on those, or whether they could be on a consent agenda. And of course, a lot of these are very routine. They're things we apply for and just need to adopt through resolution the acceptance. If any commissioner ever had an issue with some grant that we were going to accept funds from, they could pull it from consent and put it on regular. So I think there's still plenty of safeguards there. But anyway, it's new that we're doing resolutions in the daytime versus our evening. That's part of our rule change. And I don't know that we've really considered whether those could be on consent without roll call votes or not. And I mean, another option is we could adopt our agenda and consent through a roll call vote overall instead of a voice vote. So I think there are options here. But let me go to Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to defer to the chair on this because I think the only appropriate criteria would be a dollar amount, and there also could be other stipulations. So I guess I'll just say, yeah, there are probably some resolutions that could go on consent, but maybe there are others that we do have to take a vote. So I'm happy to defer to the chair on that, and ready to support the motion.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Ariola. I might be interested in seeing a dollar limit. I mean, if we're accepting a multi-million-dollar grant, that's something we should talk about. If we're in the low six figures or below, and again, these are grants we're talking about. We're accepting another agency that is giving us money to do a project that we have applied for already. That's a matter of course. In 5 years, I don't think we've argued with each other about, and by argued, I mean discussed, acceptance of small grants. So things that are rarely, if ever, matters of discussion only serve to make the meeting longer and more complicated for folks who are attending, and more expensive for the city of Gainesville to have staff appear. So, and as has been pointed out, if any commissioner wants to have a discussion about it, we can always pull it off of the consent agenda. So I'm in support of doing this, but we should come up with a dollar figure. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut?
Mr. Mayor, I like your suggestion of a roll call vote for the agenda and the regular agenda and the consent agenda. And you would be accepting the resolutions at that point. I think it's something we should try, reevaluate it in November. This would give us some time to implement it and see if it's worked. But I like the roll call vote.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you all. I will work with the charter officers and just try to use good judgment when something either has a sort of, larger dollar amount, or, and I'll, two examples that we haven't dealt with recently, but were important items in the past. When we accept COPS grants or SAFER grants for police officers or firefighters, those are binding future commissions to pretty significant budget increments that they seem, and I mean, at the time they helped us with some important increases in staffing levels. But they also have a really difficult impact 3 years, 4 years later. Those should be discussed, and really scrutinized. When we're accepting, even if it's, say, $14 million from the Federal Department of Transportation for an RTS grant, not controversial. We're able to buy buses and, do improvements to the fleet. Even though it's a large amount, we're not obligating ourselves really for, any future sort of impact other than having enough buses. So I'll try to use good discretion. I would just encourage each of my colleagues to take a look at those that do end up making their way onto consent. And if you have questions prior to the meeting, reaching out to the appropriate charter officer to sort of have a brief conversation about them, and then requesting for them through the clerk to be pulled ahead of time, so we all know that it's going to jump onto the regular agenda for discussion, before the meeting. So I think if we try that, I think you're right. I think we can try that for a few meetings here and see if it works. And if so, then great. If not, we can figure it out from there. Almost all of that discussion was not about the particular resolution, but we do have a motion on the floor to accept this resolution. This is the RTS one, right?
No, it's like Grace Marketplace.
Oh, the Grace Marketplace, for money for hardening or making more hurricane-ready Grace Marketplace. Any members signed up to speak to this, Madam Clerk? Okay, then keeping with our tradition, I'm just so we don't get ourselves in any trouble, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Okay, Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, next item, please.
Next item is RE2, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Division of Agricultural Environmental Services, and the Mosquito Control Grant application with the recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution which authorizes the city manager or designee to execute and enter into an agreement, if awarded, and any other necessary documents with FDACS pertaining to this grant, subject to approval by the city attorney or designee as to form and legality.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna start with, I love this department. I know it's a department of one and chickens, but I love it so much. It's one of my favorite spots in the city. That said, I move that we adopt resolution 211215 on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion second, we adopt the resolution. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following Commissioner Sacco's intimation there, I would encourage anyone who has not yet toured that part of our public works facility to go out and take that tour. It's really cool. I mean, really cool. And we have some of our staff out there, in addition to the chickens, are unbelievably well qualified, and some of the best qualified folks anywhere in the world to approach this matter. And I just want to make it very clear that I support controlling mosquitoes.
Pro mosquito control. Okay, Madam Clerk, anybody signed up? Okay, back to the commission roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next resolution, please.
RE3, Resolution for a Public Transportation Grant Agreement Amendment to the Public Transit Service Development Program Agreement Amendment for Autonomous Vehicle Project, with a recommendation that the commission adopt the resolution.
Okay, is there a motion? Anyone? Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move resolution 211221.
Motion is second. Commissioner Sacco?
Yeah, just one quick question, Ms. McCready? Sorry. This is to get us to, I believe, September?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens after September?
The project was supposed to end in June. This is just to extend it for UF to finish up some research.
Okay, so when it, I guess my question is, when it ends, what happens to our beloved toasters?
I'm sorry?
Our beloved toasters? To the autonomous
The
vehicles?
toasters. The toasters will go back to the vendor.
Oh, okay, so the program will just end.
Correct. It's a pilot. It was a pilot.
I had hopes. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
We will have learned what we learned. Which mostly is how to go around the roundabout. I think is lots of other things, but like that, I don't mean to minimize. That had never been done. Like this project, there is nowhere else in the country that an autonomous vehicle traversed a city road continuously, crossing state roads, because 6 is a state road, right?
Not there.
Not there? Okay. Roundabouts, and interacting with parallel parking, vehicles, bicyclists, pedestrians. I mean, all the other autonomous projects were like sort of isolated, cordoned off. They went along a strip, but
Correct.
they weren't interacting with stuff. So there was a lot that was learned from this, besides it kind of being a neat way to get from the university to downtown.
And UF has published some research on how aging adult populations interact with the vehicle, the occupational studies. That's what this project is extended for.
Awesome. Great. Except the old light.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we do have a motion. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up? Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
You got it.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker. Aye. Commissioner Ariola. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Ward absent. Next item, please.
Our next item is RE4, request to adopt a resolution declaring a portion of city-owned property as surplus, with a recommendation that the commission adopt a resolution declaring approximately 6.71 acre portion of tax parcel number 08161-000-000 as surplus property not designated for affordable housing, and direct the city manager or designee to dispose of the property in a competitive manner.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bridfeld.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I'm Eric Bredfeld. I work in the Department of Sustainable Development. We're here today to discuss with you a resolution for surplusing of property. And we were approached last year, I believe it was last summer, by this particular company, Cyvance, which is located on this overhead. This would be the airport property here, the airport industrial park, and immediately north of the airport, city's airport industrial park. But we were approached by the company who was also working with the airport, Gainesville Regional Airport, and the Gainesville Area Chamber of Commerce at the time to potentially expand their plant. And the subject property is about a little over actually 6 acres, a little bit closer to 7 acres. But you can see that it's a property that is immediately adjacent to the existing Cyvance plant. And we understand that the project incorporates the hiring of 40 individuals over a period of time and it was $50 million capital investment over 5 years when we were first discussing this, but it's kind of like raised up to maybe 50 to 75 million now, based on construction costs, et cetera. But they want to make a fairly substantial investment, and it's to increase the size of their plan, which is to also help increase a line of their business, basically. They are a chemical business that makes, they're a division of Milliken, which maybe some of you know out of South Carolina, which is the traditional textile company, but they have a division that does silicon-based chemistry for various retail products like contact lenses, et cetera, and that's what they do at this facility. We feel like it's worthy of the commission's support to do this surplusing resolution because it's the first step as part of your real estate policies to actually decide that a piece of property can be surplused for future sale. In this case, we've also concurrently been negotiating a contract, and we're actually ready to bring that contract forward, probably at the next meeting. We'd like to put that on the consent agenda, but we wanted to really talk to you a little bit about the project's aspects. As I said, we have been working closely with the airport. This property, and some of you will know this, is that often when we come to the city commission for projects that are in the airport industrial park proper, there's like a two-phased approach. We can sell the property fee simple because the city has title to the property, but we also get concurrence from the airport authority. In this case, this property is not in the actual industrial park. It's on the airport lands, basically. So they're having to go through a little bit extra work on the FAA front, the company, to clear it of some of the FAA restrictions, which they're doing concurrently as well. They feel like they're going to have some feedback on that probably in the next month or so as to whether they clear the FAA process. And so we're hoping that this morning you would consider disposing of this property for those purposes. The contract will be a contract for the appraised value of the property, which is $215,000. And remember that the proceeds of that would have to go to the airport for airport operations. That's the one restriction that we have to abide by. So I think that's basically it, and be happy to have your support.
Great, thank you, Ms. Bradfeld. Appreciate the presentation. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, motion and second that we move the recommendation to surplus the property. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this? Okay, then we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Ariola. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, y'all. Thank you for being here for this. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next resolution is RE5, Mayor Lauren Poe, permitless not carry non-binding resolution with a recommendation that the commission adopt the proposed resolution.
Okay, thank you. As you all, I think, are aware, this was slated to be on our last regular city commission meeting that ended up being canceled. And there was an urgency to this because the governor had called a special session of the Florida legislature. And we know that the primary purpose of the special session was to address home insurance. But as we saw from the previous special session, items of great importance can be added at the last minute. In that case, the morning of the session, opening morning of the session. We know that one of the governor's priorities is to eliminate some basic gun purchasing and ownership protections, removing requirements for permits to have firearms. I think his term is constitutional carry. Most folks know it as permitless carry. So I worked with Moms Demand Action, our local chapter here, to get this before the commission. We wanted to try to get it before that special session, not knowing whether or not it would be brought up. But again, the governor has said this is a priority, so there is another special session scheduled for this summer. And then even if it doesn't come up, then we would want our legislative delegation to be aware of the commission's position on this going into committee meetings this coming fall. All of this was done prior to the devastating tragedies that we saw in Buffalo, in Uvalde, and Tulsa. There seems to be no relief from these tragedies, and that's nothing to mention the challenges that we have right here in our own city with our own gun violence. And the common thread is a lot of these tend to be young people, and there is an ease of gaining access to these deadly firearms. And I firmly believe that we should be moving in a more protective and restrictive direction, not less. I don't think reducing restrictions is going to make any of us any safer or any freer. So all we're asking here is to hold the line, to not make any changes. We've seen some progress actually at the state level with the red flag laws that have been implemented, and they have made a difference. There's lives that have been saved because of that. And so, I'm hoping that we can give a unified sort of vote of support that at the very least we need to keep the protections that we already have in place, and hopefully we can start working towards more comprehensive protections that are overwhelmingly supported by our neighbors and people around the country, such as universal background checks and even raising the legal age of when you can access and purchase a firearm to 21. So we did it with alcohol, and it made a huge difference in the number of lives saved. And I hope that discussion can continue as well. So I thank you all for your consideration on this. I know that you all have been impacted by these I don't even know. I think that the words are not sufficient to explain what these events are or what they mean to us. Those of us who sent our children and our wives to school after that shooting feared for their lives. And we shouldn't be living in a society where that is our reality. We should not. We're better than that. So I hope that we can at least send a message that we want to continue to try to protect our children and our loved ones before this happens somewhere else. Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate you bringing this resolution to us. I'd like to move Resolution 211249.
Motion and a second that we adopt the proposed resolution. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank you as well for bringing this forward and thank Moms Demand Action. This is certainly the very least we can do, but also as a body, but also pretty much the very most we are allowed to do by Florida statute. And I find that mind-boggling. I would urge anyone who has not yet done so to please read Florida statute 790.33, where all municipalities, all cities and counties in Florida are prohibited from doing pretty much anything regarding firearms and ammunition. I want everyone to fully understand the depths that some folks have gone to make guns widely available and to minimize safety. 790.33 Florida statutes. I heartily recommend everyone read it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe there will be folks from the community that support common sense gun laws on our steps this evening at 6 o'clock. And so, we will be in a meeting doing the city's business, but, we encourage folks, if they have strong feelings about this, to join some of their neighbors and be in fellowship with this. Okay, Madam Clerk, anybody signed up? Okay, then we'll call for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Sacco. Aye. Commissioner Chestnut. Aye. Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Without objection, I will send a letter to our delegation as well as the governor's office that we took this action and give a copy of the resolution. Is there any objection? Okay, thank you. We have reached the Oh, I'm sorry, yes. The item that got pulled, which was the, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, number 1 on our,
CA 12 on page 13, you want to hear that now?
yeah, we have time.
Okay.
Yeah, the special meeting. Commissioner Chestnut?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, may I ask that, I think routinely when something is pulled from the consent, it usually goes to the afternoon or to the evening. Well, what I would request, because I think people want to address this issue, is if we could hear this issue, if you could tell us when you will hear it. It's either at the end of the afternoon meeting or if you're going to hear it tonight. But I think as a courtesy to citizens, if we could give them some idea.
Sure, yeah, we usually try to take them up when we have the availability on our agenda. If we wanted to do it at the end of our afternoon session, that'd be fine. I think we'll have time there as well. So without objection, we'll just do it at the end of the afternoon.
End of the afternoon, so people will know. Thank you.
Very good. So Madam Clerk, we'll just kind of remind ourselves of that. All right, so we have no further business before us before our lunch break. We will see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. And with that, we are in recess until 1. All right, welcome back, everybody. Going to call this meeting back to order. Again, this is our July 2nd, 2022. Sorry, June 2nd. I can't believe we're in June. I don't want to fast forward us to July. That is, I cannot believe we're in June. Anyway, we're going to call back to order. Madam Clerk, if you please give us our first item.
Sure thing. Our first item is early public comment.
Okay, do we have anybody signed up?
Yep, we have Mr. Gary Gordon, and then following him will be Tana Silva.
Great, Ms. Gordon, welcome. And are you speaking on one or more than one item, Mr. Gordon?
Just the one.
Okay.
The item that Commissioner Chestnut moved from this morning.
Wonderful, welcome.
But I wanted to take advantage of making a couple of general comments, if that's permissible, but they're essentially about the item. Anyway, full disclosure, I am now a candidate for mayor. So, my name is Gary Gordon, and I want to urge you to not schedule this on June 21st and to put it off. I know some of you are eager to get this done for a variety of reasons, but if you attended the workshops yesterday, which weren't exactly workshops, sort of quasi-workshops, then you know that there's still a lot of confusion and a lot of opposition to a lot of the different aspects. These are two huge ideas, the exclusionary zoning and the inclusionary zoning. Huge ideas. And when you've moved this whole project forward, you have always faced massive opposition. Gainesville Rise people flooded out to say, don't do it. And at each stage of the game, whether you've cut it into a smaller piece or not, people have turned out and said, mostly, don't do it. None of you ran on eliminating single-family zoning. So you're doing something that you never even said you were going to do. Now, part two, if I can get it in. One of the planners at the meeting yesterday was asked, is this reversible? And he said, everything is reversible, which isn't true. You can always upzone, you can't always downzone. So there's a lot of conversation about that. And then he said, well, some neighborhoods, there are plats, and the plats contain rules, and the rules have to do with setbacks and other things. So in some neighborhoods, they can't take away single-family zoning. So I said, is there a map that shows what neighborhoods these are so that people can know if their neighborhood is vulnerable or not to what you have in mind? He said no. If what he said is true about this, there ought to be a map so that people in the community know, is their neighborhood vulnerable to these changes or not? This map is essential. I don't know that you're going to get it done by June 21st. There's a lot of reasons to put this off, to have real workshops and a lot more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk? Welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much to Commissioner Chestnut for pulling this off the consent agenda where it didn't belong. I really appreciate her efforts to try to have the commission engage with the public and with your own plan board, with your SHIP board, and others who have been trying to get a real discussion going. That it's starting to have the appearance, not starting to, but it has the appearance of trying to not engage with the public. Think what you may of Ed Brady in 2014 and 2015, under his mayorship, the form-based code, big changes were brought forward, and the plan board spent the whole year of 2014 going piece by piece by piece through the various zoning regulations. They listened to people, they did site visits, and then the next year, 2015, it came before the full commission. And this was for 5% of the city, not the whole city. And in 2015, Ed Brady led wonderful town hall meetings. People felt empowered to really engage. The commission listened. They made changes, and that's the way to do this. It seems like you're just hiding from trying to have a real discussion. Why? You know, these are huge issues, and they entail the whole city. But most importantly, some of these items come directly from developers. And it is documented. I've saved a lot of documents to that effect, including one who says, you know, he owns a bunch of properties in our neighborhoods that will be the most affected by this, saying, well, we own these properties, we're waiting for entitlement, and keeps presenting items to the planning staff to bring forward as zoning changes. And some of those are in these comp plan amendments. The consultant seems to not have been able to answer pertinent questions last night, and the plan board chair has said this is consultant driven by a New York consultant, and they're being pushed to pass these amendments that are very consequential, and most of all consequential on our neighborhoods closest to downtown and the university that already have residential conservation zoning that has allowed ADUs and all kinds of housing types for decades, and duplexes and so forth. And this is what the university has said, that it wants to, you know, have the creative class live in these neighborhoods. The downtown
Thank you, Ms. Elder.
strategic plan also has some of these elements in it that
Thank you.
please take more time and pull
Thank
this item off the
Thank you,
agenda
Ms.
for
Elder.
July,
Thank you.
June 21st.
Thank you very much. Do you have anybody else sign up for early public comment?
Yes, we have Ricky Quintana, thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Ricky Quintana, and just a little bit about myself. I sent you an email recently about the Florida High School State Track and Field Championships that was held at the campus of the University of Florida, and gave you some numbers. I've spoken to Ms. Chestnut, and I commend her on bringing to the table the 8th and Waldo Sports Complex, and I've met with a couple of commissioners. I plan to meet with more. I just want to tell you I'm a proponent of that. I've been involved in sports all my life here. I'm a Gainesville resident, lifelong resident, PK Young graduate, University of Florida graduate. And one thing that impacted me was I was friends with, and my coach was Jimmy Carnes. And he had envisioned this being a sports tourism was before anybody else thought it would be. And I think Commissioner Chestnut has hit on something that can help our community, can help the East Side, and can help develop it. The number of people that could draw and attract from outside, and then also be a service to our community. My daughter swims on the Gator Swim Club. I have friends in the Mako Swim Club. I have friends on the water polo team. I have kids on the different types of sports. I teach at Howard Bishop Middle School, and these students that live on the east side have to travel out to Jonesville to play soccer. They have to travel to Alachua to play their tournament games and their games, soccer fields, the MLK Center, and those types of facilities that would be beneficial. And then speaking of track, we have several different track teams in the community, age group teams that participate. Just on the weekend of the Florida Relays, which is the largest meet in the state of Florida, 3,000 to 5,000 athletes, we had an age group meet out here at Cone Park. We also had another meet at Santa Fe High School. So those are meets that attract a lot of kids from outside of the county, outside of our area, and bring revenue to it and to our community. And then these facilities, Cone Park is heavily used. I have friends who coach in Ocala who travel from Ocala just to be able to run on a rubberized track. So it does get quite used there. It's a great use, so I commend her for offering that for the area. Then let's see, further on, I'd just like to see this happen. I'd like to see you all consider this to happen at 8th and Waldo. A few years ago, I came and spoke to you all about possibly doing something in Depot Park, a center there. So, and I got favorable comments from you all. So I hope you all will keep that momentum and consider this seriously as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk? Okay. Thank you all for being here for early public comment, sharing your thoughts with some items that are going to be on our agenda a little bit later. Up next, we have regular public comment. Okay. Anybody sign up for regular public comment? Okay. Then on to our next item.
Our next item is BD3, Infrastructure and Wild Spaces Public Places Surtax Update, with a recommendation that the Commission receive an update from staff and provide direction as appropriate.
All right, Madam Manager, you want to introduce this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you so much. Mr. Mayor, over the last 3 months or so, Mr. Mann has been working with staff and working with Ms. Yvette Carter to have neighborhood workshops, or meetings, actually, not workshops, to inform the public about this process and to start the development of a list for the Infrastructure, Wild Spaces, Public Places item to be placed on the ballot in November. And so with that, Mr. Mann will provide an update today on the list as it is progressing.
Okay, Mr. Mann, welcome. Glad you're here.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, it's a pleasure to be back here and update you on this. If I could get the presentation in the back brought up, perfect. With me today is Betsy Wade, who's our Director of Wild Spaces, Public Places. So if there's any projects on that side of the house you have any questions on. And additionally, we have former Mayor Peggy Hanrahan with us today, who's also here to answer any questions on the overall process. She works for the Trust for Public Lands, which is overseeing this process on behalf of the county. And so, or they're consulting with the county.
Thank you. We hope Mayor Hanrahan is not experiencing any PTSD or triggering moments. We're thrilled to have you back with us. And thank you for all your help on this up to this point.
And Mr. Mayor, no respect, she'll always be Madam Mayor to me. Infrastructure surtax, if you could go to the next slide. This is just a general update. The background, since we first presented this to you, general policy a few months ago, nothing has really changed. Everything is still the same. The county's made a couple of changes that I'll talk about on the oversight board. I'll talk about at the end of the presentation. The main thing I wanted to note on this slide is that the numbers that I'm going to give you on these different slides is just cost estimates. I mean, it'll vary with construction and everything. If we go to the next slide. One of the things that when we were putting this presentation together we thought was important was to show what good has been done with the existing Wild Spaces Public Places project. So this list here is a list of projects that the first column, and this is a select list, it's not a total list, this wasn't meant to be comprehensive. We just pulled them randomly out of the list. The first column is those that have been completed. The second column is the projects that are currently underway. And as we noted, the Clarence R. Kelly Center is within minutes of being done, and the Hogtongue Creek Headwaters building was scheduled to be opened this past Friday, but I think a storm canceled that event. And the third column is the future projects that the commission has approved the master plan, but I believe Ms. Waite will be bringing those projects to you individually on an annual basis like she has in the past. So, and if anybody wants additional information on those projects, current and future projects, you can go to our website and go to Wild Spaces Public Places, and it'll give you all the information on the background of those. Back, good, next slide. One of the things we were asked to do was get community input. We scheduled 3. We've held 2 of them. We had a meeting at the Dr. Martin Luther King Center, and we had a meeting at the Ray Massey Community Center. We were scheduled last Monday to have a meeting here in the auditorium with the various staff members that contracted COVID. We rescheduled that, and it is yet to be rescheduled. Next slide. Now, from this point forward, I talked about the Wild Spaces Public Places existing list. The projects that I'm going to talk about from this point forward are our new and proposed projects that staff will be presenting to the commission, and these come from a variety of sources. It comes from submission by city commissioners, submission by citizens, our neighbors at our public involvement, and those that have contacted us. It also comes from your community builders when we put a request to all the community builders for eligible projects that would qualify. So the first part of the project we were going to talk about is the pavement management plan. I don't think I need to go down and read every single road project to you. This is just a sampling of some of the projects that are in our pavement management plan that need to be done. You can see there's projects in every quadrant that need to be done. Many of our streets are in old, and the pavement condition index is getting low. Public Works Department, through support of the City Commission, has developed and funded a pavement management plan, but the funded plan doesn't keep up with the needs. Right now, our pavement management plan to just rehab the asphalt in that plan would be $54 million. That doesn't include the engineering that would be required. And the other caveat for that $54 million is that it does not include the additional amenities that the commission or through neighborhood meetings we would get. And the example that I would use is Northeast 9th Street. The commission and our neighbors have had numerous conversations about Northeast 9th Street. The number that was submitted with the pavement management plan for that would just be to repave it. But we've discussed bike lanes or protected bike lanes and a variety of things for Northeast 9th Street. It does not include any of those amenities. The pavement management plan is done scientifically based on the condition of the asphalt. Next slide, please.
Can we actually pause for a question, Mr.
Yeah.
Mann, Commissioner Ward?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mann. My understanding is that the proposed Wild Spaces Public Places additions do not include any new roads. That's accurate, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, it's only for fixing or improving existing streets.
Yes, the requirements of the surtax is we can only maintain existing roadways. It does not allow us to build any new roadways.
Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe when we're looking at the roads, we should look at what's going to have, like funding Vision Zero and funding pedestrian and bicycle safety and those kind of improvements. I mean, that's part of sometimes of a road, but that's where I think we should prioritize the funding, is funding on those things that will bring about the most kind of safety and allow more connectivity between our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, when we design roads, as I stated, the $54 million just to do the asphalt, but I think the Public Works Department has tried to emphasize to the commission, when we do redo a road, we do a complete streets project and we look at all the Vision Zero initiatives. We work with the Department of Transportation and Mobility to implement those items. And I'm also going to discuss a little bit about it here in a couple more slides. Next slide, please. On the infrastructure project list, back in, I think it was December, the commission received a presentation on the GFR master plan. And on that, we did some estimates to build out the entire master plan would be $113 million. I called out a specific project at the bottom, the Southwest Public Safety Center. That is something that we had already started working on prior to the county having discussions about the surtax. The commission has already allocated $1.5 million for that property, and Public Works, Police, and Fire are looking at properties right now. This Southwest Public Safety Center would house Fire Station 9. If any of you've talked to any of our firefighters, the existing Fire Station 9, which is the modular building at Butler Plaza, is in need of complete replacement. So this would completely replace that. It would also include a needed GPD substation in the Southwest. One of the things that when we started working on the infrastructure surtax, when we were looking at scheduling meetings around the community, one of the things that was lacking was any kind of a community center or city-owned conference room in the Southwest. So this building could potentially host or house a community room where GPD could have some briefings for that area, but also we could use it for public meetings in a part of town where we do not have anything. And then the final thing would be a Public Works / Department of Transportation, small area for material storage and equipment storage. Right now, all the work we're growing to the southwest mostly, and every time Public Works staff has to get additional equipment, they have to run all the way back to the intersection basically of Main and 39th. So this would help all of our services as we grow in that area. The other thing, and this will tie into a project I'm going to talk about in a few minutes. The other important aspect that I wanted to mention on this slide is Fire Station 3 and the Fire Training Center. We're talking about a transformational project at Northeast 8th Avenue and Waldo Road. Some of the dominoes that need to fall would be moving the training center and Fire Station 3 to provide us with additional land to complete that. So I think one of the nice things that's starting to fall together as the surtax passes is we have several different initiatives that we're being directed to do by the commission, and this starts allowing us to put the pieces of the puzzle together and move things around. Next slide. The Wild Spaces Public Places project list. These are several of the projects for the Wild Spaces portion that are coming up in the Recreational Parks Master Plan. The fourth bullet there talks about improving bikeway and trail connections. And one of the charter amendments that occurred this past year was to allow us to pave trails in certain creeks. And one of the things we could possibly do is put in an ADA accessible trail in somewhere like Loblolly Woods or any of our other parks. We recently did it. It's not in a wetlands, but at Sweetwater Branch Park, Wild Spaces Public Places, if you haven't been out there lately, recently upgraded the boardwalk, and we paved the first part of the trail to make it accessible for anybody to get to to be able to view the first cell. And what we had attempted to do was put down crushed concrete fines, and we would rework them and recompact them about every 6 months. That just was not meeting the needs of our folks who are either mobility challenged or using strollers or other things. So a potential project would be for that. Another potential project that we could have that I don't have on the list would be the Sweetwater Branch Trail that we've talked about, the greenway that would run along Sweetwater Branch, paralleling Northeast Boulevard, the Duck Pond, Thelma Bolton Center, and down into the Power District. And then the last thing I wanted to highlight on this slide is the Waldo Road and 8th project. I talked about it, how it ties into the infrastructure side, but also, as you can see, we already have a couple initiatives underway that could potentially be housed there. We've got the Cultural Arts Center, which there's a team already reviewing the proposals for the Cultural Arts Center. And the next presentation after me, you're going to hear from Ms. Gonzalez and talk about the Sportsplex RFP. So we have several things moving in parallel that I think are really good and ties this all together. Next slide, please. The funding allocations, and hopefully you can see the slide. I kept playing with the font to try to make it bigger because I'm blind. Over the 10 years of the project total, we would get $87 million estimated for infrastructure, and we would get $87 million for Wild Spaces Public Places, which is $8.7 million a year. The other thing I wanted to point out is the county has approved a one-time allocation for joint city-county projects. So the city of Gainesville will be allocated $3 million for infrastructure projects and $3 million for Wild Spaces Public Places projects. And They also allocated another $3 million that would be shared among all of the incorporated cities in the county. And in the existing Wild Spaces Public Places agreement, the city got $660,000 of that $3 million. And what has been proposed so far is just to continue those same allocations to each of the cities. We're already getting the $3 million. We'll get the $660,000, so we'll get $3.6 million out of that we can use for joint projects. Those monies will be divided up among all the other cities. I think La Crosse got like $120,000 on this agreement, so all the communities will benefit from that. What staff has talked about, and this goes back to Commissioner Hayes-Santos' point, one of the things we've talked about staff internally, when we'll have to bring these proposals before the commission, and they'll also have to be approved by the county commission, but one of the things we've talked about is the commission has talked to us about implementing Vision Zero initiatives on Northwest 16th Avenue, 16th Boulevard, and that could be a joint project because we could use some of our $3 million allocation for that on the county road, and it would be a jointly beneficial project. And there's several projects like that will, pending approval of the surtax, will bring forward for the city commission's consideration. But the difference between the second pot of the money and the first pot is that they're supposed to be beneficial jointly. And I've heard this commission say numerous times, city residents are also county residents, but so I think we've got something good going on there that we can move forward with.
Okay, if you please pause again, Mr. Mann, I've got a couple questions here. Commissioner Santos?
Mine for the end.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Chestnut? Okay. If you both press your lights. No, thank you. Go ahead. If you press your light again, Commissioner. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Mann.
I also put the 3 projects that are in the current agreement, the Wild Spaces Public Places, this Ms. Wade is either working on or has completed some of them, just to show you that we did do that for the original. If I could get the next slide. The only change has been to the oversight board. The Alachua County Board of County Commissioners made this change 2 weeks ago, and it's effective immediately. It's not pending the surtax. They added 2 more members to the existing oversight board. They wanted one of the members to be an accountant or an auditor, and they want the other accountant to be some sort of technical professional person, such as an engineer. They want the oversight board to have scheduled meetings quarterly and review all expenditures. They're going to appoint a staff liaison to the oversight board that will report back to the county commission. One of the things that I think is good, and I think I discussed this with a couple of you already, one of the things that's good is it'll allow for pre-expenditure review. We've had a couple of projects where the oversight board has questioned the expense, and on one occasion, the city has had to fund another Wild Spaces Public Places project. It was a joint Public Works Wild Spaces Public Places project. And so the oversight board ultimately did not approve our expenditures, so the Public Works Department funded a separate project to cover that. It'll allow us to ask those questions in advance and get approval and not be faced with that situation anymore. And the last thing, review all the surtax expenditures and that the changes be implemented immediately. They want that into effect right away. And the other one that is not an issue for us is to request an annual audit. And we audit our Wild Spaces Public Places already anyway, so that won't be an issue for us. It may be for some of the other municipalities.
And I pointed out there that they may request certify that there's an audit with no findings. We can't guarantee that there'll be an audit with no findings. Most audits do have findings. This is some minor, some major, but we can certainly produce an audit. We'll do our best that there be no findings.
We'll do our best to have no findings, but. And next slide. With that concludes my presentation. Ms. Wade, Ms. Hanrahan, and myself are available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mann, Ms. Wade, and Mayor Hanrahan. Appreciate all the work that's gone into this. We'll start with Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Some projects I'd like for us to consider. You mentioned the Sweetwater Branch Trail. Another one is finishing the Hogtown Creek Greenway. Our voters in 2018 allowed us to work on that again, and I think that we should look for funding that, and that would be a transformational project that would really connect the whole entire city. Another thing is putting in there that a park within 10 minutes, and I think especially in one area of the city is Southwest Gainesville, which has been left out. We have one active use park in all of Southwest Gainesville, over 25% of our population. The redistricting really did show how large a population in that area, and also how little we have as city services in that area. Two things to other consider is pools in Southwest Gainesville and Northwest Gainesville. I think those are two things that we should look as our city is growing in those areas of providing pools. It's far for some people to have to come all the way to eastern portion of our city, or even to west side as well. Another thing is looking at the expansion of Depot Park to the south. We're needing more and more, as these areas develop and more areas come, of athletic fields, volleyball, a skate park down there, basketball court, outdoor kind of a workout area, and looking at kind of old RTS site of how do we kind of expand that and allow more uses in Depot Park, because we're seeing thousands and thousands more people move into that area, and a need for more recreational, close to them and walkable. And it's also walkable to the main transfer station for the city as well. Another thing I'd like for us to consider is a permanent stage at Depot Park. The temporary one, I think, has shown that there is a need, and it's good, but it's also kind of ugly in a sense too, just having that trailer there and being able to actually put, not a massive stage, but something that's just kind of similar to what we kind of currently have there. And then, talked about it before, but yeah, the Vision Zero funding and bike paths and bike infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that the list Mr. Mann presented is very good, and that will certainly help us. I think that list of the approved projects and where we are. I had no idea that we had done so much. I think that's a lot, and that is based on how many years of funding?
It started in 2017.
I think that 2017, 2018. What'd you say, Pagine? Yeah. Well, I think that that's excellent, and we need to publicize that list as much as we can, because it's very impressive. And so at the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to place a motion on the floor.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for getting this back to us in such short order. It feels like only just a couple months ago we were pining to get this list in front of us. I'm very happy to see a lot of the fire stations included. I've had the opportunity to see the state of some of them, and I heard the situation with the substation as well, and that's untenable. That's not sustainable. So we do need to address that. One of the benefits of having served so long with some commissioners up here is there's projects we've been talking about that either haven't had the opportunity for funding, or we put into master plans and they just, they've been unnamed, untitled, and so now we can start to sort of get to some of these things. So I'd like to say that I'm in agreement with the finishing the Sweetwater Branch bike trail, the Greenway. I think we need a separate agenda discussion item for that, so we can allow the public to come and share more of their thoughts on it and have some details on that, and ultimately put that on this list. I would like to throw a couple of things that I think are important to me. The absence of a park in Southwest Gainesville is a huge priority, because I'm worried about us sort of adding more and more to this list and not addressing that issue. And there are definitely opportunities there. I've mentioned before potentially partnering with the school system, just as we did with Parker Elementary. So that would be a potential solution. Just to advocate for some of the more active sports users, I have noticed that disc golf has gotten really popular. And a lot of people whom I know who play, they're asking for another course here in Gainesville. They're very pleased with Northeast. And then, of course, there's one out in Jonesville, which is out in the county. So that could be a potential. One of the major bicycle pedestrian projects that I would like for us to discuss was actually brought to me by a citizen many years ago, and then he served as a city employee for the GRCA. The Infinity Line, which would connect all of Gainesville's pre-existing bike trails. And it actually would include the yet-to-be-finished Sweetwater Branch Trail. That's a larger discussion that I would like for the commission to be able to benefit from presentations and a deep dive. I mean, ultimately, something of that size is going to require a feasibility study. So, we have to get to that point to where we can even begin to talk about what a feasibility study looks like. So without objection, in the motion, I would like to include adding that item for discussion, and I can come prepared with presentations. And presentation was already given to the GCRA Advisory Board. I believe it was last year, so that should be accessible for staff members as well. But overall, very pleased. I think this is a great opportunity, not just to address a lot of priorities that our community has, but really to set a new standard for this particular sales tax, where in 10 years, citizens can look back, just as we're looking back now at the success, and say this should be a mainstay in the community for generations to come. So very, very pleased with the progress we've had so far. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am pretty impressed with the list. I just have a quick question. And Mr. Mann, either you or perhaps Madam Mayor Hanrahan might be able to field this. It really has more to do with kind of a staffing question. So I know we have a lot of restrictions with regards to how these monies can be spent. If I'm not mistaken, when the Aquin Jones Museum came online, the position there was funded out of the Wild Spaces Public Places surtax. And Betsy is shaking. I think I see a nod, but that's what I have been told at some point. Is that a yay or a nay?
That's right. You better come forward because people at home can't hear you over there. We can, but folks watching cannot.
So let's deal with the past first. What had it previously? I had always been told previously it was funded out of the surtax back in 2017 or when it was first implemented.
Ma'am, to the best of my knowledge, the only positions that are funded with Wild Spaces money in the current iteration of the program, so 2017 forward, is myself and 4 additional staff members. So does not include the Aquin Jones Museum staff.
Currently?
It does not currently include
Right,
that.
that's what I'm saying. I'm asking about previously. Now, okay, and the reason I'm asking is because since I used to work there, that was where I was a little familiar with the budget. And that was not, it was my understanding that that's where it was funded. But you just answered my question, which is that that position would not be funded out of this.
No, ma'am. It is not currently being funded. So Wild Spaces monies would have to be used to complete a new center.
Mhm.
So if we built a new community center in Southwest Gainesville or wherever, so a new entity could be funded with Wild Spaces.
And a staffing position could
positions.
be funded with this money?
So when we built Reserve Park and Unity Park, Reserve Park and Parker Park, those were new amenities to the city.
Mhm.
So we hired a maintenance worker out of Wild Spaces funds to support those specific Wild Spaces funded projects.
Gotcha.
So anything new you can fund for operating and maintenance costs,
Mhm.
but we can't replace staffing in an existing facility.
Overstood. I asked, and thank you very much for that, Ms. Wade. I asked that because there are 2 very exciting projects that are coming up that will require staffing. And I'm not, quite sure how we will work that out just yet, but it's good to know that the opportunity does exist for some of that staffing, not just the infrastructure or the buildings being built, but also that we can staff it potentially with some of this money as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I wanted to reference the Sweetwater Branch Greenway, the concept behind it. I was at a meeting of the Friends of the Sweetwater Branch Greenway, which I'm not sure they have an actual title yet, but they're putting together a group. I was with them last week, and they've got a broad cross-section of the community that is very interested in getting this done. People who live on the Greenway from the far north end to near the southern end, and they would very much like to come present to the commission in July, hopefully, whether it's a commission meeting or a GPC meeting. They have a brief presentation that is useful in understanding exactly what pieces would connect. Some of those already exist. Some of them are already on the list as we've seen it, and a few are brand new to the process. So I would love it if we could make that invitation to them at some point in July. So thank you.
All right, thanks all for your thoughts and your input. First thing I want to mention is, I'm going to start broad and kind of get more focused, which will be a welcome change for most of you as you listen to me talk. What we are doing now, and really what we're doing as we move forward and submit something for our neighbors to ultimately vote for or against, is showing folks what might be possible if this were to pass. We are creating a list within the realm of what conservatively we expect to collect in tax revenue. We always want to be conservative and be surprised if more comes in than we predicted. That's better than planning the other way around, right? And that's just typical, how we do things with government, standard operating procedure. The last time we did this, we made sure to put what I would characterize as significantly more projects on the list than we expected we would get funding for. Because the last thing you want to have happen is run out of eligible projects before you run out of money. I mean, and so, we should be ambitious and inclusive as we sort of think about what we would use this money for. At the same time, being realistic with our neighbors that just because it's on this list doesn't mean it necessarily will get done. And we will not be the ones that decide that. That will be future commissions. And, most of us have been in those very difficult meetings periodically. It seems usually Betsy comes before us a couple times a year with, hey, we've got some huge priorities and we can't do them all. Or maybe we can, but then we run out of money. So, we've had discussions about Thelma Bolton, about whether we should buy the old Masonic Lodge and make that a city facility. What are some other, there's one other big project we had the fire station. What do we do? Because they're all expensive. They all have great potential, but we can't do everything. And so, for us, we should dream big and put things on this list that we know would add value to our community, and just understand that, I will say, when this is approved and the money starts coming in, then those commissions will need to, make some hard decisions about what do we do, how do we prioritize them, what comes first. Even do we want to bond some money out to do bigger projects sooner, and with the trade-off of not being able to have that money later on, and those are all tough. So with that said, I think things like the Hogtown Creek Greenway, the Sweetwater Greenway, will have significant support, will connect our community in ways they are not currently. I think definitely putting in a placeholder for any neighborhood park that achieves our 10-minute walk goal. Because that really gives us the flexibility we need, regardless of where it is. We know there's great need in Southwest, but there's also little pockets all over the city that we might think are well served, but they're actually not. I think we put in something like Depot Park improvements. So when opportunities come along, they can. Active recreation. We look at disc golf as a thing, and I've certainly had good conversations with those advocates. Pickleball, is a thing. They have a very engaged and active advocacy group that wants a lot more pickleball facilities. There's a very active and engaged advocacy group for off-road bicycling facilities. All of those should be eligible, but there's just a lot of work that needs done to figure out, what do we have the capacity for? Where can they best serve the community? How do we, and this is going to have to be at the center of how these decisions are made and especially prioritized. How does equity fit into this, and how do we make sure that what we're funding closes equity gaps and erases disparities? And that's going to be a tough conversation, because at some point you're going to have to tell one advocacy group that while they have an important and valued project, something else is going to happen instead right now, because it helps us close our disparity gaps. So we need, as a staff, and I know that Mr. Folston is listening to us right now, we need to come up with a mechanism to analyze every project through that lens as well, that's objective and gives the public and commission a sort of realistic understanding of each project and how to achieve those equity goals. And then finally, with the road projects, I know we have a baseline Vision Zero policy. The only chance we have to make meaningful improvements in our mobility network is that when we invest significant money in our mobility infrastructure, it is automatic that we include Vision Zero principles. If we do a road and ignore those, it's going to be at least a generation before it gets addressed again, and you're just missing an entire opportunity there. And so, I think that needs to be a core principle of all of our mobility improvements on that infrastructure side. That, I know, Mr. Mann, you referred to we would do complete streets. There just needs to be a commitment, and I think our voters need to hear that if they're voting for this, that when a road project, and I think that minimizes what we're actually doing, but when we do that, it will be in accordance with Vision Zero principles, and it will prioritize keeping people safe and reducing deaths and serious injuries on our road. And I think that will garner its significant support. Put everything you heard on the list. There's no harm in that. But also recognize this list, when it comes out, is not in priority order, and it just means it's eligible, and then future commissions will come and sort of look where we are, look for opportunities, and ultimately decide how that project list advances. Was it Commissioner Ariola? Was it you? Okay, I forgot who asked to make the motion. I knew it was somebody. Go ahead, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, in my motion, I would certainly like to see listed the comments that the mayor made regarding equity, so that we don't forget that, and that Mr. Folsom can start working on that component now. The operation and maintenance that Commissioner Duncan Walker talked about, because that needs to definitely be a component. The Southwest gains. Southwest community is just growing, and I think that what Commissioner Hayes Santos mentioned regarding the park pool, keeping that in mind, and the Greenway and the Greenway special meeting is what you're asking for. Is that correct?
Yes, and agenda discussion for the bicycle pedestrian.
Bicycle pedestrian, okay. All right, so my motion is to direct staff to continue working on the infrastructure in wild spaces, public places, surtaxed, and provide timely updates to the commission, taking the comments made by Commissioners Duncan Walker, Hayes Santos, and Ariola, and the mayor in mind as we proceed.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Really, and without objection, I think that the motion encompasses this, but really, just take the comments into account. It's really, this isn't meant to exclude anything, but really just be inclusive and make sure that we have the opportunities there. Right, yeah, absolutely. And then, I think the operation and maintenance is embedded in the language for the tax, that what is and is not eligible for that. So we're good there, I think, I know. We can have some of these future discussions about longer term. I think we can schedule an item for GPC at some point in the next quarter for a broad discussion of connecting, our greenways and sort of mobility network that's off-road, so that would be, Sweetwater, Hogtown Creek, Infinity Line, and just, invite folks to come that are both advocates and also want to learn what that means for our community. So we'll work on that with the clerk. And that's, when we get in our next administrative discussion at GPC, I think just, scheduling that for one of those meetings would be perfect. Back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd rather have it at a GPC or a city commission meeting instead of a special meeting, or another whole meeting. And then I guess, would this kind of come back to us in July? Is that kind of next time? I kind of bringing out the list, like an accelerated list, or when's the
Was
next
this
time?
planning on coming back to us, or would you just put out a sort of a revised list based on the input you've heard today?
Mr. Mayor, I think we just put out a new list based on what we've heard today. I don't think there's a required time that we have to have a list back to the county, excuse me. And so it really is driven by this commission. So we'll do an update if we need to in July or August, based on the discussions today.
Yeah, I think it's bringing back the list in July and August, see kind of where we are, what the feedback is, and then.
That's fine.
That gives enough time to have a list before. Okay, perfect. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good, okay, so we're good, absolutely. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like your suggestion. I was also thinking general policy or regular city commission meeting. I think it could be a really good idea to schedule those items on the same day at the same meeting, just to sort of keep a theme of the day, but to allow each project to sort of have its own sort of 15 minutes in the light, just so people can be clear about each individual project, because I still maintain and believe that a lot of people are going to make their decision whether to vote for this or not based on whether they like or don't like an individual project that's been listed. So anyway, thank you for making the motion, Commissioner.
All right, so again, thanks for staff and Mayor Hanrahan for your guidance on this, and I want to thank the county as well for doing the work and the required steps to get this on the ballot to allow our neighbors to decide whether or not this is something that has value to them. And so, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this? No? Okay, then we will move to a vote. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, thanks all. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD4, 8th and Waldo Sports Complex Scope of Service, Feasibility and Pro Forma Study, with a recommendation that the commission hear a presentation on the 8th and Waldo Scope of Services for Pro Forma and a feasibility study on the sports complex, and provide direction to the city manager on whether to proceed with the RFP process or not.
All right,
Yes.
Madam Manager.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The last time this item was discussed, the commission requested that it actually go back to GPC for the discussion of the scope. The scope has been developed. Ms. Roxy Gonzalez from Park Recreation Cultural Affairs is here to talk about the scope as we move into hopefully a process to put an RFP out, but based on any revisions, comments that come out of the conversation amongst the commission today.
Great, Ms. Gonzalez, welcome. Glad you're with us.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Roxy Gonzalez, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs. So, at last meeting, we were asked to go in and give a more detailed perspective of what the scope of service would look like in order to do a feasibility assessment as well as a pro forma assessment. So I went back and did that. So if I can get my presentation up to follow along. Okay, so within this presentation, I kind of took out stuff that was within the backup material for the scope of service that everybody has up there. And then I'm going to break it through and then kind of give a little more detail of what is expected through the process. So we can get the next slide, please. So the first one is the City of Gainesville is interested in exploring the opportunity and invest in an additional rectangular sports facility and/or field house, expansion of the MLK Recreation Center, and stadium upgrade, all within the 36 acres that's out there. Included in this PowerPoint here are the minimum details of the scope of service to provide for a pro forma and feasibility study to be completed for consideration of the sports facility in the City of Gainesville. Next slide, please. So what are we requesting? What information are we requesting from the firm? We're requesting that they provide a response for the minimum listed expectations, which I'll go through. The firm's best recommendation for utilization of the area. For the firm to consider upon the recommendation to include consideration of an inclusive and adaptive sports. So what is inclusive and adaptive sports? It is to provide individuals with and without intellectual disabilities opportunities to meaningfully participate in fitness activities alongside one another in a variety of settings. So for example, using adaptive equipment for mobility such as wheelchairs. So the possible types of adaptive sports within this whole process is we can do wheelchair basketball, wheelchair rugby, badminton, pickleball, archery, goalball, indoor soccer, table tennis, and so much more. Next slide, please. So the first part of the detail of the scope of service is the expansion of the MLK facility. The current building is 19,000 square feet. Excuse me on that one. 19,000 square feet. That's when you glance down and you miss the rest of the zeros. Yeah, so 19,000 square feet. So we're asking for the building to be 60,000 square feet minimum space, floor space. The ceiling height should be a minimum of 30 to 35 feet of clear space. Currently, there's 2 full-size basketball courts that you break into 4 half courts. We're asking for 4 full-size indoor basketball courts. Full-size synthetic indoor retractable soccer field. That can be retractable flooring, retractable of any kind that can include soccer and all the adaptive sports. An upgrade to this current stage or a temporary stage. We're also asking for a second floor to be expanded into the MLK Center, and with that second floor have a mezzanine or a perimeter track that would be either a viewing area or a reception area as well, not just the track itself. So if there's private rentals that are going on there, if there's a concert, if there's performances, if there's expos, you'll also have that as a viewing area as well, so it's multi-use. And then we're requesting that within that second floor is moving the fitness center from the first floor to the second floor, so you can expand the fitness center in size, and you can also include locker rooms, showers, and additional fitness class rooms. So additional rooms that you can do fitness classes in, whether it's cycling, Pilates, yoga, dance, any of that. We're also requesting that they look into seeing if we can do a first aid station for events, so that if there's athletic sports, if there's dance, if there's cheer of any kind, we'll have an athletic trainer facility there as well to be able to facilitate that. And that station can also be expanded out to the outdoor sports as well. We're also asking for an outdoor hallway extension that gives pool access, so that can get included into the fitness center process. We can include pool access as that as well, so you can expand on the availability of memberships for the community. For those that utilize the fitness center and get fitness memberships can now include the pool access. And then lastly is to renovate the existing pool. Just typical better upgrades that are needed, which are upgrading the locker rooms, enhancement of the pool deck, better offices, and then upgrade of the equipment and the pool liner and so forth. Do you have any questions regarding the MLK expansion?
There are some, so let's go ahead and pause and we'll see if that covers them or if it's for some more. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I do have one question, and it's from the previous slide.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the requested information from a firm, and maybe it's how I'm reading it, and I'm confused. The firm is to gather community feedback.
Yes.
So is that, and use that feedback in their proposal?
Correct, so it's through the feasibility assessment, they need to, not with their RFP proposal, but when the group is selected, through their proposal, they need to explain how they're going to gather the community feedback.
So the feedback is once they've been selected, I thought we were asking people like, go do a lot of community workshops. We won't pick you yet.
Through the RFP process, they would go and explain how they're going to do that, and then for the official assessment, that needs to be included.
Okay, thank you. I think my only comment on the MLK one is I really love the mezzanine track idea. I think that's where I learned to run properly. It was a mezzanine track because it's entertaining. You can look below and have something other than forever in front of you. I was wondering, do we have any plans to rubberize any of those tracks?
So that would all go through that feasibility assessment, right? So they need to give us a variety of different options to determine how much it would cost and what we're able to do or not do up there.
So they would supply like a sampling of like options, and then I guess you as staff would pick, or us?
Yeah, so the company that would be selected through the RFP process would then do that whole assessment. In that assessment, they would bring back a final assessment saying what is possible and how much it would cost, as well as how much impact it would bring in, whether economic or how much revenue it brings in on a daily, or what the benefit for the community is. At that point, when that comes back, then we bring that back in front of commission, and we kind of go from there.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. My question's on the next slide. The 60,000 square feet, is that 60,000 extra or 60,000 including the 19,000?
Including the 19. So
Okay.
60,000 total as a minimum.
Okay.
So these are the minimum expectations. If the assessment comes back that there is possibility for bigger, then we evaluate it.
Okay, and then, so the stage though would be looked at to be able to have concerts and things in there as well with the stage, or?
So yes, so you can either have performances, concerts, whatever within there as well, pending on the seating and what comes back from the assessment. Because as we go further along, if you look at the upgrade to the stadium, then that's where we would consider bigger concerts, performances.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to reserve my comments to the end and make a motion at the end.
Okay, very good. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I'll come back to you then. Mr. Gonzalez, please continue.
Continue?
Please do.
Okay, perfect. Next slide, please. So I know this is really small. Sorry. So the next one is I'll go over each individual one. So the next one is the detailed scope of service for the outdoor field sports complex. Currently out at Citizens Park, not Citizens Field Stadium, but Citizens Park. Currently out there, we can possibly safely get maybe 4 soccer fields, pending on the type of soccer. So if it's younger age, we can get guaranteed 4. If it's an older age, they're bigger size fields, so we kind of have to limit that. We're asking for 6 multi-rectangular fields, all at high school level type fields, so that we can have multiple sports within that. It would be a multi-use field, which is why they're classified as just rectangular fields. So you can host rugby, lacrosse, ultimate frisbee, Quidditch, all types of different tournaments out there, and practices and so forth. We're also requesting a minimum of LED lights, the option of synthetic and Bermuda turf fields, or a combination to bring back both. Maintenance-wise, it's teeter-totter on either one too, right? So the feasibility assessment will kind of give us that outlook of what would best benefit the city overall. Restroom facilities, which is needed out there as well. Improvements of drainage system, ample parking to meet 1,000 parking spots. But currently out there, just for citizens, but not including the what we call parking in between the stadium and the firehouse, but just the current parking that's out there, it's approximately between 30 to 50 spots. So we would need to increase that to about 1,000. And then with that, having approximately 3 to 4 RV parkings for daytime use only. For those tournament games where families come in, if they travel in, they kind of meet up at the RVs and gather in between games and so forth. We're also asking for a maintenance shop, a centralized pavilion area that's covered for registration purposes as well as rentals during the year, for the community use as well, for outdoor rentals. We're asking for an upgrade and maybe even a replacement, moving the playground that's currently there into a better location, a better spot with a bigger playground. We're asking for paved fitness trail around the facility, outdoor fitness equipment, scoreboards, storage facility, a PA system for the entire complex, and a streaming technology on all fields, so that in doing the streaming technology on all fields, you can use apps that you give to the tournament host or event host that's running those games out there of any kind, and they can kind of keep the scoreboard. You give them a code, and they keep the scoreboard on their cell phones or whatnot through an app, and it minimizes staffing and the overturn. So any questions on Citizens Park Fields?
Yeah, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one comment on the parking spaces and looking at, 1,000 surface parking spaces takes up a lot of room. And there's drainage for all that, and it makes it eat up a huge portion of the park. And I think one of the things we should consider is structured parking if we're going to have that much surface parking. Because I don't know, us creating a massive parking lot, I don't think is what our city wants, and I don't think we deserve a city to have just massive parking lots like that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we need to use as little land as possible for parking. So I think we can also ask the firm who ends up doing this work about shuttle service, like how we could use remote parking and circulate people in. So there's other options, because structured parking can be expensive, but using up a big chunk of property out there for just a surface parking lot that for the most part would go unused unless there's a big event.
Yeah, and I agree, Mr. Mayor. I agree 100%, but I think that's the process. Like, that's the whole process of feasibility, is to have them come back and say whether it's possible, whether it's not, with the amount of land and acreage that's out there. It's part of the discussions to do it. Giving that minimum gives them the idea of knowing that we are in need of parking. If we are to do a sports complex out there, parking is a must. Otherwise, that will affect the traffic majorly throughout 8th and Waldo.
Sure. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Roxy, would like to ask you about the streaming technology portion. That caught my eye because I have wanted to do events at the MLK Center, but opted not to do it because we did not have the capability to broadcast from there, making our things accessible to, more of our neighbors. So I would like, if at all possible, for us to consider adding broadcast capability as well, because if we're going to be doing different events or making this kind of a multi-use space, is that included in the streaming technology portion? Was that our frame of thinking there?
Yes.
Good.
So basically, when I went through the scope of service process, one of the thought process I went through is through my previous experience. Being able to manage and facilitate a brand new sports complex over for Seminole County called Boomba Soldiers Creek Sports Complex. One of the things we ended up upgrading as we went through is that streaming process. Because we had colleges, intramural sports through universities that wanted to come out and play in our fields, but they wanted to live stream it for those that aren't traveling. So we had to upgrade that. So I included that into the process. That's why it's a streaming process. Because if we do host tournaments that bring in a lot of people from out of the state, then on weekends, then we need to be able to facilitate those that can't travel, so that you want to bring in more and more teams so that they can stream it to their family members back home.
Thank you. Yeah. Would that include also people being able to watch, say, on our channel? I'm trying to, what it is for me is I'm just thinking about multi-use of the space. And of course, the streaming is incredibly important for the sports piece. But if we're going to use the space in other ways, like, say, the conversations have come up a lot about doing town halls in that space, and we're not able to make them accessible to all of our neighbors because this is one of the only spaces where we can broadcast through Channel 12. So is that something that you had included in this? Or?
I'm sure, yeah. So, I mean, I thought of the community events within MLK in itself, and including the streaming access, because it would just be out on the fields right behind it. Yeah, so all that, it's been part of the thought process. So once the feasibility assessment report comes back, then we can fine tune it as to what type of streaming and things
And
of
broadcast.
such. Yeah,
Wonderful.
and
Thank you so much.
broadcasting and all that, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Please continue, Ms.
Okay,
Gonzalez.
next slide, please. Okay, so the next slide is the upgrade renovations of the stadium, Citizens Field. Currently, the capacity there is 6,000, but according to fire safety, they can only do a max of 4,000, and there's still some parts that are under construction, so it ranges between 2,000 to 4,000 are the numbers that I got. We're looking at increasing the seating to approximately 8,000 to 10,000. That's standard seating for majority of stadiums and city-run stadiums. For example, Seminole County has a stadium out there that's about 8,000 to 9,000 and so forth. So we asked for the minimum capacity of 8,000 to 10,000. Creating a high school-sized track around the existing field that's there, with all track and field amenities. So it's not just the track itself, but you'll have long jump, pole vault, those sections around it as well. Asking for the field to be an official high school-sized football field at the minimum. We're also going to ask whether they have, how it would look, whether it's synthetic turf or Bermuda turf. The maintenance gate, we're asking for a maintenance gate to enable maintenance equipment transit in and out of the stadium. So that will include that the grounds of the stadium itself would need to sustain the weight of a mobile stage or a stage itself, right? So that goes into where the concerts can come to play and the events and all that can be within that stadium as well. We're asking for there to be 2 locker rooms on each side. We're not saying boys or girls or whatnot. It's just 2 locker rooms on each side to facilitate the type of sports that happen. We're asking for a press box, ticket booths on each side of the stadium, a meeting room, fully equipped concession stand, a PA system, and streaming technology with Wi-Fi access for the host. Any questions on that?
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the things that I think is really important is that the firm, whomever that is, include specifically for this portion discussions with the school board. We don't have a football team; they have a bunch. So we need to make sure that we don't just tell them, "Here's what we're going to do," and let them respond to that. I would like them to be involved in the process from the beginning. And I know from conversations specifically they would appreciate that. So just want to make sure that gets said and baked into the idea. Thank you.
Yes, guaranteed. So that's one of the main reasons we went through the high school official sizes, to be able to host not just the current football games that are out there and work with the school board with that, but also to look into possibly hosting their states and any other big tournaments that come with it.
Great. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of the aspects of the project that I'm most excited about. Citizens Field is very much revered in the community because sort of as you grow up, you get to experience at least one game or one event or another that's meaningful to you, that you have memories of. So it's really overdue for a renovation. I like the listing of the technology. I sort of want to advocate for one particular piece of technology which has recently changed the laws of the game of soccer. Video assistant referee to basically determine whether the ball actually crossed the goal. This could have changed World Cup champions from the 60s. Very high debate. But anyway, I don't actually know how expensive that system is. I'm sure it is. But I would like for us to explore the possibility of adding that, because that could make us eligible to host major matches for collegiate sports or for others, because it was used, I believe, in the last World Cup, and it's here to stay.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is something that was considered through the process, which is why I included the streaming and Wi-Fi. And then again, we're bound to a lot of the NCAA regulations. So some NCAA, I believe it's Division III, don't allow video feedback, and high schools don't either, I believe. But it depends if that changes or if it has changed since I've been a part of it. Then we have the capability of transitioning to that.
I mean, if the refs would just get it right the
Yeah.
first time. Don't get me going. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Roxy, please excuse me if it's just an oversight on my part and it's included in either the PA system or the streaming technology. But a Jumbotron or a scoreboard, is that included in this? No. It's not included in that? Yes,
Scoreboards are. A scoreboard is in the scope of service, but it would have been repetitive bringing it up again if we're going to have it in the other fields as well. But a stadium will have scoreboards. Jumbotron did not consider. Now one of the scoreboards I would like the feasibility to come back with would be a digital scoreboard, because that's where the sponsorships and advertisement comes to play, and it pays itself off that way. So, but that's all part of the process.
Okay.
Yeah, but Jumbotron, didn't know. I don't think we have that in any of our funds. I did not consider that. But if it comes back and feasibility says, hey, Jumbotron fits great here, then we'll discuss that. Yeah.
Well, definitely scoreboard or whatever.
Yeah, scoreboards will be there.
I have to say that this, the renovation of Citizens Field is exciting for a number of reasons. The renovation of this entire complex is exciting for a number of reasons. Having lived in that area for a number of years, lived by some of the athletes that literally made history in that space, and currently living near a lot of the children who are very excited about the possibility of being able to continue to, they're looking forward to going to high school so that they can play on Citizens Field, et cetera. And the opportunity or the idea that we would be able to do something that they can look forward to, where they too can make history, is phenomenal. I've had the chance to speak with a number of folks in the community who are older, who are excited about being able to come and make use of the pool and some more upgraded facilities there. So thank you in advance. And I'm looking forward to us really kind of taking a sky's the limit approach and letting the consultant come back and tell us actually what is feasible. And if I can get my Jumbotron, I'd love my Jumbotron. But the truth of the matter is, at the end of the day, I think that this is one of the areas of this city that we've all stated has long been in need of some attention, and this type of rehabilitation to an existing landmark and trusted and beloved space, I think is worthwhile and meaningful, and I'm looking forward to it. So thank you for your work thus far, Roxy.
Thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question on how, so we have these minimum expectations, but like, for example, the track. Looking at the map, I don't know how we get that to fit in the footage where that is. How does, so I mean, are they going to, feasibility, there's just no room for this, but they'll continue on the other portions? They're not
Yes.
like, not force it in there if it's not going to.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. They won't force so the reason we established the minimums is because we want them to look to see if and how. So they're going to do all their due diligence to try to make it fit and give us options if it does. We may not like it, and we may say, yeah, no, this just won't work, continue with the rest.
Okay.
But it gives us that opportunity, and if we go too low on the minimum, then we're really getting too broad of an assessment.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the things I learned in conversation with school board staff and members was that Jumbotron is actually potentially very possible, because there are companies out there that don't make you pay for the Jumbotron. They have existing regional and national marketing agreements, and they'll build it for you and handle the marketing, because they're going to make money off of it, and you get a Jumbotron. So that is absolutely possible. And as someone who enjoyed playing at Citizens Field, but absolutely did not make history there, I am super excited about us doing this. but and the Jumbotron, but I must say that I'm excited about everything we're talking about. Let's make sure we keep the neighborhoods that surround it in mind. People use this every day for just a personal opportunity to get out in the fields and enjoy it, whether it's walking their dog or going out and tossing the ball around a little bit. Let's make sure that we keep all those folks in mind. Because if we don't, we're going to have a real problem. They deserve it, and we need to respect that. Again, bake that into the process as we move forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really quickly, I just wanted to piggyback off of that. Thank you very much for making that statement. That is always something that's very near and dear to my heart. And when we first started having this conversation was one of the first things that I stated. We're talking about an amazing thing that's going to draw a lot of people. I don't know what structured parking is. And if
Parking garage.
Oh, it's just, so I thought we said we didn't want a parking garage. Yeah, okay. So I'm curious, thank you. I am curious to see how the consultant will meaningfully and considerately address the parking concerns, because we're doing something great, we're doing something meaningful, we're doing something that's going to draw people possibly from a lot of other places, possibly regionally. I right now have a friend who brings his son from Tallahassee to some of the meets at the pool. So I can imagine that this will, allow our ability to have meets to grow exponentially, but how we are considerate of our neighbors in the existing communities is of great concern. So thank you in advance, Roxy, for helping the consultant or whoever comes on board to understand that that is a concern and a priority. Because I don't think at the end of this that we want to be faced with neighbors who aren't able to enjoy this like we intend for them to. So, thank you.
All right, thank you all. And back to you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Okay, next slide, please. So, what are we asking in the feasibility study? We're asking for to clearly identify the feasibility for the city to consider the development. So we're asking for a summary and overview, facility description, the features, the target market, SWOT analysis, typical activities, the hotel infrastructure, traffic, and operations, right? So we want them to establish what can be done in the given space to meet the minimum requirements or expectations, to establish the cost for development, to establish the cost for ongoing operations. We want revenue projections, both through operations and economic impact. We want them to review the existing hotel's availability and the growth in the surrounding area of the complex. And lastly, also to do an evaluation on the traffic impact of the surrounding areas. Okay, next slide, please. And then what are we asking for the pro forma? And this is all just a summary of what's in the scope in the backup. Event plan, which should include a 1 to 5 year plan of realistic sampling of event opportunities to include types of events, anticipated participation, room nights generated, as well as total economic impact type events. An estimated operating financials, so a 5-year expected expenditure and revenue breakdown, the cost breakdown of annual expenditures to include personnel, operating capital, and miscellaneous costs. We're asking them to identify the type of personnel, staffing, and contracted services that would require to upkeep this facility and have it going. The expected organizational chart structure needs to have the full-time staff, part-time staff, if there needs to be seasonal and/or event staff, as well as contractual services. We're also we're asking that they have alternative funding sources beyond user and rental fees, considering potential grants, sponsorships, and partnership opportunities locally, regionally, and nationally. And then we're also including in there some naming opportunities through the sponsorships or in-kind services. Next slide, please. So ultimately, we're recommending that we're bringing this in front of the commission here to recommend that we proceed with the RFP process. To give an overview of the RFP process, if approved today, we would move forward, and it should be out by the end of next week, out to the public, and then it should take 30 to 45 days to receive responses. Is the best way for us to get the proper responses is to give the businesses 30 to 45 days. And then once we receive that, then we will bring that back in front of commission. And then lastly, I would like to state that I know one of the big questions is that is this in competition with Celebration Point? And the reality is that this sports complex is not just a sports complex that can bring in economic impact. The way we did the scope of services, we took under consideration the community. We have it where the community is able to practice out there on better quality fields that they, other than what they currently have out there. We can host more events for the community as well. Enhancing MLK and doing the renovations for the MLK Center is not to bring in the tournaments in competition with Celebration Point. It's to give the community and the city residents an opportunity to utilize the city property and equipment that's out there. We're not looking at exponential costs to not allow people to use it. We're looking at continuing the services that we currently do with better facilities and enhancing the type of services we do. That's it.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Gonzalez. I think there's a couple other questions or comments, and then we'll go back to Commissioner Chestnut for a motion. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. So how are we, the fire station is there in terms of incorporating that into the site plan? How's that being addressed as in this RFP? Because I didn't see it mentioned in the RFP, or maybe I missed it. But
So it's not, I'm gonna let Phil Mann come up with that one because he's the infrastructure guy. I believe there's, Phil? I believe that there is conversations with expansion of the GCRE property to be able to determine some of that, but I'm gonna let him talk about it.
Mr. Mayor, Phil Mann, City Manager's Office. As I stated in my presentation, we're looking at moving Fire Station 3 and the fire training grounds. There's other dominoes at play. I think one of the things that's important to note is that there's several pieces in motion right now. If the infrastructure surtax passes, it'll make it a lot more viable for us to do all of these things simultaneously, including the 8th and Waldo Sportsplex. So our plan is to move the fire station.
okay, so it wouldn't be part. Okay. A few other things I'd like for us to consider is updating the skate park and making it kind of a larger and just having more different things there. And I think portions of our just updating the skate park. I think would be something good to put into the feasibility and making a real kind of regional skate park, a showcase for the city. I also think one of the things to consider is the feasibility of putting commercial and residential along the edges of the property and just having more uses going on during the time. So, I mean, just the stadium by itself can be empty 95% of the time. So how do we make sure that there's a lot of people and action going on? Another one is, I think, if looking at an ice rink, if it was privately built and run, we have people who are interested in doing that and seeing. I mean, I think Duncan Walker said it well. We should think big, and maybe it doesn't work, but I think it should be looked at in the feasibility and could it work, and how would it complement the project? And then, lastly, I guess, are we? So in the RFP, what we're kind of telling me is like MLK Center and the pool are really the only facilities that are like have to stay, and everything else can be moved around and done. Is that kind of how are we giving any kind of set things on that, or?
So we're going on 36 acres, which includes that whole area with fire station and all that.
Okay.
So that's the 36 acres total. So
Okay.
we're going off of that, and we wanted to keep the integrity of MLK.
Mm-hmm.
So to expand up and out.
Okay.
So that would take up some land that way, because we're also within the scope of service. There's also the senior wing, senior center wing, and so that would all be expanded. And then the pool is pretty much a hallway with the renovation of it, but everything else would be where you include the fields and everything.
And open to
Yeah.
demolish and redo or things like
Yeah.
that? Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sucko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I thought of one thing that was a huge point, I guess thorn is the better word, the first time we talked about this, and it's traffic. So let me go back. I love this. I think this is gonna be great if we stick to like this kind of scope of like, this is the bubble you should be operating in. I love it. Traffic is a thing though. And I think if you're trying to bring in 1,000 cars anywhere, it's like whatever it is starts at 1 o'clock. There's a small window of when people try to arrive. And 1,000 cars trying to enter any facility. Waldo is a large road, yes. Not everyone's gonna come from Waldo. There are a lot of smaller residential roads. Is there anywhere in the scope that says like traffic mitigation or question or like?
Yeah, so they're supposed to do a traffic assessment.
Okay. Is that also going to include, the assessment going to include things like, do you add multiple entrances to this complex? Do you redirect roads and make them one way? I know I'm scaring people by saying that, but.
Right, so the feasibility assessment will all include all that. So if you're looking at parking, they need to have an entrance and exit either way. And then if the parking also considers the traffic. So that's a small element of that, but we're specifically asking within the scope of service to do a traffic assessment within that. That's going to determine if they don't have enough entrances or exits. If you build this, you need to have this, this, and this in order to have the traffic flow better. So that it all goes part of that process.
It's included.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. This has so much potential, and I think there's a lot of just question marks out right there right now. So I see the real value in this is helping us better understand what is and is not possible or really feasible, and then aligning that to the potential budget we have. Because that's the great limiting factor. It's not our imagination or our identified need. It's what do we really have to make these things happen, and then how do we prioritize those things. So we don't really know that until this comes back and gives us a little bit more focused look on all of these options, and I'm excited to see that back. So what's the expected timeline? Right now we're going to choose.
So by the end of next week, we'll put it out to the public for the RFP process for companies that are interested in doing the feasibility and pro forma assessment. And then that's going to be out to the public between 30 to 45 days. Then we receive that, we gather the team, and then we go through the whole RFP process.
Right, and then we'll choose somebody, and then how long do you?
Oh, I don't know. I have to. We'd have to.
Madam Manager?
Probably September will be on an agenda because we're in June.
They'll have their work done by September?
We will have an evaluation recommendation back to the
Yeah,
commission.
okay.
to select.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, I want everyone to kind of know, when it's gonna,
Yes, to hire a firm.
yeah. And the firm will do their work over the next 6 months or so? Yeah, okay. So, we'll get you a firm before I leave.
Thank you,
After
thank
that-
you, thank
After that,
you.
it's
We've got a
up
nice
to y'all
one before
to
you
see
leave.
what they come back with. Okay, Commissioner Chestnut, why don't you put a motion on the floor, and then we'll listen to what folks from the public have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make some general comments before I put the motion on the floor. I think that in addition to speaking with the school board, we should also, I'm sure staff is going to speak with the Gainesville Sports Organizing, is that GSOC committee?
Gainesville Sports Commission.
Thank you, help me with these. And the Florida High School Athletic?
FHSAA.
Okay, what is it?
Florida
FHSAA.
Florida High
AA.
School Athletic Association.
Athletic Association, but
Activity Association, okay.
but to have conversations with them as well as to what we're looking for. And that, as you recall, in our original presentation, we mentioned that we would ask our local legislative delegation and the Florida Department of Transportation to begin to look at the Waldo Road and traffic mitigation efforts there as well. So hopefully we'll continue with that. And I just want to say to everyone, just put on your thinking cap, because there will be many, many naming opportunities in this center. I can see one profession probably fighting over who gets to have their name on the jumbotron. But there will be many opportunities. And with that, I'd like to move that we direct the manager to proceed with the RFP regarding 8th and Waldo Sports Complex scope of service feasibility and pro forma study.
Okay, motion and a second to move forward with the recommendation. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this item?
We have, I believe this is Bruce Friendall. Did he just walk out?
He just walked out, I think.
Okay.
Bruce, if you're out there, this is an opportunity to speak. If you're all, are you all here for this item? No? You're here for something else? Okay. Bruce, you out there? Oh, I hope you didn't leave 2 minutes before he. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll come back to Commissioner Santos and see if Mr. Friendall comes back, and then if not, we'll just distribute copies of his comments to the commission. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if the maker of the motion would be open to amending the motion to think big and think and looking at updating skate park and kind of the feasibility of an updated skate park, and then also is there feasibility of having small scale commercial and residential along the edges, just to see if it's feasible or not, because I think there could be opportunities for doing subsidized for local businesses and things like that, and even medical as well, having some more medical offices.
Okay, now, we may need a different consultant for that. I don't want to slow this portion down, because I think the people we're going out to now will have expertise in sports management, not necessarily housing. Well, I understand what you're asking. I would not want to include that in this motion I have on the floor.
Okay. So I guess the updated skate park, and then looking in.
Skate park, yes.
And I guess, secondly, would ice rink be feasible if it was probably built and run, and just seeing the feasibility of that? I mean, we have some people who are interested in doing that and building it and running it. And I think that it's one thing I've learned is asking those questions early, because trying to fit things in later. And it may not be feasible to work out, but I think just having that as an option, I think might be, that'd be another transformational project, and it'd be private money coming in and building it.
Well, we can have that as an option, because I think you may already have a private donor who wants to build it.
Yes, yeah, so I guess, yeah, having that as part of the two things, adding to that. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
We can add that.
Okay, so motion's amended to also add to the feasibility this improvement of the skate park and a privately run ice rink.
Right.
Okay, and Kevin said that Ms. Friendall did exit the building, so we'll take a look at his comments and thank him for being here for that. I'm sorry we couldn't get to him. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy on that. Madam Clerk. Next item, please.
Our next item is B5, update on plan for identifying and reaching neighbors who might benefit from the LEAP Plus program, with the recommendation that the commission hear an update from staff and take any action deemed appropriate.
All right, Mr. Cunningham.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Kenzan Hutchinson is here today. Kenzan served as our acting chief customer officer for over a year, and in the last 6 weeks, he was hired as the permanent chief customer officer. So I want to introduce Kenzan as our chief customer officer for GRU in our community. And what he's here today to do is give an update. As you all know, we've had the LEAP program in place for a long time. Additional ARPA dollars have been allocated toward the program. And so today, Kenzan was going to talk about how we're going to make sure we have the customers and how we're going to reach those customers to get them to join the LEAP program and for us to do those improvements in their homes. So with that, Kenzan doesn't have a PowerPoint. A lot of what's in the backup is what he's going to talk about. So he's going to present that, and then if people have questions, if you all have questions, please interact with him. So that
Great,
depends.
and congratulations.
Thank you
Kazan.
so much.
I really am excited that you're the permanent customer service or customer empowerment officer. It's one of the tougher jobs in GRU, and
a fun
so we
job.
very much appreciate that you've taken that on full time and permanently, and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. Actually wonderful to be here. And as Mr. Cunningham mentioned, I'm here to just give an update on Lead Plus and also answer any questions that anyone may have. No PowerPoint, as Mr. Cunningham mentioned, but of course, in the past, GRU has been funding LEAP in order to assist approximately about 100 customers to make energy efficiency improvements to their homes. And so, of course, with additional ARPA dollars, we've been able to expand that program to be able to assist customers with not just $7,500, but $10,000 worth of improvements to their homes. And so I'm very excited about that. And so in an effort to really make sure our customers are aware of what we're doing, of course, when we sent out 50,000 emails to customers who we had emails on file to let them know that we are expanding our program. Of course, we've done some news blasts and also some banners to make sure that customers are aware. But I think it was somewhere around about May 5th, I think it is, where the commission, they gave direction for us. Commission gave direction to us to actually go out and identify additional ways to really target those customers. And so we've done that. We've done some research. And so a couple things, as you'll see notated in your packets that you have, we've reached out to of course, individuals who utilize Project Share. And we've been able to gather that data and really be able to target through mailers, some robocalls to really assist those customers. Also, even on our website, we have a feedback where you can actually click on and give feedback. And we've been able to identify some customers in that vein that says, hey, we've utilized LEAP, we fall within the income issue or concern, low income. And at that point, we've been able to reach out to them through surveys. In addition to that, we've been able to send out transactional surveys to customers. And so customers who've had transactions with us, we send a response back to them. And they can respond and say, hey, we would like to know more about LEAP or participate in LEAP. And it's been very beneficial. I'm really excited about the fact to be able to assist our community partners who may be having a hard time with utilities, but we're able to assist them making improvements to their home. So it's been really good. In addition to that, I kind of looked back and looked at customers who we have assisted who now can utilize the program again. And we found approximately 600 customers who we can assist, who've participated in the past, but now some of those things that they've had is not as efficient anymore. And so we've been able to really reach out to those customers as well. So I'm very excited about that. We're going to continue to push the information to our customers to assist us in what we know how. So those have been some of the things, and there's additional items in there that, of course, we use Project Share. We've also worked with Alachua County Property Appraisal to look at some of the square foot of the home footage of the homes and look at some of the usage that may come with those addresses. And we're trying to merge that data to say, hey, these customers really are using more than what's normal based on square footage. And I think customers have really taken a liking to that. And so we're constantly pushing that information to make sure we're getting that information out. So any questions that we may have?
Yeah, on that last point, where are you in that process, and what are you finding? I mean, because we've known this for a long time, that there is this subset of our neighbors who typically live in older houses, maybe very old houses. A lot of times they're rentals and just have not been maintained well, the leaky windows, no insulation. So you can kind of tell, okay, you've got a, 800,000 square foot house, and your utility usage, it looks like it's a, 2,500, 3,000 square foot house. And so what have you found so far? And, how, as you reach out to those people, what has the response been once you sort of say, we've identified you as somebody who maybe can use our help? Are you interested?
All right, so a couple of things I want to mention. One, sometimes it's difficult to identify those customers based on just that because me personally, I grew up in a house where it was me, my mom, and 6 boys, which of course,
God bless your mom.
Yeah, she'd say the same thing. But we utilize a lot more utilities than someone who may be 1 or 2 individuals in that home. So sometimes it's difficult to really pinpoint because you don't know exactly what goes on in that home. So that's one. So really pinpointing that, it's been a little challenging, but at least we kind of look at that and say, okay, it can possibly be a potential that can utilize those services. And as it relates to the individuals who fall within that category, they're extremely excited about it. The fact that we're being proactive and not necessarily waiting for them to come to us looking for resources, but they've been extremely thankful that we reach out to them to say, hey, this might be something that you can use to lower your utilities.
Yeah, good. Well, that's the second part's good to hear. And I mean, this is a conversation that I've had with the general manager, and I think others have as well. But, you know, as we look towards you know, helping folks that are really struggling with their utility bills, and you know, how do we identify them, and then what's our capacity? I mean, I think that's the thing. We could say, here's, you know, $10 million of ARPA funding to help folks with home stabilization and lower their utility bills through just improving their home, you know, their building envelope. But if we can't reach them or we can't identify who they are, then that's sort of where you hit a wall, right?
Right.
That's where the opportunity ends. So I think that's something that Mr. Cunningham is working on with his crew on. You know, how do we identify folks and what is our capacity? Because I have a feeling this commission is wanting to go up to whatever capacity we think we can achieve. We want to reach as many people as possible, but it's got to be realistic. Otherwise, we're taking those funds and putting them aside to not get used.
Right.
You know, and that's the last thing we want. We want to make sure that every dollar of ARPA money is getting out to help people in need. So finding that sort of, anyway, I think what you've said is helpful. It sounds to me like we still have a challenge, though, in figuring out who those households are and how we reach them.
Right. So as I mentioned, it's sometimes difficult from looking at square footage, not knowing exactly how many individuals may be in the home. But definitely partnering with, like, our partnering through project share companies. I mean, our community builders who have utilized those funds, that information is there. And so really being able to get that information and directly target those customers have been beneficial. Even those ones who utilized the LEAP Plus in the past, over 10 years ago, we've been able to reach back out to those customers. So we are able to target some. We're also anticipating a big rush as it relates to renters, because that's a big component of this as well. You know, being a tenant, you're not in control of the actual property itself. And so, you know, being able to assist renters, of course, the owners of the property, who wouldn't want to have some type of upgrade to their property. And so those type of things we're expecting a big turnout with. So we're excited about it.
All right, very good. Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. On the proactive reach out, I mean, I think that's, I think that's where we can have the greatest need, because people say, like, my bill's $500 and you're in a 800 square foot place. Like, that shouldn't happen. And even if there is 7 people living there, at least sometimes people may not realize why their bill is so high. Well, it's because you have 7 people here and kind of talking about kind of usage. And there's still things that people can do to reduce things, and it starts a conversation. So I think pushing in that direction is great. On the rental property, is the landlord having to agree to keep price at a certain point for a couple of years, or what is the structure of that?
Yes, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think it's like a 3%. They can't increase more than like 3%, but there is a clause in there to, if there is an improvement to the property, that they can't go up a certain percentage.
For how long?
For 3 years.
3 years, okay. I guess 3% works, or are sometimes tying it to CPI and things like that, because sometimes if inflation starts going through the roof, then the 3% may not. I know some of the rent control things that are been set at 3% have not worked well because of different costs, but if you tie it to CPI, then it actually is something that can move with whatever the economy is, so people don't get into weird places. Something to consider. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here to walk us through this. I appreciate it. I'm really excited about the opportunity also to do this on a data-based approach, to say you're using a lot of energy or a lot of water, et cetera, based on the size of your home. Is there something we can do to help? And if they write back and say, I have 8 people in the house, then we say, thanks so much, and then go with God. But if they write back and say, yeah, I'd really love some help, I don't know why our bill is so expensive, then the city of Gainesville has reached out and made an impact on their lives in a positive way. And that has so many positive effects, not only for them, but for their neighbors and many, many other ways. But I'd really like for us to get reports back on that, specific, here's how many people we reached out to, here's what the limits were for it, just some kind of general information so we know what are we helping 50 people? Are we helping 1,000 people?
Right.
And just so we have something to work with, it would be very helpful. Maybe on a quarterly or biannual basis would be really useful. What was the other thing? Oh, Commissioner Chestnut and I have been able to attend a couple of the GRU in the neighborhood events, and those have been really, really useful. The folks who attend, it's never a big house, but everybody there has questions, and GRU staff is amazing at answering those questions and helping people get real, honest to goodness, useful tips that they can use to lower their bills. And I want to commend staff for doing those, because that appears to be a very effective way of actually helping people lower their bills. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to commend both managers, Manager Curry and Manager Cunningham, for all of the efforts that they have put out in getting information out to our citizens, to our neighbors, on how to reduce your utility bill. And I think with the what Mr. Hutchinson mentioned, with the 600 previous customers for LEAP that you can start with, and they have the opportunity to come back now to participate again. GRU in the neighborhood is outstanding. And I believe a few weeks ago on the agenda, we approved neighborhood housing services, I believe $900,000. Well, it's my understanding when that program kicked off a few weeks ago, people were from the front of the building almost wrapped around the building trying to find out how they could get assistance. Right. And I think Mr. Hutchinson's staff was working with them to get this out.
Absolutely.
So all of that is very important. All of these programs that we're taking to our neighbors to assist them in trying to reduce their bills, I think is outstanding. And if the manager from GRU could just give us an update on that $900,000 in the neighborhood housing services, how that's being used.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, so the Community Action Agency.
Yes, correct.
Is who we partnered with them, where they came to GRU, they signed people up so they could apply for this aid for supporting with their utility bills. Over 300 people were able to sign up for it, so we don't have any information yet on what was available, how much was allocated or anything like that from the agency. But those people were able to sign up over that 2-day period. And both days, it was a Friday and a Monday. As Commissioner Chestnut said, out the door and down the road and around. And Kenzan and his staff did a really good job of bringing them in, and Yvette Carter of bringing them in and getting those folks signed up, working with that agency. So we're really excited about that. I also just wanted to add, and Kanzan can probably talk to this a lot because he says this to me almost every single day. But one of the challenges we have in the utility business and a lot of other industries is supply chain issues at this time. So, signing up people to be part of the LEAP program and us starting to help them, I think one of the barriers could be the supply chain. So everything else, I think we're gonna get the people interested. We're seeing the people interested. We're getting that program running, but there may be some challenges with that. And I don't know.
Yeah,
Kanzan, if you want to speak to
definitely, Mr. Mayor. Definitely a supply chain issue, but also contractors. It's extremely busy for contractors. And so just being able to get contractors to do the renovations on homes and how backed up they are is a little challenging, but we've been trying to work through it as best we can. And we're also going to do a broadcast to try to really build up our contractors list just to be able to assist more to make sure that we're able to expedite those efficiencies to the homes.
All right, thank you both. Commissioner Chestnut, did you conclude? Okay, very good. All right, well, we thank you for the update. I think without objection from anybody on the commission, if there are things that we can do as the elected body moving forward, if you see some barrier that you're not able to overcome because of action you need from us, we would like to hear that. It sounds like you're working with the resources that you need and are making progress. And so we give you our blessing to continue doing so. But if there's something else that you need from us, just let the manager know and or let me know, and we'll get it in front of the commission so we can take expedited action while we have these resources. They will go out. They'll run out at some point. And we want to get as many of those folks that really do struggle month to month with their bill out of that situation before that money runs out. So we'll keep working towards that. All right, Madam Clerk, there's no motion on the floor for this. It was information.
Mayor,
We appreciate it, Ms. Hutchinson. Anybody signed up for this? Okay. That's 2 years of Ms. Malden's incredible advocacy on behalf of our health and safety.
It's a very clean piece of paper.
Yeah. It didn't fill or sound clean, but it was exceptionally clean. Madam Clerk, you want to introduce our next item?
I do. Our next item is BD6, Charter Amendment addressing vacancies in office with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, thank you. And, Madam Clerk, you're probably as much of an authority on this as anyone. The situation, well, and Mr. Nee as well, the situation that we found ourselves in, following the resignation of Commissioner Johnson, not only cut us collectively and your office who oversees our election process, but the supervisor of elections. And she was incredible. I mean, she was, her and her staff were phenomenal in their ability to very quickly and without warning stand up and execute a city election that went off very well. I mean, there were no irregularities or issues or whatever, but it really put them under a lot of stress and pressure, especially at a time that they were not expecting it. And unfortunately, she's lost staff since then. I'm not saying it was because of this, but I mean, she has been down very important key members of her staff as we go into this federal election cycle. And so I think more than anything, we depend on the supervisor of elections to carry out our elections for us. We set the parameters and the ground rules, but she executes them. She gets the voting done and the reports back to us, in a valid format. And in 60 days, it is just we we discovered very quickly that was asking really too much. Now, this is a rare thing. The last time we had a situation like this, there was a lot of warning. It was when Commissioner Jack Donovan was on the city commission and wanted to run for county. He thought about it a long time. He talked to a lot of people, and then when he finally made the decision, and statutorily was not allowed to have both seats at the same time if he were to be elected to the county, he resigned. With a time frame that the commission appointed a replacement for the remainder of his term, and then he ran and ultimately did not win the county commission seat. So that was a little different because it was planned and discussed, and we kind of knew what the options were before he made that decision. And so the supervisor was really put in no undue pressure because it was just put on that seat was just on the next regular city election. So I understand the concerns that folks brought up the last time, and I'm sensitive towards those. I do hope we can find some middle ground today for the supervisor's sake. And again, we might not have this for another 20 years, but because this is embedded in our charter, we need to be a little proactive about this. And if it does happen without warning again, that the clerk and the supervisor have an adequate amount of time to conduct the election, do a great job of it, and not put them under the kind of undue pressure or stress, if we can help it. So I think that's that's really the ask here, and there's a lot of options to get to that, but if we can accomplish that, that's going to help everybody, I think, moving forward. So with that, we'll start with Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who's been working on this. It's not an easy solution. That said, I have the same law degree as a lot of our lawyers, and it took me a good while of sentence diagramming to understand what the proposed draft says. So the average person would not understand what it says at all. And I think I finally understand the process, and I agree with the substance. My issue would be with the actual construction of the proposal that we then put out for people to look at. Because at the end of the day, people will have to vote for this. And if people reading it can't understand what it says, they're not going to vote for it, or they might just skip it altogether. So correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the intent is if a seat is vacated more than 6 weeks before qualifying period starts, then the commission will just appoint someone, and that seat can have candidates run for that seat in the next regular election. If that seat is one that is in the middle of their term, therefore, not up for that regular election, the seat will still be put on that regular election, and the winner will finish the 2 years of the term. Is that correct, Mr. Nee?
Yeah, that was the proposal that was considered months
The
ago
last time?
and rejected. All right, in short, that's what we provide for. If there's time for an election to be held for the remaining 2 years of a term, then that's what happens. If there isn't, then the appointment would be till the end of the term, then a regular election is held. Such that an appointed commissioner, a commissioner appointed to fill a vacancy by the other elected commissioners, wouldn't serve in an appointed capacity for more than, at most,
Like 6
2 years, less than 2.5 years.
Okay. So I remember the last one we had. I thought it had been tweaked marginally, but I guess I was wrong. And I know a lot of folks were very much against us just installing someone who could be there for, a year. However, I think that, I still agree that that might be the best way forward. My concern is, and I know the recommendations on the agenda were, go from 60 days to 120. That's still $500,000 we have to pay out. So, if it's still, a single day over that line that decides do we need a special election or not, we are off by one day, we still pay out $500,000 or more, because apparently we can't find election paper either. Ballot paper is just like nowhere to be found. So I am standing firm in my desire that whatever we do essentially eliminates the need for special elections if someone leaves or dies. Like, I do not want special elections. They are expensive. They are $500,000 that we shouldn't have to spend. When there is a short-term solution that then gives I want to say well-informed time to anybody else who wants to run for that seat. Instead of like 60 days, 120 days, that's everybody up here is running an election. It takes a lot more than that to decide if you're going to run for office, get people behind you, and raise money. We're still paying $500,000 to get the election off the ground. I still think the substance of that original proposal is good. I think if it's drafted differently, it might be more transparent in that it's really the best way to go. And unless someone leaves like the day after they're sworn in, you're not going to be in that seat for very long. So that is kind of where I still stand on this. I'm not going to agree to extending the time from 60 to 120. I don't ever want us to pay for a special election again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just preface my comments by saying that no matter what discussions we have, the only changes that will happen are ones that 6 commissioners can find agreement on. So in that spirit, I would like to see more latitude be given to the special election process. It is currently too strict. The election almost did not happen. I'm glad it did, but we don't want to be in a situation like that ever again. So I would like to see the extension of the time. I would like to see the latitude that within that time the election be called, so that the election can be held at a time that the supervisor can select. I think that's the best way to go forward. And I'm happy to hear what my colleagues think, because this is it's very important. They're called special elections for a reason. They're not normal. They're not supposed to happen unless there's special circumstances. And none of us can tell when or why those circumstances will arise. So trying to plan for that, usually the best thing to do is to give yourself as much latitude as possible to make the right decision. Because ultimately, all of these seats belong to the public trust. And so it is our duty when one of these seats are vacant that we do all we can to fill that seat so the public trust can be fulfilled. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think if we move to the current one, there was some different ballot language that the mayor or that the attorney had last time, different options that made it clear. Just to kind of get some clarifications, I think state law mandates we have to have overseas ballots out 45 days before an election. So that's 60 days, really, and you have to have qualifying in that period of time. So if just one of us died, we have to hold a meeting and have qualifying all within 15 days. That's not for us to meet all the state laws. I don't think that's a feasible, so something has to change. We do need 6 of us, and I think I think one of the things we could, if we don't want to go forward with the kind of current proposal is us calling an election, not actually having it, but just setting a date for an election within a certain period of time. That may be a route to go. I do think, though, that during that period of time between the election and us calling the election or the vacancy happening, I do think we should consider the commission filling that vacancy, because there could be times where we have 3-3 votes and we have to be able to do business. And if we don't have that full complement, then the city could grind to a halt. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just say that sometimes there's a price for democracy. So if democracy calls for $100,000, $200,000, there is a price for that. It's called freedom. I think the overarching question here is this: whether or not the supervisor of elections has space on the ballot for November 2022. If there's no space on the ballot, this conversation is moot. Does anyone know? It's my understanding she's told people already she cannot put another initiative on the ballot.
Mr. Nee or Ms. Gainey, do you have a answer to that?
I can report I had a conversation with her a couple or so weeks ago where she was very concerned about a nationwide shortage of ballot paper. She has secured adequate paper to conduct the election. We've joined that ballot now, that countywide ballot, and she's already had to reconfigure it, she said, in order to make sure that everything she has fits. I did not get a definitive no, that there's no room on it, but the room is clearly tight, and if we decide to go forward, that's the first call I'll be making is whether there's room or not this go around.
Well, let me continue. I would support a charter amendment to extend from 60 days to 120 days. I would support that. However, given what I've heard from the supervisor of elections, it seems to me that this is an item for the 2024 ballot, not for the 2022. So I would not be supporting putting this on, or really putting the time in it, because I don't think it's going to get to the ballot. But I would not support anything other than 120 days, because I think that people must elect their representatives. They want to elect them. They don't want the city commission appointing one of their friends or one of their neighbors. They want to be able to elect the people who represent them, and that is what I will support. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Succo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Nee, I think it would have been helpful for this discussion to know, like, if there is room in general, to not have a moot conversation. So whatever happens up here, do you think you could reach out to ask? Because I think we have a couple of other ideas that would have to go on a ballot anyway.
I'm following it again
Oh, okay, thank you. That said, I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos that, a seat can't stay empty for 2 months, 4 months, 6 months. It just can't. Like, it really impacted how we could do business last year. And I understand that there's a cost to democracy. However, Madam Manager, could you tell me, like, could you name a project that could cost $500,000 that we could do right now if we don't have to spend that money? Like, I'm sure you have a list somewhere.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, it's easy. I'm sure each commissioner could identify projects right away.
Like,
right away. Free bus rides for everybody in there.
That's for the year, right? That's about the cost?
It's actually 300. It's more than 300 to 400, but
in that,
there are many projects, obviously, that could fit.
That kind of ballpark. It's been a fairly reoccurring criticism that municipal elections do not get a huge turnout. So while, yes, people deserve the opportunity to vote for the representative, historically, we have not had great numbers anyway. I think the efficient way, and we'd still be bound by the rules of like any one of us getting elected. You must live in this region, you must be able to qualify. There are still parameters. It could be no different than how we pick for a board seat. Like, explain why you should be here, what qualifications you have, and put someone in place for a year, a max of 2, but again, unless someone dies of joy at their swearing in or resigns after their first meeting, it probably won't be that long. And it doesn't, kill one of the many projects we're trying to do to help people across the city. I know there's a cost for democracy. I left on a boat from a country that doesn't have democracy, that has sham elections. I know that there is a very precious cost to democracy. But I also know that at the municipal level, especially a city like Gainesville that strives to do everything they can for our neighbors who are in most need, losing $500,000 that could help a great program so that, less than 20% of the electorate picks someone who will sit in a chair for a year, that to me does not make sense. And that to me is dereliction of duty. I think this is the efficient way to find someone qualified quickly, put them in there, and give folks enough time to prepare a campaign. It gives folks adequate time to assess if this is something they are capable of, that their families can support, that their community will support, and then have a much wider range of candidates for that next regular election to fill the vacant seat. It is a more deliberate, and I'd say essentially cost-free option, because there will be an election anyway. So I don't necessarily do it to point anyone in particular. I do it so that it is the most efficient way to get the people's business concluded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, thank you. I mean, this is just fundamentally an issue with our charter. It was written, it was written in a time where, elections were much smaller and less complicated. I don't know, people put a wooden chip in 1 or 2 jars. We have to just, remember that we have grown in complexity significantly since that. That's the part that needs to make a change. Is it ideal to have a board with a member missing for any period of time? It's not ideal. Right now, we have a school board and a county commission that's down a member. They're continuing their business. Large items that are either controversial or just deserve a full complement can be put off for 4 months as opposed to 2. That's not the part that concerns me. The part that concerns me is having to rush an election that may or may not be able to happen because of that 60 days. And so it's not that I haven't heard good points from everybody. I have. They're valid. They're persuasive. But the real issue that to me, that real issue we need to work out is that 60-day period. So I'm willing to support changing that to 120 days. It still gets us a new commissioner in a relatively short period of time. I do think if we can accelerate the swearing in, I think that's important once we have the candidate elected, that they're able to take office as soon as possible. But that's something we can do. We just, I think the challenge with this one was that there was a runoff, and so not only was it 60, but we had to actually put the runoff, yeah, and some of that is because of what the supervisor needs, and some of that was us trying to put it on a date that wasn't going to depress voter turnout because it was around the holidays and all that. So we had challenges. So I mean, I think 120 days, and then trying to get a runoff as soon as the supervisor is able to turn over that election, and then get the person sworn in. It solves the primary problem, which is that compressed amount of time to conduct the election in the first place. So I'm willing to support that. I've served with appointed officials. It was fine. Also, and I also want to remind everybody, this is a very unusual circumstance. We're not talking about something that happens every 2 years. We haven't had this happen in my memory. Like I said, John Donovan's was a planned resignation, so it worked differently. So I don't think we have to be so anxious that it's going to cause like a constant disruption in our civic process. We just need to do something that the next time it does happen, it allows for the election to take place in a reasonable amount of time. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if there's support for us having to call the election within 60 days. So there's a vacancy, and then the city commission within that 60 days has to call election. My worry about having a specific time of 120 days is it could be like, I don't know, depending on how it lines up, it could be on a holiday or right after another massive election and the supervisor office isn't ready for that, but having a little flexibility for the commission to be able to select a date and actually work with the supervisor of elections, I think would get us there. We would still have a special election and get it, but we would have that flexibility to find a date that works. It doesn't cause a tremendous amount of headache for everyone. So I don't know if that would have support of us just having to call it and not have a specific amount of time, but we would just have to call it. Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, our attorney. What is the difference between called rather than held?
I think calling the election is just that. The commission would indicate, Mr. Mayor, that an election, special election is needed. We would decide upon a date based upon characteristics that could be set forth. For example, whether or not there are other competing elections taking place, also managed by the supervisor of elections, whether the books are open or closed based upon other elections, whether the equipment is available, whether there are scheduling conflicts on which this commission may reasonably not want to conduct an election during a particular holiday of some sort. Those factors would then be considered, and an election would then be called immediately, but then set at a date as expeditiously as possible given the circumstances.
The operative word for me there is election. The word election. Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I guess I'll put a motion on the floor and see if we can get 6 votes. I would move that we ask the city attorney to come back with ballot language for a change of the charter for us to have to call an election within 60 days of vacancy. Yeah.
Second. Okay, motion is second to authorize the attorney to bring back the language for a proposed charter amendment that would require the commission to call a special election within 60 days of a vacancy on the commission. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this? No? Okay, then we'll come back to the commission. Any questions? Okay, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion passes 6-1, so that is enough to advance it. So Mr. Attorney will just expect you to bring that back when you have the language drafted.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I'll probably try to take the liberty also of adding in that a description of how a vacancy actually is created. That was an issue last time, whether it's a letter delivered to your office or to the clerk. And I can talk with you about that as to what that mechanism might be. And of course, when you vote on it, you could give us further direction.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Without objection. Good. Okay. Very good. Then up next, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have RE6, quasi judicial conditional final plat for Terra Serena, a cluster subdivision.
Sorry. No, that's you. That's on me. Go ahead. Go.
Oh, just kidding. All right, a resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, approving the conditional final plat named Terra Serena, a cluster subdivision located in the vicinity of 2100 Northwest 53rd Avenue, Gainesville, Florida, as more specifically described in this resolution, providing directions to the city clerk, providing conditions and restrictions, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. This might seem like a plat cluster subdivision as usual, but it's not. You all are witnessing a historic event and an August moment. I will not steal Mr. Person's thunder, but we are all privileged and honored to be here today to be a part of this particular agenda item. And with that, Mr. Persons, I'll recognize you for a special recognition.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Commission, Andrew Persons, Director of Sustainable Development. Mr. Calderon has no idea I'm doing this, but I did want to recognize his 33 years of service. Lawrence is going to be retiring this month. I can hear him laughing. He's going to be retiring this month, so this is, I believe, his last presentation before the City Commission. Lawrence has been just an invaluable member of the Planning Department for his time with the city. He's worked on numerous projects and efforts during his career that have made the city a better place for everybody to live. He's mentored many young planners that have come through the department. He's mentored myself since when I started here at the city, and he's going to be a really it'll leave a big hole for us in the department. But I did want to jump up here and embarrass him before his last presentation. So
we appreciate that, and I just, to put it in context, he's taken more trips around the sun as a city planner than two of our commissioners have. Period. I mean, that is like really incredible to think about how long he's been serving our city and how much his thumbprints and just sort of personality. Have been a part of our city, and to think how much we've changed in those 33
Absolutely.
years. I mean, we were, I was playing soccer on what is now Butler Plaza at the beginning of that time, and now we're, thrice the size and much more complex and much more awesome, I think. And it's pretty amazing that he's been around for all that. So,
and I would say generally, maybe more important than any of that, he's just a nice guy. He's very patient. He's very sweet with staff, and he's just always has got a good smile and a joke, and so anyway.
And I understand an absolute demon on the football pitch too.
That's right.
Take him seriously.
Very nice demon.
All right, Mr. Calderon, one last hurrah. The floor is yours.
Well, that was totally a surprising gesture. You got me there, Andrew. But thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, yes, I remember the Butler Plaza soccer field. But I have had a great time with the city. The city has been good to me. Lots of changes, and I think you guys are doing a great job, and you have a great task ahead of you. But with that said, let's jump into the plat. This petition 22-00006 is a conditional final plat for Terra Serena. It's a cluster subdivision to include 120 lots on 11.28 acres located in the 2300 block of Northwest 53rd Avenue. The property is zoned RMF 7, which is multifamily residential. I would briefly kind of give you an update of the process for subdivision. Is that You do a design plat, which the Development Review Board and the City Commission approves. And based on that design plat, the applicant submits a drawing to staff, which is called construction drawing review, to address the details. And they have done that. And after we've approved the construction drawing, they can file for final plat, which comes only to you. In this case, they're filing for conditional final plat. What that means is that they would not be recording the plat. They would not be placing a bond. They would go out with their own money, build all the infrastructure, and we would not accept it until Public Works inspects it and GRU says everything is okay. So tonight, this afternoon, this petition is before you for conditional final plat. If you approve plat, it will go into the city clerk's vaults and remain there until the applicant is ready to file the final plat, and then at that time they will be able to sell lots. Staff has reviewed the subdivision and determined that it complies with all of the requirements for conditional approval, as well as all of the conditions that you've placed on design plat. This is the plat that shows the notes on the plat with setback modifications, because it was also a cluster subdivision which required modification. We have a Mylar which is in the hands of the city attorney's office, and all those spaces have been signed by city staff and the owner and the mortgage company. Shows the general location. This is the plat, the northern part of the plat. This is 55th Boulevard. You have an access on the north side, and there are a number of lots. You actually, in your design plat, you approved the smaller size of those lots. And that's the southern section along Northwest 53rd Avenue and Northwest 55th Boulevard, where the entry into the subdivision would be on this side. And once you get in there, you can enter into one of those streets. So this is the general layout of the plat. We've reviewed the development and the proposed subdivision of lots, and our recommendation is for approval, adopting the resolution attached, number 21015. With that, Mr. Mayor, I would be available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calderon. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and I first want to say thank you, Mr. Calderon, for years of service and shaping our city. By thousands of acres that you've had touched and been a part of and created what we have today. I would like to move resolution 210105.
Second.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt the proposed resolution. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this? No? Okay. Then, well, Mr. Calderon, you're going to have to clean up that desktop before you leave. I'm sorry, Commissioner. Okay. So we will then move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Lawrence, on your final presentation to the city. We really just so much appreciate all of your service and your incredible attitude. I'm sorry, Mr. Nee.
I did not mean to interrupt you, Mr. Mayor. If given the opportunity, I would like to chime in just to show our appreciation as well for Mr. Calderon.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
I'd like to double everything that Mr. Persons has stated. I've worked with Lawrence. We've had several planning attorneys work with Lawrence, of course, through the years. I've had litigation cases with him. He is always a joy professionally to work with and a joy personally to be around. And Lawrence, it'll embarrass you, but he is exactly the type of individual that really makes a long career here a blessing. And I just want to thank him again.
Thank
Amen.
you, Dan. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And he was there last night for a workshop. You know,
Yeah.
like that's just like awesome. And it was great to see you there. Okay, we'll have to get together more informally, Lawrence, after you're no longer drawing a paycheck. And maybe when I'm no longer drawing a paycheck either, that would be, we could then start sharing stories. All right, Commissioner Sacco, before our next item?
Oh, no, I said that.
That's all, okay, great, thank you. Madam Clerk, then?
Okay, we have the first reading of ordinance 210356, ordinance revising code sections relating to boards and committees. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, revising Article 5 of Chapter 2 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to boards and committees, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut?
Move adoption of the proposed ordinance 210356.
Okay, motion is second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading by title only. Anybody sign up to speak, Madam Clerk? Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola is absent. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 210562, revising city charter and the city code sections by changing clerk of the commission to city clerk. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, revising city charter and city code sections to conform to the charter amendment approved by voters on November 3rd, 2020, changing clerk of the commission to city clerk, updating or deleting obsolete provisions, correcting scrivener's errors, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and immediate effective date.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Just wait for my slide to come up. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the Commission. My name is Fanetta Lewis, and I serve as a team member and Planner 3 with the Department of Sustainable Development. For your review and consideration, I am pleased to present a proposed tax amendment for a name change of Clerk of the Commission to City Clerk. Next slide, please. The adoption of Ordinance 191051 by the City Commission directed a name change for the Charter Officer Clerk of the Commission to City Clerk to include adoption of Resolution Number 200500 and the creation of Charter Amendment to change the name of the Charter Officer Clerk of the Commission to City Clerk. However, in order to conform the Land Development Code to the charter references to the Clerk of the Commission must be changed to City Clerk to align this request being consistent with the City of Gainesville Comprehensive Plan. This action requires an ordinance modification to the following sections of the Land Development Code. Sections 30-3.3, 30-3.4, 30-3.37, 30-3.39, and 30-10.8, which now references Clerk of the Commission. The proposed change will be reflected in the Charter Amendment, Ordinance, and Resolution. Next slide, please. Staff would like to offer the following recommendation. Adoption of the City Plan Board recommendation approval of petition LD 22-00013 TCH. Recommends for the City Commission adoption of first reading and will become effective immediately upon approval at the second reading. At this time, I will be happy to answer any questions the City Commission may have.
All right, Ms. Lewis, thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. To Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you.
I would like to move that we adopt, that we approve petition. You took away the number. That we approve, petition. I'm gonna lose the number.
LD 22
LD
000
000
13 TCH.
TCH. On first reading by title only. Thank you.
Okay, a motion and a second that we adopt the proposed petition and accompanying ordinance 210562, first reading by title only. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this item? Not even you? The most impacted. Then we'll go to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
All right, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
First reading of ordinance 211052, text change, name change of clerk of the commission to city clerk, and ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, amending sections 30-3.3, 30-3.4, 30-3.37, 30-3.39, and 30-10.8 of the Land Development Code to change any references of clerk of the commission to city clerk, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 211052 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion is second. I believe this is on first reading. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this? Okay, then back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, I think we're back to the item we pulled from consent.
That is on page 13. CA 12, City Commission Special Meeting on Exclusionary Zoning Code Amendments, with a recommendation that the commission approve a special meeting on exclusionary zoning code amendments scheduled for June 21st at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put a motion on the floor, and that is move to defer to a time certain a special meeting on exclusionary zone code amendments following a series of public meetings regarding the topic of exclusionary zoning with neighborhood associations.
Okay, motion is second to, you didn't include the time certain in there. We can do that at a later time, but a time certain meeting on exclusionary zoning following neighborhood workshops.
Correct.
Am I right about that? Okay. Thank you. Second was Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor.
I was just going to say,
Oh, no, go ahead.
I
I'm
was just
sorry.
going to say one other
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
My time certain refers to a month and a time, and a date.
Okay,
So that's how I'm using time certain.
gotcha. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Hayes Santos, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been having workshops and public meetings. I think we should continue to move forward with the June 21st date, and I will not support the motion, and I'd like for us to have a discussion. It's not a final decision at all at that meeting. It's a discussion at the commission, and I think that's where public can talk to the commissioners and things like that too. It's just another way to interact and kind of see where we are. So I will not support the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm torn. There has been a great deal of discussion already. A lot of that discussion has not been particularly productive. I think we are beginning to get to a point where there is some productive discussion going on. There's been a tremendous amount of heat and not a lot of light. And I would like to see a lot of light shed before votes get taken. It's not a question of where I am or am not on this, because boy, have I been accused of being fastly attached to both extremes on this. I do think more conversation is useful. I think that the results of this would be not immediate, and therefore I don't think that there's a huge hurry. So I think I will support the motion. I think more conversation and more information is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, both. I agree with that last statement, and that's why I don't support the motion. I think it's important that we continue with this meeting. It doesn't mean, I don't think it at all is intended to be the last meeting that we have, just the next. But we've been having these series of workshops, staffs, working on more intimate interactions with our neighbors as well as organizations, not necessarily just a neighborhood organization, but if it's a faith-based community or civic club, All of that to me needs to be happening in parallel. And I want to give a little historical perspective. We've been working on this for a very long time. Really, there was a ton of work that went into a meeting that we had in the summer of 2020. And out of that meeting, there was a comprehensive list of housing-related initiatives the city directed staff to do work on and bring back to us. Some of those we've already implemented. The Welcome Back program for people to move back into their neighborhoods, the Community Land Trust. Others, like exclusionary zoning, are more complex and larger, which is why we directed staff to go out and work with HRNA. Well, we directed them to go out and put a RFP on the street to submit applications to work with us on this. HRNA was awarded by the commission that contract. They have been working since late last spring. So they did a bunch of work. They brought that back to us this past fall. And we have been having discussions about it ever since. And so we are now over 2 years into this discussion. And I think it's important now that more and more members of our community have been actively participating in this conversation. There's not a Sunday in the sun that there aren't multiple housing articles. We get emails, there are Facebook groups, there is a lot of discussion going on around this, and that should continue. The 21st meeting, to me, is about giving our staff the ability to bring back to us the things that we've learned through these workshops and through different questions that have been posed either from commissioners or from our neighbors. And there are many. And so really to kind of give us a checkpoint, an update, where are we, what have we learned, what are some concerns out there, have we addressed those concerns? I'll give you one example, that Mr. Gordon's question today, are there certain neighborhoods because of their plat or existing covenants that, that a change would not apply to? That's a great question that I think staff could come back to us with an answer on the 21st. And then we assess where we are and what additional meetings we need to schedule. And we could schedule some today, Commissioner Chestnut. I'm fine with that. I just don't want to miss the opportunity to have an interactive conversation on this important topic where we can take action, where we can, as a body, not as individuals, but as a body, direct staff to go out and do additional work, to bring back answers to questions, to get our community, to a place where we're ready to vote on these. So I feel like some folks, and I'm not saying you're one of these, but I think some folks have seen this as a sort of terminal point of this process, and to me, it's a way station along the way. Whatever changes we make have to be written into ordinance. Those ordinances have not even been started. They even, once we start directing the attorney's office to draft those ordinances, they have to come back to us. And so there's still a lot of time. And I want to use an analogy, and it's the item that we heard earlier today, the 8th and Waldo project. So, you first brought that up a couple months ago, right? And then we got to the point today to give direction to go out and hire a consultant to help us bring back a feasibility study and a pro forma. And so I want us all, even though a couple of us won't be here, I want us all to imagine being 2 years from now in 2024 and having all of that information back and not wanting to move forward as three of you are at the end of your terms. That's how long this has been, and that's how much work has gone on to this point. So I think that more meetings are important. And I think the special meeting is important, so we're just focusing on that one issue, and everybody is sort of ready for that, and it's not mixed in with a bunch of other stuff. And that's not to preclude all of the sort of, again, more intimate, specific outreach we do throughout the community at the same time, or any follow-up meetings based on where we as a body sort of end up from that meeting and getting the feedback from staff and sort of through those public engagement sessions, that we've been doing, and we'll finish up the third one on Saturday morning. So that's where I am. I don't oppose anything else that you're suggesting. I hardly support it. I think an important part of our engagement with the public on this is that special meeting where we focus on it. So with that, I'll go back to you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that I appreciate your comments. So I just want to be certain that I heard correctly. So what you're saying for June 21st, that would not be a meeting where you would adopt the zoning code. Okay, that needs to be stated very clearly and unequivocally, and that is not what I gathered here.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so that's
No.
okay, so that's good. Now, the reason I'm so concerned about this is that I know that once you make a land change like this, if we were going to make all of Gainesville eliminate single-family zoning, it falls under the Burt Harris law, I believe, and that is irreversible. I happen to serve in the legislature with Burt Harris. Fine gentleman, but he has no idea what he put into play. But I want to be certain, so then it is unequivocal that June 21st, no exclusionary zoning amendments will be adopted. 2, we are going to continue with neighborhood meetings, our public meetings for people to share their information with us. And I don't know if staff has had time yet to prepare to have any neighborhood meetings on this topic, but hopefully they will. So I think that I want the record to show my concerns, and that what I heard was that there would be no vote taken to approve exclusionary zone code amendments on June 21st.
Absolutely, yes, and also
Thank you.
absolutely continuing with the neighborhood, and I'll call it community outreach.
Community outreach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
So
you.
I'm thankful you brought those up and we can clarify that. That's very helpful. Mr. Persons?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, let me take this off. I'm listening to the conversation. I just want to make sure that staff is understanding what we're talking about. So the plan board is set to hear that'll be their third meeting considering the proposed code amendments next week on the 6th. They will likely make a recommendation to the commission about those individual items. I think staff was thinking we would bring those items to the meeting on the 21st for commission consideration. That would essentially be a public hearing for those. As you know, no ordinances have been adopted or written at this point. At the meeting on the 21st, I think from staff's, and this is helpful for us, that would be the public hearing, and the commission would essentially take action in so much as you're potentially referring some or none of the code amendments to the attorney's office to actually draft the ordinances to bring back at a later date. If that's not the understanding, then please tell me now, so that'll be very helpful for us to prepare for that meeting.
Yeah, so the plan board meeting, that's just another vector of public participation and input. So that's another place and opportunity for people to show up and sort of voice their opinions and ask their questions. But whatever they do, we're not obligated to hold a public hearing immediately after that. We can wait until we get through our engagement process, And then, once we get to that point, we can schedule a public hearing. It can either be a special meeting, or it can be, part of our regular agenda, as we usually do. So we'll take that up after that. But the 21st is more for us to.
That sounds good. I mean,
Yeah,
I think
just
it might
focus
be,
on this, yeah.
From my perspective, it might be helpful if you actually had some information to work on in terms of the actual amendments themselves, as opposed to just having like a kind of free range conversation about exclusionary zoning. If you actually had the proposals in front of you and you could kind of give feedback to staff, that would be my suggestion.
Yes, the less abstract and the more concrete, that gives us all something to specifically talk about instead of, everything under the sun. Absolutely, yes.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to follow the discussion. I'm glad Mr. Persons got up. I don't want us to fall into the trap of believing that hosting meetings is the only way to educate people about policy. Every day I'm talking to my constituents about policies that are happening in the city of Gainesville, and this one is probably one of the ones that come up the most. So I'm going to always push back against any narrative that we haven't talked about this enough or had enough education. I think the plain fact of the matter is there are people who support this and there are people who do not. And I think at the end of the day, because we've invested so much staff work, it really is unfair to question their work and question their process of bringing this before the commission here at the last. So I'm okay. I really liked the idea that was brought up at a previous meeting of reaching out to all of the neighborhood associations, asking if they were interested to host a meeting. But I also want to be cognizant of the commitment that we are offering our staff to go out and do. Meanwhile, we're asking them to continue the daily work of the city. I was at both workshops, the one indoors and the one outdoors. There are a lot of folks there who are going there to learn and they want to figure out what this means for them. And there are folks who go there because they've already had their mind made up. I want to make sure that we're asking our staff to do extra work because it's meaningful, not just because we want to be performative. And so I'm okay with reaching out to neighborhoods, asking them if they would like those informative and educational sessions. But I don't want to delay this any further. The more this delays, the more there will be dither. And for me, we have talked about housing and some of these changes and these rules since I've been on the commission. And I know that not every commissioner has been on as long as I have. So I want to afford you all the opportunity to feel comfortable with the process that we're doing. But I am always going to push back against the narrative that somehow this process has been overlooked, because it hasn't. And the reality is, as the mayor said, I would like for us to have that special meeting on June 21st, because ultimately our staff needs direction on what to bring back. And I would really like to have the opportunity to let them finish the work that we've asked them to start. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm just going to kind of add one caveat to your comments, Commissioner, that you're correct. There's not a big public meeting is not the only way to hear from our neighbors. Absolutely. The one thing that we haven't been able to do as a commission, though, is have a conversation amongst ourselves about this. And the only way we can do that is have a public meeting. And that's important. I mean, that's important for not only to hear from our neighbors, but to hear from each other. And so that's to me, that's one of the really important reasons to have this meeting, so we can kind of share what we've learned and what our questions are and our concerns are to make sure those are getting answered as well. We can do that individually with staff, but at the end of the day, we were elected by our community to make these decisions. So the 7 of us have to talk to one another in a meaningful way. And the only way to do that is a public meeting. So, you know, I don't know if Bird was the cause of that either, but, well, no, he far precedes him and your service on the state legislature, yes. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if the maker of motion be okay with amending the motion that we hold the 21st meeting, but be very clear that there will be no adoptions of ordinances at that meeting.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to add something else to that.
Okay.
Okay, you're up next. Go ahead.
Well, let me start with this. So the plan board, as I understand it, is advisory to the city commission, correct? Well, the plan board at this point feels pressured, and I think that's where Andrew Persons was going. Not using the word pressured, but the plan board thinks or feels that they have to vote on June 6th to adopt the comp plan amendments before them and pass them on to the city. It's my understanding that there is no directive from Tallahassee, there is no date that we have to have amendments for our comp plan to Tallahassee or anywhere else. So, but what the plan board has asked us to do, is to have public meetings. And now, I'm not aware of all of the meetings that you all are talking about that have occurred. I've participated in every meeting that you've had since I've been here on affordable housing, whatever topic. I've been there because I want to learn about it. So I want to be sure that the plan board can feel some, and I want staff to understand that the plan board is not pressured to come to us or to vote on June 6th to send this host of comp plan amendments to us. I guess what I'm saying is no vote on exclusionary zoning June 21st, and the plan board should not feel pressured to pass these amendments on a comp plan amendment to send for action on June 21st.
I think that's completely reasonable, and the
Okay.
plan board could even continue that meeting. They have done this in the recent past, where they've taken up an item,
Thank you.
you know, run out of time, if you will, or just realized that they needed more time, continued it to a next meeting.
Yeah.
So they absolutely should feel empowered to do that. I would like for staff to be able to come back to us with their feedback. Like, I think that's important.
That's
but,
fine.
Yeah, they should be under no pressure or obligation to take a final action before that 21st meeting.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I guess my motion would stand as I have presented it, and I would add to that motion that the plan board is not obligated to, on June 6th, to pass comp plan amendments to come to the city commission on June 21st.
Okay, so you still want us to cancel the 21st meeting?
No, because you all have sworn before me and God, me and God.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so
That you are
the
not gonna
amended
take any
motion is,
action.
the amended motion is we're going to go forward with the 21st meeting. Hold on. I just want to clarify with the maker of the motion, that we're going to go ahead with the 21st meeting. We are not going to take any final action at that meeting. We are not going to ask the plan board to take any final action at their meeting on the 6th. And we will schedule follow-up, at least a follow-up meeting, if not multiple, after our recess, to come back and take this back up after we've had those community meetings as well.
Correct.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you. Very good, thank you, Seconder. I didn't mean to ignore you over there.
You're frowning.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of points of clarification. So we're saying that this is a special meeting, but I need a little help understanding or being refreshed on the definition of special meeting. Is it by definition that at a special meeting you can take a vote and give direction?
Yes.
So, and I understand and I hear the amendment that we're willing to make. I think part of the concern that we've heard a lot from our constituents has been that it is that, and they were concerned that, that was going to happen there. So would it be more prudent for us to possibly call this a workshop? Isn't that kind of, I guess my other question is, because then we get to, at a workshop, we don't make decisions, we don't vote there.
That's a good point.
So if we do that, now we have, the understanding that that's what we're here to do. We're going to continue our discussions about this. The public then has the opportunity to come and share their thoughts and their ideas, and no one is confused about what's going to happen that night.
Mr. Mayor, I would accept that, that amendment to the motion.
Yeah, I think we can make that work. I think the difficulty is if we want to give specific direction to staff to do things, we're gonna have to depend on them doing it without a motion, which I think we can make work.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you saying that you can depend on us to do whatever you direct?
Okay, then I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you for
I'm
that.
comfortable with that.
And then the next point of clarification is just for me so that I'm clear about the goal of this particular meeting that night. What is our ultimate goal for that evening? Just a continued discussion of it, or is there something specific that we're trying to hone in on?
Well, there's a couple things. One is we will have a bunch of information that's been collected at the community workshops.
Mhm.
So staff can come back, summarize that, pull out key themes, and also answer questions that have come up that either we couldn't answer on the spot, or just, maybe a question got answered in a small breakout group, but we also need everybody to know what the question and the answer was to that. So it's informational. It's to allow us to talk to one another for the first time about this. At least first time since the HRNA report was presented to us. And I know Commissioner Chestnut was not on the commission then. So, and to try to give staff some guidance on what next steps we would like them to take.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And you conclude, you're good?
Yeah, I do believe, if the maker of the motion, I believe I did hear her say that she would consider
Workshop,
modifying. Yeah,
not a special
workshop.
meeting. Yep, workshop.
Thank you.
Okay. Then back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I would strongly request the commission not move forward in a workshop. With a workshop, we can't give direction. It's going to be this nebulous thing that happens when we have workshops. We can say we won't adopt an ordinance. I think we should say that. But at a workshop, we can't take a vote. We can't give actual direction. We can't tell staff to do stuff. I mean, they can, I guess, count votes, but I think we should be able to give all direction, or we can ask for things to come back and things like that. A workshop doesn't give that opportunity. And I don't think it's fair for the public too, of kind of being in this nebulous space. We should be able to be able to give direction, whatever the direction is. A workshop will just keep things in purgatory, and staff won't really know exactly what is supported, not supported. I think we should have a special meeting, and I ask that we don't move forward, and this hopefully we can put forward a motion afterwards if this fails. And I guess also, I mean, the planning board can give a recommendation. They can make a decision watch it, but I don't think we should tell them, like, don't make a recommendation at their meeting. I think we should let them make that decision that they have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I think, do we have a policy somewhere where it defines workshop and it says, okay, let's call up that policy. I'd like to see where it says you can't give direction.
The big black binder of rules and procedures.
Yeah, we don't want to vote.
Some of us do. Some of us do want to vote.
I want you to tell me it says that you can't give direction. I think Ms. Bryant is bringing something. Oh, totally different thing?
Once you get a spotlight following you across the stage.
Mr. Mayor, I was thinking that your rules might define a workshop. I don't see it offhand. I do know that's been your practice, is that you would not be able to pass a resolution or an ordinance at anything other than a meeting.
I think the clerk is looking for it.
Yeah, I mean, the workshop has always been that we take no action.
Right.
That's an informal explanation, but
Well, I think that what we're looking for is a workshop, because the workshop is going to let us discuss what staff has found out at these public hearings, at these two that I'm aware of, that I participated in. It's going to give them the opportunity to share that information with us. And when I started this motion, I wanted to be very clear that I'm not looking for a vote, and that's what you all agreed to. We're not looking for a vote on on June 21st that says X about exclusionary zoning amendments. That was the question I asked, to clarify. So it seems to me, if that question is clarified, then workshop is certainly what we want to have, because we're not going to be voting anyway. It's a workshop. Now, I think that the plan board, June 6th, they are feeling that they have to act, and it may be under duress. But I think if we pass on to the staff, and it's very clear that we are not looking for the plan board to return on and vote on June 6th. We're not pressuring them to vote on June 6th to bring comp plan amendments to us, because there is no rush to have the comp plan amendments approved. There is no rush from Tallahassee. There's no rush from anywhere. The rush seems to be arbitrary, that we are trying to move this ahead quickly. I'm saying that we need to listen, engage the public, and then make a decision. Thank you, sir.
thank you. And as long as we can give direction to staff without taking a vote, I'm okay with that. But that's what we've got to be able to do. We can't be at that meeting and then wait weeks to come back and then give staff direction at our next public meeting. But I think I think that we can make this work. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to believe Ms. Curry when it's like staff will do what the commission says, but that's when there's no ambiguity. I think having our ability to give outright direction, not vote for an ordinance, direction is very different, but we unfortunately need to vote for both of those. If there is disagreement on next steps or like which actions to abandon, which actions to pursue or get more information on, if there is disagreement on that, staff can't do anything. Like, do both, do neither, and that is not an efficient use of staff time. I will not support something that is a workshop, because no one here can take away my ability to vote if I choose to make a motion. That is what I was elected to do. I think it needs to stay a meeting so that should the need for direction, unambiguous direction is needed to be given, or there is disagreement among the seven, we can see which opinion prevails and which direction staff will follow through on, rather than staying, as been said more than one time, a nebulous just limbo of, well, I heard 3 different ways to go about this, I guess we'll do all 3. That's not fair to staff, and that's not fair to the public. So I will not be supporting this motion. I will only support a motion for a meeting, because we need to actually do business. That business is not going to be an ordinance, but sometimes you have to commit to direction, and we won't have that ability. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Need, did you get some clarity
Yeah,
here?
Mr. Mayor, in your rules, under Rule 2, it describes special meetings and workshop meetings, and does specifically say that the purpose of a workshop meeting is for informal discussions, and no business may be transacted at the workshop meeting. That being said, obviously, if any direction comes from the commission towards our office, or I'm sure any of the other charter offices, it's not going to be ignored because we're in a workshop. If there is some discomfort with that, though, I could be so bold to suggest perhaps a special GPC meeting. That's exactly what happens at the GPC. You discuss things, you give direction to staff, everything short of an ordinance or resolution. That might be the compromise that satisfies folks.
Commissioner? The GPC meeting?
PC meeting, you're not taking a vote, correct, Mr.?
We take votes, but we can't approve things. We can't approve like ordinances, resolutions, policies, administrative. I mean, so we could vote to direct staff to bring us back information, to follow up on things, but we would stop short of voting on binding decisions.
Yeah. I don't think I'm feeling comfortable with this.
Okay. And what I'll also point out is what our attorney shared with us is that it says workshops, we shall not conduct business. It does not say we shall not direct staff. And so we still can direct staff at a workshop.
Okay.
It does not preclude us from doing so.
All right, you can direct staff.
There's no prohibition in the rules for us doing that.
Okay.
So that hopefully is a
That's clarifying.
path forward, yeah. Okay, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be very clear, because this conversation has sort of,
Meandered?
yeah, I'm not entirely sure, if we're operating on the same definitions, of words. So I want to be very clear. We have been discussing these policies for a very long time. I feel comfortable with the presentations that have been given, with the education of the policies. I am ready to give direction to staff. I would like to give direction to staff. I need to hear from my colleagues, obviously, what will actually get a number of votes to ask for staff to come back with. So, it's okay that we have currently not given direction for ordinance to come back. So I want to be very clear. That's what's not coming back on the 21st. There's not going to be ordinances to vote on the 21st. But as a commissioner, I retain my ability to pursue policies that I care about. So I do want to give direction to staff to bring back ordinances. And I don't want that to be misunderstood. I am too a little bit uncomfortable with some of the process discussions we've been having. It just doesn't feel as though we're speaking the same language and speaking plainly, and so I just wanted to be very plain. I am ready to give direction on what I'm comfortable with passing for policy. I would like for my colleagues to get there, and the only way to do that is for our professional staff to present at a meeting and for us to deliberate the policies. That's the only way that's going to happen. Any deviation from that, in my point of view, is moving away from what we're elected to do, which is to make decisions. So I will not support the motion because at this point, I'm not really sure where this discussion took us ultimately.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have a clarification from the attorney on, so are we able to take, you said we can give direction to staff, are we able to take a vote and give direction to staff? And it's not business being transacted, there's nothing final being done. Is that, are we able to do that at a workshop?
I think you can direct your charter officers and leave it to them to then direct their staffs.
So
if that makes you hesitant as to whether or not you can count on the follow-through of your charters, if you think you need something more definitive in directing staff all the way down, then that sounds more like conducting business. So that's why again, it's really not my place, but that's why I was suggesting, this sounds a lot like what you do at a GPC meeting, is you take all action short of ordinances and resolutions. But then again, it's up to you whether you have concerns about the level of trust that would be required at a workshop, giving a heads up to the charter officers as to the direction you wish to go, what you're expecting.
So I guess under my understanding of we give direction as a body and for people, or a vote is direction. So are we able to have a vote at that meeting?
Well, that's the problem. You're saying that there would not be commission action directing, from a workshop, directing X, Y, or Z to take place.
I'm saying, can that happen in a workshop? Can we have votes in workshops or not?
Sorry?
Can we have a vote or not in a workshop?
It's not going to be a binding vote that will be recorded as an action of the commission. But can there be an expression made towards the charter officer of what the expectations are of a number of the commissioners? Well, absolutely.
Okay.
But again, that's maybe that's the best I can describe it. So there's no business is going to be conducted, so that vote is not going to be a vote of the commission. But it's certainly describing to your subordinates, your charters, as to what's expected. And accountability is always there. But if you want something that is an actual action of the commission, and you're wanting to guarantee another member or other members that there would not be an ordinance, that's what happens every other week at your GPC meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So I won't support the motion. I think we shouldn't keep things nebulous and be clear. I think our public there's that as well as our staff and the commission. I think hopefully vote no, and then we can schedule a special GPC meeting. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I want us to have this discussion on the 21st. It's important. There will clearly be follow-up discussions. I completely intend to bring back most likely through a special meeting in July. Because again, I think that we need to separate this from our other meetings and give it its own attention. So it really is just, let's have a discussion on the 21st. Let's allow our staff to continue working in those more intimate community meetings, bring that back to us, and then after our recess, take this back up. There is a lot of wisdom in holding these discussions and meetings in close proximity to one another. So this is what our community is talking about right now, right? So doing all of this and not sort of taking a big pause and then months later taking it back up, I think is important. And I'm just kind of looking back at, let me just real quick at some past workshops. So, oh yeah, that was. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, so we had a workshop on our strategic plan, right? And we didn't take any votes there, but we gave feedback and input on where we are and, what if we thought it was still relevant. So I think we're within our boundaries there. If we compare what we did at that strategic plan workshop, where we still gave feedback and staff was still able to follow up and kind of get direction, I feel confident we can do that at the 21st meeting, and still keep this moving forward, in a reasonable way. So, it's, I think we have 7 different preferences on how we'd like this to proceed. And I would like just to get us to, we're not all gonna get exactly the meeting we want, but let's have the meeting, let's have the discussion and figure out where we are so we can keep this moving forward. That's my preference. So anyway, the motion right now is to workshop on the 21st. which kind of precludes some of your other points because we will not take action because it's a workshop. We will get direction. I will personally reach out to the chair of the plan board and let her know about our discussion and that we will not be taking action then, so they should feel no obligation to take any final action. It's up to them. I'm not gonna tell her to, or that's not my job or our job. But just to let her know that we scheduled a workshop for that, so they're, you know, that if, you know, they're able to conduct that meeting how they see fit. And certainly we'll take whatever feedback we get from that meeting and incorporate it into our 21st meeting, either way. Okay, Madam Clerk, folks signed up to speak to this item.
Yes, our first speaker is Lou Ann Wilson, followed by Mr. Wilson, maybe? George Wilson. George, thank you. I couldn't understand the handwriting. I apologize.
And just for, if any of you are new, and you've been with us all afternoon, so you've probably seen how things go, but you'll get 3 minutes. There's a little timer right up there, and so when you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on, and then when the red light comes on, your time has expired, and I'll invite the next person to come up and speak.
Okay.
Welcome.
I have two short comments. My name's Lou Ann Wilson.
Ms. Wilson, if you'll pull that microphone, just kind of, there you go.
That good?
Very good, yeah.
My name is Lou Ann Wilson, and I am a city resident. The proposed zoning change, as I understand it, is extremely broad and affects all the single-family neighborhoods in the city. So my ask is to postpone taking any further commission action on zoning code amendments for at least a year until after we've tested the waters with the recent new ADA ordinance changes, which allow 3 units per residential lot already. Also, the infrastructure in my neighborhood, the Duck Pond neighborhood, is very old, and we simply cannot support additional multifamily structures. Our sewer lines, water lines are all extremely old. Our streets are narrow. The parking is already stretched to the residents who live there now. So those are my 2 comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sticking with us all afternoon.
Mr. Mayor, I think she was referring to ADU instead of.
Yeah, ADU. Yeah, we got that. Yeah, it's all good. We understood what you're saying.
Our next speaker is George Wilson, followed by Susan Maston.
Which button do I push to get it?
You don't have to do anything. Just start talking.
Okay, I guess you did it for me. It was a long session for me because between the hearing loss that I had while I was in construction and the masks, I kept looking up for the closed captioning, but I wish you'd had it there today. Saw a lot of impassioned people, but quite honestly didn't understand a lot of what was being said. I went to that workshop yesterday, and the consultant mentioned some things that quite frankly gave me concern, and I think anybody living in a neighborhood would be concerned over the suggestions, which included eliminating the historical requirements which slow down construction in historical districts, including removing trees without the current mandates that you have on it, letting homes go out to the lot lines. It's opening up a can of worms. She even suggested the use of mobile homes in areas. Now, I don't know if y'all have communicated with your constituents about the changes that are being proposed and how that would affect their neighborhoods. I have trouble believing that if they understood what was being proposed, they wouldn't all be here right now. And I think you're doing a disservice if you don't communicate that to them. I recently received a letter of a change being done to a property near a property that I own, and they were changing some windows and putting in a fence, and they wanted my input on whether they could do it or not. And I never received anything about the changes that you made, raising the ability to take a single-family property and build 3 homes on it. You know, these are all changes that I just think are astonishing for you to be bringing up. You know, Gainesville, the city of trees, is now something that is a thing of the past. You have a constituent who doesn't live in the area, and I didn't see anything, any concern for the impact of the people dwelling in these neighborhoods that you're talking about changing. I also didn't see anything that said that this will increase the housing for low-income families directly. You know, if you impact these 10 homes, you're going to get one low-income dwelling. The other thing, and I'll close with that, she said that the goal was for rental properties was to have 10% of the rental properties allocated for low-income families. I don't know too many families that would want to live in a 6-story place across from Paisanos.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you for your time.
I know the times, can I just
Yeah.
finish my
I have to treat everyone the same. I have to be equal to everybody, so nobody gets preference over another.
Thank you.
But yeah, appreciate you sharing that. And Madam Clerk, do we still have the hearing assistance? So yes, sir, we have a device that you can have anytime you come to, we have a device that you can use. Yeah, they have it in broadcast, so just let us know and we can give that to you. Yeah. I'm sorry that we didn't do that sooner. Hey, welcome.
Hi. Thank you for a chance to speak with you. I'm Susan Maston. I live in the neighborhood. I have been working in community development in a most unique setting, that is in rural Cambodia. But from that opportunity, I've learned very relevant processes to take. And one of these is the most empowering, honoring, respectful, connecting, building goodwill step we can take is to really listen to the people we hope to assist. So I don't know if this information is available already from staff, but it would mean so much to me to know more about the people who are looking for their new, for their opportunities for their new homes. What is it that they're seeking? Where would they like to be? What's important to them? Where do they want it? What shopping is close by? Their employment, the school systems, their transportation opportunities. That's the information that's far beyond their cost burden, the lines of their neighborhoods, their income parameters. I want to know who the people are so I can do that compassionate thing as a neighbor to feel connection with them and to be open and prepare as a neighbor to care to make big steps forward. Last night when we started the workshop, the first question is, what do you want to do as a citizen to be part of this? And I want to feel connection with the people we hope to serve. If staff has all of those flip charts that have been taken, what I hope would be with meetings with hundreds of people in the neighborhoods we hope to assist, to know what they care about, that's what I'm seeking. So much more valuable to me than to know some of the data that's available in the Gainesville plan. Is that available, and can we connect with staff to have that opportunity to learn from that core information? Similar to the flip charts that we created last night, can we absorb all of that information? It's 19 days until the 21st. How are we going to have all these conversations? Let's make space for that in a very genuine way. And I truly mean I will read every word if I can get access to the feedback from the people we hope to serve. There should be hundreds and hundreds of conversations like that. Is it available?
We have a mountain of stuff available, yeah. HRNA went through an extensive community engagement process leading up to their eventual report, so we'll get to you whatever.
So directly from the families?
Yeah, we interviewed Gainesville residents.
Okay, should I speak with your team to see how to find out?
We'll provide for you what we provide for everybody, yeah, so. But
I think that would build goodwill. Really, you want this to go well.
Absolutely.
You want us to come together for goodwill.
Thank you very much. And what I would add is most families want exactly what you want. They want to live in a safe neighborhood that gives them access to parks, jobs, shopping, that folks are pretty ununique in that they all want a nice, safe place to live with their family that they can afford.
Are they willing to move across town? I wonder.
They go through the same decision-making process you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Speaker is Jane Myers, followed by Robert Mounts.
I'm Jane Myers, and a 50-year resident of the downtown neighborhood, and I've been here many times. Okay, there's one thing that we haven't discussed, and that is the construction of these additional units. That's what's happening directly across the street from me. They were able to take their garage, they redid their house, but then they took the garage and turned it into a living unit, and they got permission through the plan board. Now, let me tell you what it's like to live across the street for 2 years with people, with the trucks, the machinery, the sawing, the noise, the mess. It is not a pleasant thing. I expect to be able to enjoy my home, which I've lived in for 50 years, well, practically 50 years, and enjoy quiet solitude. I'm 84 years old, guys. I don't want to hear all this banging and construction around me, and that's what's going to happen. You're just going to crowd us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Mr. Mounts is Melanie Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am encouraged, and I'm here again as immediate past president of UPNA, the University Park Neighborhood Association, where I was president 3 out of the last 4 years and went through GNV Rise with them. I am encouraged that this meeting, special meeting on the 21st, is not actually the formal noticing of the comp plan amendment and the ordinances changes, that it's a workshop. That said, as I mentioned at the general policy meeting the other day, there are better ways, and frankly, it's within each of you, especially those that represent like District 1, District 2 through 5, each one of you can notice to the public at town hall, like Commissioner Johnson did a couple of times, and speak directly, hear feedback from neighbors in your district. And that is one really good way to get the word out. At the workshop last night, which was, I would say, lightly attended because only about half of the chairs were filled, this is the only workshop dedicated to this rezoning proposal. And there's, you say that's been, we talk about affordable housing forever, that's true, but not since the ADU discussion have we talked about rezoning. And there are solutions, there are compromises possible. The ADU ordinance would have gone down a lot better in UPNA if you had retained a requirement that the owner reside either in the primary residence or in one of the ADUs. And then, of course, you kind of legislated on the dais to add the second ADU, which caught everyone by surprise. It's not really the number, the quadruplex. It's the fact that, especially in neighborhoods close to the city, the competition of students for rental rooms, and the fact that what you have now under the ADU ordinance is the functional equivalent of a triplex. And last night, Mr. Persons acknowledged that in a quadruplex, you could have 12 persons if each unit had 3 bedrooms. 12. Well, where are the cars parked? It's tremendous pressure on the University Park neighborhood if that turns into a student rental, a party house, or an ADU. And we need to have those discussions. We need to think about it in that context and come up with something that the entire community can support. And it was obvious at the end of the evening last night that no one spoke in favor of this proposal as it is now tabled. But thank you for not actually tabling the ordinances on the 21st. And I do believe the plan board will be relieved that they don't have to take a vote on Monday night. Sure look like it.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Melanie Barr. So I really wish you would consider all the constituents who are traveling. This is the summer. People are not here and they want to weigh in. There's no way to call in now. They can't do it through a Zoom meeting or whatever you used to do. They have to be here. So I would like to not even have the June 21st meeting. People are gone all summer and are very passionate about this and want the opportunity to speak to you. So what is the rush? Why do we have to do this now? So I would prefer to have the June 21st meeting completely moved to August. A lot of people don't come back till the semester starts. And they want to weigh in. The ones that know about it. Some people aren't going to even know until they get back. They don't even have access to email or whatever else. They aren't going to know. Now, my neighborhood, the Duck Pond neighborhood, is a little bit more active apparently because we have been discussing this on Facebook and through our email list. But this is what you're talking about affects everybody citywide. Those neighborhoods don't seem to be as alert and on top of it as our neighborhood, but I'm sure they want to know. And so I'm recommending not even having the June 21st meeting, postponing it till August. Hopefully the plan board will also continue discussion because it's too last minute. Maybe you knew, but most people didn't. And a lot of the things that you're trying to do have a big impact on the citizens. And I know your goal is racial diversity and low income affordability in single family neighborhoods. But think about this. Who is going to build something for low income in their backyard? If you're spending all that money to build something and it's very expensive, you're either going to go for luxury high rent housing or a bed and breakfast, because bed and breakfast really bring the money in. You can get easy $2,000 instead of the $1,000 that you'd only get for a one bedroom, one bath apartment. And the code will allow, the ordinance will allow multifamily. You could have 12 people living in your property. And parking is going to be a big problem in all the neighborhoods, especially the ones farther away from downtown. There's not enough parking for 12 people to live on a lot. But if the developers have a way to do it, they will do it. People are capitalists. They're going to try to build to get the most money possible. So don't think you're going to get people building low income in their backyard. I don't see that. So I know your goal, and that's just not going to meet the goal. And in the meantime, please just don't even have a meeting June 21st. Let the people speak, and they won't be here. Really, a lot of people won't be here till August. Thank you.
Hey, Madam Clerk, anybody else? Okay. Thanks for waiting with us all afternoon for this item. Really do appreciate you doing that. The motion on the floor is to have a workshop. Again, by definition of the workshop, we will not conduct business or take final action on the 21st. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay, I believe that motion passes 4-3. Commissioner Ward, were you in favor of the motion? Yeah, okay, so that motion passes 4-3 with Ariola, Hayes Santos, and Sacco in dissent. All right, so we have reached the end of our business this afternoon.
Just one comment.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I have a neighborhood issue that I want to bring up and just request that we put this on an agenda discussion for a later date. In my district, the neighborhood Libby Heights, they have a sort of a neighborhood club. They call it the 300 Club that's frequented. And I've been in contact with some of the leaders there who would like to bring up a discussion. Basically, when it was originally county property and changed over to the city, I think there was a change to the zoning because there wasn't an exact lineup between the county and the city, which we ran into problems with annexations, over the last 100 years. So they would like the opportunity to ask the city commission to change the zoning of that property. So what I would like to do is just request the city commission that we agenda that at a future city commission meeting, just to hear what they have to say, and so our staff can sort of hear from them as well.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to put that on the agenda, Commissioner. Of course, you can under your name. they have the opportunity to submit a rezoning application. There's nothing preventing them from doing that. I've had this discussion with them years ago, and it's a private matter, and they can absolutely do that. They just like anybody else. I think what they are asking for is special treatment by the city for the city to cover their private costs of the rezoning, and I don't think that's equitable or fair. So if they want to do that, again, they know they've had the path explained to them on how to do that. They have not chosen to do so since I first discussed this with them 4 years ago. But you are welcome to put it on an agenda. I mean, that is your prerogative.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to be responsive to my constituents. And so, there's multiple paths, city initiated, private petition. But I'm not asking us to make a decision today. I just would like to put that on the agenda. So if the chair objects, then I will work with the clerk to agenda that for a future meeting.
Okay, thank you. Was that your only item? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The school board has some system whereby citizens can call in. It's similar to what we had before, but it is, I believe, much, much less expensive. And I'm asking perhaps the clerk or the manager, someone can look into that system for us to consider.
Sure, without objection. Madam Clerk, if you want to reach out to the school board superintendent and see how their system works. I know it's cumbersome and there's a lot of complaints about it, but we can certainly learn from it. Without objection, the clerk can do that. I real quick wanted to, yesterday was the start of hurricane season. Unfortunately, prior to the start of hurricane season, we already have our first named storm that has plowed its way through Mexico. So prayers to all the folks in its path. But I did want to just remind our neighbors, they can go to our website or GRU's website for more information. This is the time is now to prepare for hurricanes, not a few days before it's coming. As you all know, if you've been in Florida for any period of time, a few days before is too late. And so we advise our neighbors to visit our emergency management page. Hopefully you can all see that. This is actually part of our brand new website, so we'd also love your feedback on our new website. It's sort of in test mode right now, but this would be a good opportunity to go on there and check it out and look at our emergency management page. There you can sign up for notifications, for emergency notifications through Alert GNV. And so it guides you through that process. The Alert GNV system will send you critical information with a phone call, a text, an email, however you prefer. So if you go there and sign up, you'll make sure to get, we promise we won't overuse it. It's really for those really critical times where we need to get information to you quickly and keep you safe. The city has many resources to help you prepare, so visit our new website, GainesvilleFL.gov. That's our new website address, GainesvilleFL.gov. And the public safety icon will direct you to the emergency management page where you can sign up. Also, you can visit GRU.com /Storm Central, so you can see that page. And that has resources with, I always refer to it during a hurricane. So you go to Storm Central and it has the numbers to call if you see a down power line, if your power goes out, if you smell a gas leak, sort of directs you to the right place. And so keep looking at those pages. Certainly as storms approach, we will have more information there. But right now, we really just want people to sign up for that Alert GNV and so we can contact them and make sure that they have the latest information in these emergency situations. So thank you for that. And again, love feedback on the new website so we can make sure that once it goes final live, that it meets all of your needs. So with that, y'all, we will be in recess until 5:30. Okay, welcome back. We're gonna. This is our June 2nd meeting to do that, and I believe the first order of business this evening is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and you may be seated. Madam Clerk. Thank you. It almost sounded like you said International Eternal Audit, which sometimes, not all the times, they do feel eternal. A joke that only auditors can appreciate. We thank you all for being with me. Why don't you all come forward and join me here for this proclamation. Whereas internal auditing is a vital part of strengthening organizations and protecting stakeholders of both the public and private sectors. And whereas internal auditing helps identify and manage the organization's risks and ensure policies, procedures, and controls are in place and working appropriately. And whereas internal auditing is an increasingly sophisticated and complex activity requiring specialized knowledge, training, and education. And whereas internal auditing is an established profession with a globally recognized code of ethics and international standards for the professional practice of internal auditing. And whereas the Institute of Internal Auditors is the internal audit profession's most widely recognized advocate, educator, and provider of standards, guidance, and certifications. And whereas historically, the global internal audit profession promotes awareness about its value during the month of May each year. And whereas the contribution of internal auditors to the success of organizations and the global economy at large deserves our recognition and commendations. And whereas the state of Florida has in excess of 3,000 members and 10 chapters. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as International Audit Awareness Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me in recognizing professional internal auditors for their contributions. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 25th day of April, 2022. So I'm going to invite Lily to receive this and say a few words on behalf of her colleagues. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lily Lee. I'm an audit manager for the University of Florida Office of Internal Audit. I also have the pleasure of serving as district representative for the Institute of Internal Auditors. And the Institute of Internal Auditors is made up of a very large network of volunteers. So I think that says a lot about how internal auditors feel about the profession. I've been an auditor for 18 years now, and it's been rewarding to partner with stakeholders within the organization to help make it stronger, more efficient, and more resilient. And now I'd like to also introduce a couple of our members within the chapter, the local chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors. So we have with us here Brecca Anderson. Brecca Anderson serves as Assistant City Auditor in the City of Gainesville City Auditor's Office. Brecca joined the City Auditor's Office as a staff auditor in 2008 and has been with the city a total of 13 years. Prior to joining the city, she served as a staff auditor for 3 years at the University of Florida Office of Internal Audit. Brecca holds the Certified Internal Auditor, Certified Fraud Examiner, and AICPA COSO designations, and previously served as Advocacy Chair on the local chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors. Brecca enjoys internal auditing as a career and enjoys meeting her fellow team members at the City of Gainesville. And then next, I'd like to introduce Parvane Fazeli, who is our current chapter president for the Institute of Internal Auditors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Parvane Fazeli, a senior IT auditor at CareSource, which is a nationally recognized for leading the industry in providing member-centric healthcare coverage. I am also honored to serve as the president of the North Central Florida chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors for the last 2 consecutive years. Established in 1941, the Institute of Internal Auditors, or the IIA, is the internal audit profession's global voice, recognized authority, acknowledged leader, chief advocate, and principal educator. The month of May has been established as Internal Audit Awareness Month, giving us the opportunity to highlight the value internal auditing brings to its organization through independent, objective assurance and consulting activity designed to improve an organization's operations. Through their varied roles and responsibilities, internal auditors provide the organization tremendous value. They serve as the eyes and ears of senior managers and the boards. They are coaches, internal and external stakeholders advocates, risk and control experts, efficiency specialists, fact checkers, and last but not least, problem solvers. As an internal auditor, I will continue to support my organization, CareSource, with its mission of making lasting differences in members' lives by improving their health and well-being. Thanks a lot to those people who supported me and the North Central Florida chapter during the past years while we were dealing with COVID-19 pandemic. I witnessed a very caring and sharing community amongst us, and it is incredible to see how in times like this people hold together. Please join us in celebrating all internal auditors this month, along with the renewal that comes with the beginning of the summer, and toward having a better tomorrow ahead. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all for all the work that you do and the tremendous value you add to all of the organizations in which you represent and work for. It really means a lot to all of us. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk. All right. I think we can guess at least a couple of our neighbors who are here representing. Why don't you all join me up here? Anybody that's part of the organization, we'd love to have you. And welcome. Whereas it is the prerogative of this office to recognize significant accomplishments which take place in the city of Gainesville. And whereas the Miss Gainesville Scholarship Competition is one of many 501c3 organizations that benefit the women of the city of Gainesville. And whereas the Miss Gainesville Scholarship Competition has provided an opportunity for young women to develop into the professional women of tomorrow for the past 15 years. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 19th, 2022, as Miss Gainesville Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me in supporting this worthwhile scholarship program and showing our appreciation to the sponsors, advertisers, patrons, volunteers, and participating young women for their time and effort to make this an outstanding community organization. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville this 15th day of February, 2022. And I'll give you this and invite you to join us and say a few words. Congratulations.
Hi, I was not prepared to say anything, but I think it is important to express how amazing this organization is and the difference that it is making on young women's lives. And I know that maybe you saw our directors, Rachel and John, back there, and they have been so instrumental in my year as Miss Gainesville so far. So to tell you a little bit about the Miss America organization, we are the top provider of scholarships for young women in the nation. So this organization really allows women to go and receive higher education and conquer really anything that they want to do. I know that pageants are foreign for a lot of people, and maybe you're not familiar with everything that we do in the community, but every title holder has their own social impact. Mine personally is promoting organ donation. My father is a liver recipient, so with this title, I've been able to travel the state with Donate Life Florida and be a spokesperson, share my story, talk to students, work with politicians. It's been amazing, but none of that would have been possible without this title and without our amazing directors. So every girl who is competing for Miss Florida in 3 weeks or Miss Florida's Outstanding Teen has had a similar experience and is really trying to do everything they can to work in the community and represent the community well across the state. So I would have been remiss if I didn't share that with you. My team might have a couple words to say, but I really want everyone to know that it is more than a shiny hat. The women in this organization are really making a difference. So thank you for this day. We are all very appreciative, and I look forward to speaking with you all after.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashley Cumby, and I am Miss Gainesville's Outstanding Teen. And I just want to thank all of you for the opportunity of allowing us to be here today. And I just wanted to give a little insight on my social impact initiative that Team Gainesville has allowed me to present. And my social impact initiative is Positive Change, which is raising awareness for children with mental health disabilities. And I, as a child, suffered with many mental health disabilities, and I want to spread awareness for children with mental health through emotional support animals. So I want to thank you all for allowing us both to be here and spread our amazing organization. Thank you.
Thank you both, and congratulations, and thanks for sharing your impact stories with us. Those are extraordinary and wonderful, and I just this evening you helped raise awareness for both, so thank you for doing that and taking a little time to be with us tonight. All right, Madam Clerk. Okay, and by the way, y'all are welcome to stay with us the rest of the evening. We've got all kinds of business before us. Land use ordinances, really exciting stuff. Or you can also leave and we won't be offended. So either way, the choice is yours. Do we have anybody sign up for early public comment this evening, Madam Clerk? Okay, then on to our next item.
6-month update, 6-month progress update with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How do we feel about doing a flip on the agenda on that? Since
Yeah, we can move to the next item and wait till we have full complement. Absolutely. I think that's quite important, in fact. So, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
8, subcommittee usage in municipal government.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Had our policy team do some research on committees. We used to have committees in the city and then got rid of them, I think, right before I came on board. I think the GPC has worked well, but I think it's missed some major aspects, and specifically the discussion points between commissioners, staff, and the public, and being able to dive deep into subjects. When we've had committees like the Zero Waste Committee and Rental Housing Committee, we've been able to have those discussions, and I think that's what's being missed at GPC, and we're not being able to have kind of deep discussions about issues. They kind of have to be broad, and they have to move kind of quickly. Also, I think we've lost some oversight over kind of what's going on inside of the city in different departments, and I think committees may be able to help with that too. So I'm just, policy oversight, I think, has a presentation too. And then I have some words afterwards.
Okay, very good. Ms. Watkins, welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Morgan Spicer, Interim Policy Oversight Administrator, and I am joined virtually by one of our fellows, Kaylin Escobar. So I think Kaylin's going to start screen sharing, but she is here to share the research that she conducted, as Commissioner Hayes Santos mentioned, on subcommittee usage in municipal government. So Kaylin should be pulling that up. Perfect. You can go to the next slide quickly, Kaylin. And then just a reminder, I know this is not a GPC meeting, but this is an item that is within our policy process. So phase 1 resulted in Kaylin's report, and then we were meant to present last week at GPC, but that was a bit of a crowded meeting. So we are here today for phase 2. And Kaylin, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Morgan. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kaylin Escobar, and I'm a Policy Research Fellow. Today, I will be discussing subcommittee usage in municipal government. Specifically, we'll be looking at the usage of permanent standing committees, or subcommittees, as referred to in my report, as they were previously utilized in Gainesville prior to 2016. First, I will define some terms associated with subcommittees and differentiate between some types of subcommittees used in local government. I will discuss the history of subcommittees in Gainesville, and then I will explore some alternatives and discuss advantages and disadvantages of subcommittees to provide context for a few case studies in Florida and in other states. I want to start by defining some terms, since several of the terms frequently used relate to subcommittees are used interchangeably. Within local government, subcommittees are standing committees that tackle ongoing policy issues within a specific field. Typically, subcommittees create a group unified under one predetermined field, such as parks and recreation or health and safety, and are generally made up of 2 to 3 members of the legislative body, along with relevant staff members. The terms subcommittees and committees are sometimes used interchangeably. Ad hoc committees are committees typically with commission membership designed for the express purpose of solving a clearly defined issue over a predetermined, limited time frame and are dissolved upon the completion of their outlined goals. What the City of Gainesville currently calls subcommittees, such as the Digital Access Subcommittee, are more technically known as ad hoc committees due to their temporary nature. Finally, advisory boards or committees are made for the mayor and commission to listen to advice on legislative issues from a neighbor perspective. These boards may conduct independent research and hear public comment to formulate the recommendations and are typically not comprised of any elected officials. Prior to the majority of the City of Gainesville's standing subcommittees being dissolved in early 2016, there were 8 subcommittees which generally met monthly. Those committees, such as the Regional Utilities Committee and the Public Safety Committee, along with their commission membership, can be seen on this slide here. The General Policy Committee was added in 2014, which met monthly and included all 6 commissioners and the mayor to supplement these other subcommittees. The General Policy Committee is not considered a subcommittee for the purpose of our research, since it has full commission membership, which subcommittees typically do not have. In 2016, all committees except for the General Policy Committee and Audit and Finance Committee were repealed due to the following concerns. The first concern was that the subcommittee structure required too much additional commission and staff member time. This was because the 9 monthly meetings required significant preparation from both staff and commissioners. Also, the recommendations had to be heard at minimum twice, both in the committee and with the full body at City Commission meetings. This was complicated by the fact that the members of a committee occasionally had the minority opinion on an item within the commission, and thus the work done by the committee was not guaranteed to be going in the direction that would be required for full commission approval. Finally, there were concerns expressed that items were frequently lost in long referral lists, and it was hard to prioritize which items to hear first in the lists. Ultimately, at the recommendation of staff, most committees were dissolved due to these concerns. Currently, the only remaining standing subcommittees in Gainesville are the Audit and Finance Committees. Prior to 2022, there was a single committee. However, on January 1st, 2022, that committee separated into the Audit Committee and the Finance Committee. Additionally, the General Policy Committee still remains in place. In place of an extensive permanent standing subcommittee structure, the City of Gainesville currently operates as a General Policy Committee, or GPC, where the entire commission meets twice a month at the General Policy Committee meeting to discuss and deliberate over policies that may not yet be ready for official action by the City Commission. If the General Policy Committee decides to advance past a preliminary discussion of a policy at a GPC meeting, the item will be assigned to a charter officer and staff to discuss the resources and timeline needed to implement the policy. Here are the various committees and meetings of the City of Gainesville has, in addition to commission and general policy meetings. The City of Gainesville does have about 24 advisory boards that are only open to members of the public, and they include the Gainesville Cultural Affairs Board, the Historic Preservation Board, and the Police Advisory Council, to name a few. There are also 2 ad hoc committees, which are Digital Access Subcommittee and the newly created Environmental Justice Subcommittee. Upon completion of their purposes, the committees will be dissolved again. Again, while these are referred to as subcommittees in the city, they are more specifically ad hoc committees. As noted earlier, there are still 2 standing committees or subcommittees for the purposes of this presentation, which are the Audit Committee and the Finance Committee. Finally, there is City Commission membership on a variety of outside boards and committees, such as the Library Governing Board, North Central Florida Regional Planning Council, and several others. The extensive usage of standing subcommittees is relatively uncommon amongst Florida cities, as we will see later in this presentation. Instead of subcommittees, it is more typical for cities to use advisory boards and ad hoc committees to supplement their standard commission meetings. Advisory boards, typically made up of local residents, can provide recommendations within their subject to the commission. The City of Gainesville has many advisory boards, but a few potential expansion opportunities related to advisory boards include health and safety, economic development and planning, and administration. Ad hoc committees are another method to address oversight and detailed discussion. The purpose of these committees, which generally have commission membership, is to address short-term needs with stronger recommendations. To be successful, it is important that these committees clearly identify solutions to a proposed problem rather than identifying further issues. Workshops are another alternative that avoids issues of increased staff time, but still allows commissioners to increase communication. They serve as a meeting for the commission where commissioners can discuss topics without voting or taking official action, and can lead to the commissions having a better understanding of the goals and priorities of each commissioner. Though this workshop model is still different than the GPC model, as the General Policy Committee does still vote and take official action, which is not found in traditional workshop sessions. To provide context as to why or why not the following cities in the case studies may implement subcommittees or some alternatives to them, I will first discuss the disadvantages and advantages to subcommittee usage. Some potential disadvantages of subcommittees are that subcommittees can weaken the role of the city manager, as it could transform the role of the commission away from a legislative body and into an executive one. Another challenge when structuring subcommittees in a Florida City Commission is maintaining transparency, as any meeting between two commissioners must occur at a publicly noted meeting as per the Florida Sunshine Statutes. There is also the potential issue of diversifying responsibility amongst commissioners too greatly. Due to the nature of subcommittees, only a few commission members will receive information and be able to provide direction on a particular topic, while other members will not have input on the topic until the issue comes to the full body. Having all commissioners receive information at the same time may instead be the best practice to ensure fairness and minimize undue influence on policy creation. Finally, subcommittees could demand greater time responsibilities from commissioners and staff, as they would likely be expected to meet with and prepare for their subcommittee at least once a month. These reasons are ultimately why Gainesville moved away from subcommittees in 2016. However, there are reasons that some cities choose to use subcommittees. One potential advantage of subcommittee usage is that it increases commission oversight of city departments and larger policy issues. With standing subcommittees, commissioners are able to track the progress of a policy more closely due to monthly meetings, which allow committee members to discuss details over a greater period of time and more frequently, compared to a general policy meeting structure. This can help prevent divergence from the Commission's original direction when details of a policy or program are being created, and can ensure there is public and Commission input frequently in the process. Additionally, subcommittees can be used to refine recommendations and thoroughly discuss implications before they are presented before the full Commission. Here are the various cities we'll be looking at today. Overall, it is fairly unusual for Florida cities to use an extensive subcommittee structure. However, they can be found in cities like St. Petersburg and Jacksonville. There are also a few examples of cities outside of the state that rely on a subcommittee structure. This slide covers the different committee usage in Florida cities, which do not extensively utilize subcommittees, but do utilize other committees and boards to supplement regular city commission meetings. These first few cities do not have any standing committees and instead utilize standard advisory boards and committees with no commission involvement and ad hoc committees. Fort Lauderdale has about 35 advisory boards, committees, and authorities. Similarly, Miramar has about 15 advisory boards and ad hoc committees composed of appointed members and staff liaisons. The City of Hollywood has 21 advisory boards and committees. Orlando utilizes city advisory boards and mayor's committees, which operate similarly to standard advisory boards. Finally, Pembroke Pines utilizes ad hoc citizen advisory boards, which are created for a specific goal to be dissolved upon completion of bond. Lakeland and Cape Coral have regular citizen boards and committees along with the cities in the previous section, but they additionally have a few standing committees with commissioners as members, similar to Gainesville. In Lakeland, the boards with select commission members are the Airport Advisory Board and the Community Redevelopment Area Advisory Board. Additionally, Lakeland's Utility Committee has full commission membership, including the mayor. Cape Coral has the Transportation Advisory Committee with council member participation and the Selection Advisory Committee for city staff. In addition to citizen advisory boards like the previous cities, Tallahassee also utilizes workshops before general commission meetings, where the commission discusses issues, usually ones brought up at the next scheduled commission meeting, without voting. Meanwhile, Jacksonville, Florida, which is a consolidated government with Duval County, does utilize subcommittees in their government. The subcommittees are standing committees that discuss and examine issues within one predetermined field. Standing committees in Jacksonville include the Finance Committee and the Land Use and Zoning Committee, along with others you can see on this slide. Each standing committee has approximately 7 council members, of which 1 is appointed chair and 1 is appointed vice chair. Additionally, Jacksonville has several special committees, which function as ad hoc committees that address specific issues like the opioid epidemic and downtown development. In St. Petersburg, there are 8 city council committees composed of 4 city council members with 1 additional alternate member. One of these committees is a committee of the whole that encompasses all council members. There is a committee chair and committee vice chair appointed from the members of each committee. These committees include the Budget, Finance, and Taxation Committee, Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee, and Legislative Affairs Committee, to name a few. At these commission meetings, which don't include the mayor, an issue will be proposed to the proper committee where members will deliberate over the topic. Once a decision is made in the committee, it will move forward to the full city council as a recommendation. Moving out of the state, the city of Tacoma in Washington has 5 subcommittees or council committees, such as the Community Vitality and Safety Committee and the Economic Development Committee. The City Council additionally meets every week with supplemental study sessions occurring before each meeting. These study sessions operate similarly to workshops where no formal action or public comment is taken. Each council committee has 4 council members and an alternate, appointed by the mayor and approved by the council. The chair and vice chair are selected within the committee. The committee of the whole, of which the entire council are members, determines the issues presented in front of standing committees and the city manager's proposed issue assignments. These meetings also allow the council to review progress reports from the standing committees. The standing committees allow for critical analysis on topics brought forth and act as a middle ground for policies that are not addressed at general council meetings. The city noted that a main consideration when pursuing subcommittees is the staff capacity needed to organize committee meetings and agendas. They suggest ensuring subcommittees have a clearly defined need and purpose, along with objectives prior to implementing any subcommittee. In Augusta, Georgia, commission meetings occur twice a month, with committee meetings occurring between commission meetings. Committees include the Administrative Services Committee, Engineering Services Committee, Public Safety/IT Committee, to name a few. The mayor does not have a position on the committees, and there are 4 members total on each. In Scottsdale, Arizona, the City Council meets twice a month and holds work study sessions after the General Council meetings to provide direction to staff and discuss city issues. Additionally, Scottsdale has 3 standing subcommittees: the Audit Committee, the Council Subcommittee on Education, and the Economic Development Subcommittee. Scottsdale also utilizes advisory boards and committees in addition to subcommittees. The last city we will look at is Bend, Oregon. In Bend, City Council meetings occur twice a month and subcommittee meetings occur once a month. There are 2 subcommittees, the Community Building Subcommittee and the Stewardship Subcommittee, with 3 counselors and representatives from relevant advisory boards and committees on each one. These subcommittees allow preliminary policy guidance to staff with input from advisory boards and committees, which then provide recommendations to the council as a whole. In closing, this is a brief summary of the terminology covered in this presentation. A subcommittee, as defined in this report, is a standing committee that discusses and examines issues within a predetermined field. The City of Gainesville used subcommittees extensively prior to 2016, when they disbanded most subcommittees in favor of the GPC model. St. Petersburg and Jacksonville are the 2 primary examples of Florida cities which extensively use subcommittees. Alternatives to subcommittees include advisory boards, which are typically citizen-run, and ad hoc committees, which are designed to dissolve after fulfilling a purpose. Gainesville currently uses both, and many cities in Florida, including Pembroke Pines, Lakeland, and Fort Lauderdale, use these options but do not extensively use subcommittees. Workshops provide another alternative to subcommittees and are used in Tallahassee, Tacoma, and Scottsdale of the cities reviewed here. They allow commissioners to discuss policy items without requiring a vote and can take place before or after full commission or GPC meetings. I will now pass it over to Morgan, who will discuss the policy research process from this.
Thank Thanks, Kaylin. So just very quickly, reminder of the next phases of our policy process. In phase 3, a timeline and resource development estimates are created by a working group. In phase 4, that working group continues with a full staff analysis and proposal, which then returns to GPC in phase 5, and then per your all's direction, it can be implemented in phase 6. But thank you, Kaylin, for your work on this, and that's what we have for you today. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Spicer. Back to you, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. What you have before you is kind of just I threw together some starting place for discussion. There's nothing here that I'm like, this has to be this way. But I was just trying to put something there for discussion. Every potential committee would have, this covers, I believe, every department we have in the city would go to a committee. And it kind of breaks it in that sense. 3 commissioners would be on every committee except for the audit committee, which we've kind of dealt with a little separately. And then each commissioner would serve on 2, and then a few people would serve on 3 to make the numbers work. I think having like new items for the commissioners or charters, the mayor, or we could do it at the GPC, move those to certain committees for them to review. We can still do GPC as needed, because there probably are times that we need the full kind of committee as a whole to have discussions. Another thing is to kind of keep business moving. Any item that goes before a committee, and it was a unanimous vote to move forward on it, could just go on the consent agenda. Ones that did not have a unanimous vote could go on for discussion. There's been some, I guess, kind of the reasons why I think we should move towards committees again is the times we've had committees, we've been able to dive deeper into issues. We were able to get early feedback from the public and staff. Many times we have items come before us that are kind of fully baked, and the commission hasn't been involved. I think one's right now being worked on is the noise ordinance that GPD's been working on with public, but the commission has not been involved at all with. And I think we're missing that thing where we're missing having the public, staff, and commissioners all in one place discussing things and actually getting deep into issues. Right now, the public and commission talk, staff and public talk, and then staff and the commission talk, but we're missing all those 3 together. I think it would also allow for better oversight of the city departments. I think a lot of things they're too kind of small to be talked about at a city commission meeting, because I think these are too, like, I don't know. One of the things that I think should be discussed is in HR and how long it takes to hire people. And that's always been a thing that's been talked about. It's hard for kind of discussions on that at a commission meeting. There's other things in that realm. Another thing is getting real feedback. I think that's one of the things we've heard over and over again is getting feedback from the public. Getting that early feedback, I think, is really important from those people who really care about things. And I know there's been concerns in the past about items being stuck in committees. We could put in limits on how long items can be in committee, and if the committee wants to keep them in the committee, they need to get permission from the city commission or the GPC or however it is, so that making sure things are keep moving. So I don't know what the rest of the commission's thoughts are, but that's where I would like for us to go. And my kind of recommendation or ask would be for us to ask kind of staff to look at this and see if they have any changes or recommendations, and then bring it back in August. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Morgan and Kayla. So I like part of what is being suggested, in that I do think there are often times where stuff does kind of get prepared, but we know when we get angry emails from our neighbors, or when it's already like on the agenda before us. And unless you know it's something that's being worked on, you may not necessarily know to follow or ask for it. Doesn't always happen, but sometimes, things slip. So what I really like about having some of these subcommittees, at least the ones that you've outlined in the sample, is it doesn't necessarily put the onus on any one department to carry a subcommittee. So, for example, health and public safety, I think GPD and GFR are going to sit with us for a long time, but it helps us explore a lot of issues that come up frequently. It gives, through delegation, it gives the commission somewhere to, at least in part, discuss what are we doing about there were 3 shootings this week, what are we doing? What happened? Is there anything connecting them? What do we think? But more than giving us that opportunity to explore further, what staff's thinking of doing in any one direction, I think it gives our community a standing place to voice their questions or suggestions on like the larger umbrella of some of these topics. So a lot of our advisory boards are very niche. You may not know, between the our Parks and Rec board versus the Public Art Trust. Like, you're like, I don't know, I figured it would be in the other. I think it's this kind of creates a slightly broader grouping of general areas that we might have interest in, that our neighbors might have interest in. They can tune into those to follow along what does matter to them. You can't care about everything all the time. Sometimes you really care about the environment. Sometimes you really care about infrastructure. I know I was converted when I got this job to really care about roads, and I didn't before. So I think some of these, so like the public safety, utilities infrastructure, and the environmental parks committee, I think those are good groupings of things that we work on every single day. But it really covers a lot of the departments, so it's not any one department carrying every single meeting once a month. It is a place to put questions, further flesh out suggestions, and to give our neighbors opportunities to come forward. All that said, I would love to hear staff's feedback on what they think could work, because how I think something works is not necessarily how it practically plays out. But I would like the opportunity, at least for those 3 kind of areas, for us to have more frequent and deeper discussions on what we're doing, what has happened, what we've tried, what we haven't, and to give our neighbors that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I like the idea. I know that not everybody does. I get that. And I know that it's change. And I don't want to change for the sake of change. But there are multiple departments that we just don't, as a full commission, we don't ever get any expertise into until there's an issue that comes up that we need to address. There's no, I don't know if I want to use the term oversight, but there's no familiarity with a department like, for instance, fleet. We've had discussions about fleet maybe twice in the last 5 years in any kind of substantive way. But it's a big part of what makes our city work. But it isn't something that comes before the full commission very often. Honestly, GPD doesn't get a lot of direct attention from the commission. The past few months, we've talked about GPD more than we normally do. But there have been times where we've gone long stretches without commissioners really being engaged with our police department, which is an enormous piece of our budget and an enormous piece of what we do as a city. We all have natural interests and strengths that we bring to the dais from the outside. And if we could match up 2 or 3 commissioners with the things that are our natural interests, then we can provide, again, for lack of a better term, oversight and we'll just call it oversight to the various departments that just don't happen naturally. I think it's a useful and healthy way for us to think about this, and I definitely would like to consider it farther. Thank you.
Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's difficult for me to figure out ultimately where I would fall on a change of the system because I have both enjoyed the primary focus being regular meetings, GPC, and special meetings, but I've also really enjoyed the work on the subcommittees, and I have found both of them to be very, very good legislative tools. The irony, of course, being my first suggestion would be, well, why don't we just do both? Why don't we keep the committee structure that we have? Why don't we add subcommittees? The charter swears this is a part-time job. Certainly includes part-time pay, but I'm open to it. I think the difficulty with the present condition is the vacancies that we're trying to fill in the government. There's a lot of staff demand for, every subcommittee would be high staff demand. And that comes with pros and cons. Pros in the sense that commissioners and staff will become more familiar with what one another does for work in each particular department. Cons in the sense that, the legislative process doesn't always go the way that we imagine it. But I'm open to the discussion of making additions to our current committee structure because even though I think we're all going to sort of suggest 3 or less commissioners on a committee because it could be difficult to have at least a quorum on each committee of the commission. That could be difficult. But as I have experienced in some committees, it is still a commissioner's prerogative. It's still a public meeting. If a commissioner is not on that committee and wants to come and give input or even just sit in, it's their prerogative to show up to the meeting, and they're not in violation of sunshine because it's a publicly noticed meeting. And that could, ameliorate some of my concerns, which is that if you're not on a committee, you could be missing, a great deal of work. But in larger legislative bodies, the committee system is one based on merit. It's one based on seniority, and ultimately produces a lot of work, a lot of really good policy. That doesn't always pass, as we know. Bills can fly through committee and meet their demise on the floor. So I think there's a lot of precedence, particularly with what we saw from a lot of the other cities. I was particularly interested in the cities that had the strong mayor system and how they were complemented by the subcommittees. So I could be open to this. I think the best way for us to go forward is to get recommendations from our charter officers as to which departments would make the most sense to be sort of working with a different subcommittee. But I also think we have to sort of be realistic. Like I said, there's a lot of vacancies in the organization. So, we may have to accept that ultimately, even if we do decide to make this change, this year will probably not be the year that we make that change, unless it's at the very end. So, but thank you for bringing this up. Thank you for the research. Really good discussion for our government. Thank you.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a very good working document, and I would like to see us work with it. We, as far as vacancies are concerned, we don't have vacancies, I don't believe, in the department heads. You have vacancies beneath that mid-level. So, and you wouldn't be meeting with all of these departments at once. Just the department that is, just the area that you are discussing would be the area that would appear. What I like about this is that this is the system we had when I was on the commission before. It worked very well because you could delve deeply into an item. And I think that by depending on the commissioners to delve deeply into an issue and bring that back to the full body, you have a really, really good working knowledge from them of what you could do. So I like that very much. And now let me ask this. Would we still have GPC? I may have missed, I'm getting here late.
That would be up to us.
Oh, that would be
This
up
would
to
not
us.
preclude that from
Okay,
happening.
okay.
We could not.
Okay, well, I think that this is less time consuming for the part-time job we have, But this is less time consuming because it is it is tailored and it is devoted to what exactly the committee that you're working with. So I hope that we implement this system. I'd like to see us try it again. We could try this until November, December, evaluate it. But I think if you tried it, you're going to see that you're going to have a much better work product by trying this. So anyway, I support it.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like the idea of subcommittees too. I had for a long time, from the beginning of my tenure here at the commission, been hearing from constituents that was a prior way that things had occurred here, and that they were hoping to return to those days because it gave them the opportunity to be more part of our process, but also the opportunity for us to be able to take a deeper dive and to learn a little bit more about, like I believe it was Commissioner Ward who mentioned Fleet. I know very little about Fleet, absolutely. But Commissioner Sacco also asked a question that I think just kind of got glossed over, and she mentioned that she'd like to hear from staff. And I think that that is something that's very important. I certainly don't want to overlook them in this conversation. I like this. I just really quickly saw one that, I know we're not married to any of these things on here, but I just felt like it was worth seeing. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs obviously is something that's very near and dear to my heart. That is something that I have always felt like we needed to be mindful of the differences between those things. And at some point, considering a clearer delineation or breaking those two apart from each other so that we can allow what both of them are to actually shine on their own. So that's just a very brief comment for all intents and purposes of this document, but I did want to follow up and ask if staff would weigh in on this, because it sounds like there will be some impact to you all.
All right, thank you. We'll get staff's, I don't know if all the charters are ready to speak to this or not. It's important that we get their input before we make any decisions for sure. So my first two terms, we had a committee structure. I found them helpful in learning those parts of the organization. I mean, as you all know, when you come in, yeah, I mean, we all might have run for a reason or two. You get in and realize the whole house is your responsibility. And so, being sort of hyper-focused on one smaller piece of the house, having that access to various levels of staff, not just the charters, was helpful in getting to know Public Works or GRU or the police department, fire department. It was very time-consuming. Incredibly time-consuming. Usually, everybody had at least 3 committees. The staff demand was enormous. So when we would have public safety, you would have the chief, the captains, usually lieutenants in charge of whatever area of public safety you were discussing. You'd have all the GFR brass. I mean, you had an enormous payroll sitting around the edge of the room, most of which never were called on or participated at all. So, and they were there for hours and hours, so that was not optimal. But the biggest challenge we had, so I served on the committee structure my 2 terms as a commissioner. And then shortly before I became mayor, the mayor and commission that preceded me made this change. They knew we were coming on. They didn't ask our input. They said, here's a new structure and way of governing. that was already in place when the new commissioners, including me, took over. And it's not that, it's a better or worse. I think that we've gotten a lot of good work done with the structure we have now. I think we got a lot of good work done with the previous structure. I think it's possible to do both. I did not think it was appropriate to make a wholesale change in the structure of our government and our legislative process shortly before a new mayor and commission took office. Let me skip to the end of my thoughts. I think that we should give this research and information to the next commission and allow them to make an informed decision based on what their priorities are and what they think will work for them. There will be 3 or 4 brand new people. I think that they should work with the 3 incumbents on a process that they think will work for them. And this is a great jumpstart. I think they could take this up very quickly and figure that out. There were quorum issues in the previous committee structure. Commissioners were less inclined to show up for committee meetings because some commissioners did not view them as important as regular city commission meetings. And so without notice, you would have folks not there. It is more time consuming. I assure you, it is less part-time with this committee structure than what we currently have. Look, there's a lot of ways to shell a peanut. And I think that we did good governance when we had committees, and I think we do good governance now. I think it's personal preference for the commission. I like the GPC and ad hoc or subcommittee model because one of the real challenges is that in the committee structure, you would have important issues, spend a significant amount of time in committee, and then get to the commission where a majority of the commission had not been involved in those discussions or decisions, would have a lot of questions, and basically staff would have to go back to the beginning and bring the whole commission through that process, and at times to no legislation being enacted, and so that's what I liked about GPC. When we talk about significant policy decisions, we're all involved in that discussion and process. And if any of us have concerns or questions, we're there together to bring those up and then make sure by the time it gets to the full commission, most of those questions have been addressed. When you just have a minority of the commission making recommendations, it's not as inclusive of a deliberative process. I think the way I'm making it sound is that the way we do things now is good and the way we did it before is bad. It's not that. Again, I think that we, did some really, really good work. It definitely is a way for new commissioners to kind of be brought under the wing of veteran commissioners. The way that Mayor Hanrahan did it when I first came on is you always put the new commissioners, you never have 2 rookies on the same committee. You put a new commissioner on a committee with veteran commissioners, and then you didn't get a chair until at least your second year on the commission. But that was good. You did get opportunities to chair meetings where otherwise, the only way that would happen is if you were a pro tem. So as a commissioner, you by your second year would get some leadership experience, and you would work on agenda management and work with the charters or key staff members that were running the committee. Those were all positives, but again, I at the end of this long term of service that many of us have had, it just doesn't seem appropriate to me to make a change right now for what will eventually be a couple months of meetings, and then the next commission, get to make the decision. I just rather finish out through the end of this year with what we have and suggest to the new commission take a look at this, see if it works for you, see if you want to try it. And if you do, here's how you can implement it. It just seems more, I don't know, respectful to the next commission to do that. So anyway, that's I don't know if that's. I feel like I rambled a lot there. I apologize. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you made some good points. I do want to. So I think one of the things about having staff and a bunch of staff, I think unless their item is on the agenda, they shouldn't be there. And I think that may have happened in the past, and sometimes that's our GPC. I think on the point about we came on at the same time, and we had our first meeting was the week after our swearing in. One thing though is with 3, potentially 4 new commissioners on the commission, this is probably one of the most veteran commissions that the city's had in a long time. And I think changing and moving that can be difficult for new commissioners. I mean, you come on the new commission, it takes you a year to really understand, know all the departments, know what things mean. And I think it's difficult for new commissioners to decide on what's the best subcommittee, because I don't think they have much reference. I think that if we try to do this and did it through kind of end of year, as Commissioner Chestnut brought up, as we are a veteran commission, I think we could work out a lot of the kinks that may come up and hand something off that is kind of working well. So I'll put a motion on the floor that we would ask the charters to look at this and come back in July and have some recommendations on a framework and what a committee could look like.
Motion and a second to refer this to the charter officers for feedback. Commissioner Chestnut?
Well, I was going to agree with your recommendation, Mayor, but now we have a motion on the floor to perhaps present this recommendation to the incoming commissioners, but not change the system before they get here. And we're going to be giving that new commission a lot of work before they start work officially.
Ideally.
Yes, yeah, ideally. We're going to be giving them a lot of work. But that may be a better way to do it. I think that this is a good guideline for them to follow, present that information, but I don't want to be disrespectful of them as we move forward. So I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. My recommendation would be just to hold off and let's do this, pass it on, the recommendation on to the new commission, but let's start the system when the new people join us.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I am going to support the motion only because I would like to hear back from the charter officers and others.
The motion? Yeah. Oh, yes, I support that.
Yeah. So the motion is just to refer it to them and have them bring back their
I support that.
thoughts, we'll call them,
Okay. All right.
in July. But I'm unlikely to support making the change before the change in commission. But we'll see. I'm always keeping my mind open. I've walked into many a meeting, my mind made up how I'm going to vote on something, and boy, did I vote different at the end of that meeting. So that's just how the process works. But I do want to thank, certainly policy research staff and you, Commissioner. I mean, a lot of work went into this and a lot of thought. I recognize that. And again, it's not like there's a perfect way to do municipal government and then all the rest are bad. We saw in the examples you gave us, lots of cities do it different ways, and I think they all do good work. So it's not so like Sith and Jedi, it's sort of, I don't know, somewhere in between. Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay, so we're going to come back to the commission and vote on this motion, which is to ask for some feedback from our charter officers. We'll hear that sometime in July. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Would you care to go back to BD7?
Oh, sure. No, let's go on. We saved the one because you weren't here, Commissioner Chestnut. Yeah, let's keep going forward. We'll do that at the end of the meeting.
All right. Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 200727, text change to the city's land development code to allow agricultural uses within certain zoning districts. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code by adding subsistence gardens and urban market farms as permitted uses in certain zoning districts with associated regulations, by amending Section 30-2.1 definitions, by amending Section 30-4.12 permitted uses, by amending Section 30-4.16 permitted uses, by amending Section 30-4.19 permitted uses, by amending Section 30-4.23 permitted uses, by adding Section 30-5.30 urban agriculture, by amending Section 30-5.38 fowl or livestock accessory to residential uses, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a second reading. Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you. Move ordinance number 200727 on second reading.
Okay, motion second that we adopt the proposed ordinance in second reading, title only. Commissioner Ariola? Okay, very good. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this? All right, then we'll come back for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Sacco? And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously, just by a hair.
Right here. Second reading of ordinance 210129, ordinance enacting comprehensive changes to the solid waste code. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Article 3 titled Solid Waste of Chapter 27 of the Code of Ordinances by revising definitions, adding requirements for commercial generators of solid waste, commercially collected residential property, and recovered material registrants, requiring commercially collected properties of a certain size to have a lease transition plan, requiring retail prescription drug distributors to provide take-back programs for prescription drugs, requiring commercial establishments to have additional recycling containers, requiring property owners to provide commercial tenants with adequate space for solid waste and recycling, creating a new division regulating single-use plastic and polystyrene products, providing for civil citations, general penalties in Section 1-9, injunctive relief and code enforcement, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date, and an enforcement date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Sacco, I know that we have some minor date modifications. Do we want to hear about those first, or would you like to go first?
Oh, you're welcome to. I agree with them anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah, let's present those, and then we'll take comments from the commission.
Okay, we got a request from one of the commissioners to change some of the dates in here. On page 44, for the prescription drug take-back program, the date was moved into the future 6 months. So instead of January 1st, 2023, it is now June 1st, 2023. The second change is on page 45 for commercially collected residential property lease transition plan. The date was originally January 1st, 2023, so that has also been pushed forward to June 1st, 2023. And then on my and staff's initiative, we changed the last page, which is page 59, the effective date of issuance of citations for the single-use plastic food accessories and release of plastic confetti, glitter, and balloons. So that date was originally June 1st, 2022, but we have now moved that forward 3 months to September 1st, 2022.
Okay, thank you. Can we put those on the overhead or somewhere, just so, I think we generally like to see the changes before us as we're voting, so that would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Nee, and I'll turn to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the changes and being able to whip them up so quickly. I have no problem with them. I think given how long, the almost 2 years we spent talking about this from formation of the committee to staff getting it here, 2 years. I think we're good for a second reading, but yeah, the dates needed to be moved a little to carry over from where we originally thought we'd be.
So let's end, Commissioner, thank you. So what we're looking at now is the effective date for the drug take-back program.
That's correct, and it's just a simple change in the date back 5 months. I think in part because there was the delay in enacting it, but also staff was concerned with outreach, that they wanted to make sure that they're able to communicate it well to everyone, to not catch anyone at all, even though we've had multiple readings, catch anyone by surprise by the effect of it. So that's the pharmaceutical one. Then as to the mandatory reuse plans, again, the same thing, the change from January 1st, 2023 to June 1st, 2023. And then the last change in a similar vein, which is on the very last page, where it talked about, and I apologize just for the handwriting, but I'm sorry. But just that, yeah, citations for violations of those two sections. The second one being confetti and glitter, and the first one being single-use plastic food accessories. So the date by which citations would be issued for violations is pushed back a little bit further again, also just to make sure that everyone has the proper outreach and notice as to what's coming down the pike.
Okay, thank you for showing us those. Go ahead, Commissioner.
We have the original version that was on first reading and a copy of this version here, so.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with that said, I would like to move that we adopt ordinance number 210129 on second reading.
With the proposed
With
modifications.
the date modifications presented, yes.
That were just presented, okay. And the second was Ward, is that? Yeah, okay. Okay, to Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm not going to do this with each one of these. I'll just get the thank yous out of the way right up front. I want to specifically thank staff. You all did an enormous amount of work, and I want you to know that I appreciate it. I believe the rest of the subcommittee and the commission appreciates it as well. Really, just over Zoom, much of it, and then down in the basement for many, many hours, and I appreciate the effort. I think this is a good thing for our community, and it's going to be challenging to implement, but I think it's worth the challenge. I think we're up to it as a community, and I think it is good for us, good for our children, good for their children, etc. I want to thank everyone who had input into this process. A lot of the public was very active in this. Zero Waste Gainesville is the genesis of much of this, and they worked tirelessly to move this forward. So I want to thank them for all their work and for their education efforts to the rest of the community, as well as to us as individual commissioners over the years. So I'm glad that we are at the point that we are at, and I appreciate everyone's effort. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Also wanted to thank staff. Has been, I know, a lot of hard work, and I know you pushed hard a lot of times, but I really do appreciate it, and I think we have a good work product coming out of it that will make a real difference to our city. Also, subcommittee members, I know we had a lot of hard work in there, and then Zero Waste Gainesville, but also I think a lot of the regulated entities didn't come out of this saying, like, don't do this at all, but like, we're open to working on this. So I do appreciate the businesses and other parties understanding the need for it and not just trying to kill it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask that one thing be added to the motion if possible, and it's really just to bring back information to the commission. Besides some details that I had discussions over with some of the affected parties, the main thing was they felt like they were going to be on their own to figure this out and figure out how to communicate this out to the folks that they serve. So whether, if it's an apartment complex owner or manager, or if it's a retailer, that they were going to have to figure out the sort of marketing and education on their own. And, I think what determines the success or not of this early on is that there is a unified message and a consistency that can really only happen if we're an important part of that communication and outreach. So I would just like to request that the city manager bring us back the communication, education, and outreach plan sometime this fall to the commission. Because then I think once, January 1st happens, and I told them all, and I hope I wasn't speaking out of turn. The beginning of this will be not strict enforcement, but education and helping folks understand, we're not going to go out on day one and start writing, $150,000 worth of fines. We're going to help folks get into this so it works and so it's successful and so it actually is doing what the policy intends. So anyway, that can only happen. And so the maker of the motion is good with that. Seconder is good. Yeah, Madam Manager. If it's ready before then, great. I just wanted to give you all enough time. I know that communications has a lot on their shoulders right now. So I wanted to be sensitive towards that. But before the fall at some point, just so we can see it and then so we can help, and be advocates as well.
We will respond, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. So, Madam Clerk, anybody signed up to speak to this item? Okay. Then back to the commission for roll call vote.
Aye. Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 200381, ordinance creating new regulations regarding food waste. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by creating Division 6 titled Food Waste within Article 3 of Chapter 27, requiring registrations for food waste collectors, providing for an appeal process for the revocation of food waste registrations, requiring commercially collected residential properties to establish a food waste collection program, requiring commercial establishments to collect food waste and provide food waste containers, providing for civil citations, general penalties in Section 1-9, injunctive relief and code enforcement, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause or repealing clause, an effective date, and an enforcement date.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the adoption of ordinance number 200381 on second reading by title only. Second.
Okay. Motion and second that we adopt the proposed ordinance. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think similar to your comment on the previous item, in some of my discussions with affected parties, one of their concerns was immediately we have to do things. And it has to fit like in one very specific box for everybody. And I told them that would not be the case, that baked into the ordinance, there's room for extension, there's room for leeway, there's room for, unique situations. Mr. Hemlock's nodding, so I'm not speaking out of turn. But as this passes, hopefully, probably, I want folks to know that, we want to, help our community and make our community greener, but we also understand that we don't always know what to do and that we're here to help make that transition easier. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Good. Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I don't know if Commissioner Sacco addressed this. One of the affected parties suggested that if food waste collection is not mandated until January 1st, 2025, then what are commercial establishments to do with the food waste that they are required to collect? So the dates are out of sync. I don't know, they're not together. Then they went on to share, in addition, retailers do not collect food waste except to the extent that they dispose of foods discarded during food preparation activities. Customers dispose of their own food waste in receptacles. Retailers cannot monitor or control what their customers place in food waste containers and cannot segregate the waste after it is disposed of. So, some of what they shared, I think they shared the same things with you all.
Yeah. So for the second one, anyway, I had that same discussion, and I think there's a misunderstanding. We're not expecting folks to go through trash cans.
That's what they think.
Right. And so it's like a city, like the trash can at Bo Diddley. We're not going to have our folks go through it and sort of separate. It's about the back of house stuff, like in the deli and the food that they don't sell that is expired, or and so we'll work with them. I mean that's I think a point of clarification. It's more about education. They thought they were going to have their employees like digging through trash, and that's not what is.
And then they were concerned about OSHA guidelines if we were going to have them digging through trash.
And that won't, yeah, that will not be an issue. Now, the 2025 date, can you speak to that a little bit? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So with up until like 2025 for those certain businesses, they can just throw it in the trash. So whenever those dates happen, that's when they have to start composting.
Okay, so do we need to put those dates in sync because one is 2024 and the other one is 2025?
I believe those are different, because it steps up over time. Like different businesses are hit at different stages, or at different size. Businesses.
Catherine, do you have a clarification on that?
I don't think I completely understand the reference.
It's section 27-95.2B.
Okay.
And then 27-95.2A is what they were referring to.
A and B?
A and B.
Okay, so A refers to commercially collected residential properties. So that refers to multifamily properties. And they're required to institute a food waste collection program on their properties. So they're required to have like food waste carts or dumpsters for tenants to be able to transport their food waste to. And the date for that is June 1st, 2024.
Correct.
Okay. Then in B, requirement for commercial establishments to collect food waste.
January 1st, 2025.
Okay, so that's the difference,
That's the
Commissioner.
difference,
One
yeah.
is apartments, basically, the other is commercial, like your Publix and.
Okay.
So they're two different categories. The apartments have to do it a year before the stores.
Okay, and I guess this is from Publix. So
Yeah.
they will-
Yeah, so they don't have to worry about the
Okay.
24 date. That's like apartments and that category.
Okay.
My document says for paragraph B, by June 1st, 2023, commercial establishments that generate 1 cubic yard of food waste or more per week shall separate food waste from the waste stream. Do something different?
Yeah,
Okay, so that's for commercial.
that's correct. I may have read it wrong. That one is 2023. So that is commercial.
I think the point here is that they don't all phase in at the same time.
That's it. Correct.
They different categories are responsible for meeting the criteria at
Okay.
different dates.
Okay, all right.
So if it's Publix, they'll just need to look at like what category
Yes.
they are defined under.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Just some reasoning. The thought was that the larger businesses would have to deal with it first because Publix has people who just do waste. And then it kind of, as businesses get smaller over time, they're the ones who are kind of regulated. So that was the thought process, and that allow us to build the capacity to be able to do these things. But start with people who have the infrastructure to deal with already. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, anybody signed up? Okay, back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Pope.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the second reading of ordinance 210626, ordinance requiring food-oriented commercial establishments to follow a food waste diversion hierarchy. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by creating Division 7 titled Food Diversion within Article 3 of Chapter 27, requiring certain food-oriented commercial establishments to follow a food waste diversion hierarchy, providing for general penalties in Section 1-9, injunctive relief and code enforcement, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date and an enforcement date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move adoption of ordinance number 210626 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion second to adopt the proposed ordinance. Any members signed up to speak to this, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, back to the commission. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, I think we're back to the item that we pulled.
The next item is on page 29, BD7, Interim Charter Officer 6-month progress update with the recommendation that the commission discuss and take action deemed necessary.
Okay, I understand I missed some of the conversation at the GPC meeting. I'm just gonna, because I wasn't there, I'm going to share with y'all. I think it's important to have a competitive process for charter officers. If I were to review and evaluate our 4 interim officers right now, they would get excellent evaluations. I've been very pleased with the work that each of you are doing. I've shared that with you individually. I've shared that publicly. At the same time, these are incredibly important, powerful, and impactful positions. And it improves the process and improves accountability for both the commission and the charter officers to have a competitive process. The last time we discussed this, I thought Commissioner Chestnut's suggestion that we wait until the election to then include the mayor and commissioners elect and solicit their input into what kind of qualities would you like to see. Doesn't mean that we're choosing or narrowing down, but that would go into the search criteria and would allow HR to get started on putting word out and then eventually helping narrow down the pool. And then I still think it is the fairest thing to do to have that sort of narrowed down finalist pool ready for the selection process soon after the new commission takes office, because they're the ones that are going to be working with this 6 people, but 4 that are up. The other question I think is important, and I don't want to, I'm not asking them to answer this question right now, but whether or not we have interim charters that would not apply for a permanent job. And if we do a search, that gives them the opportunity to either submit their name as a potential candidate or not. Versus if we just assume they want it and make them permanent earlier than that, then them having to, let us know that I am going to be leaving in 3 months or 6 months and having to start a search from there. So I think it's the respectful thing to do with each of them as well. I liked that process. If we want to make some modifications, that's fine. But I absolutely believe that each of our charter officer positions is best served with a full national search to make sure that we have as many candidates that fit the sort of needs and criteria and meet the values of our community as we could possibly find. So that's, I just, because I didn't get a chance to speak last time, I wanted to share that with you all. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree. I think our current intern charters are doing a great job, but I agree that I think we should do a national search. I also, dumping 4 new charter searches all at the same time, I think is too much. And I think we should start kind of moving the process forward. And I think starting with our kind of the oldest intern position, Equity and Inclusion Director, and just starting that process and starting to move through them. By the time we probably will be hiring positions, they would know who the either winners are, or at least the 2 candidates for each office going into a runoff. So I would like for us to consider having HR come back in July after our break with kind of job description and kind of process for us moving forward with Equity Inclusion Director, and just starting the process, kind of moving things forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So certainly the will of the commission is fine with me. I have been pretty vocal that I think waiting, I understand the reasons for it, but I think it leaves a lot of staff in limbo. And that leaves a lot of work in limbo. That leaves, I mean, let's be honest, we've been without a permanent equity director for a year already. We say every meeting how important equity is to us as a commission, but we have not filled that position in a full year. It's going to be November before, the middle of November before the elections are all finished, almost certainly. And that means that we will, if we wait until then, we'll go nearly 2 full years without a permanent equity director. And we will continue to tell everybody how important equity is to us. I don't think that's the message. What we're saying doesn't seem to match what we're doing there. I understand also that we are, that there are term limits in play, but there are more than 6 months for each one of those term limits left. And when the last permanent equity director resigned, there was 1.5 years left in those term limits. So, lame duck is a thing, but the work of the city, the work of the people, needs to be done as well. Now, I have said many times, y'all know where I stand on our current interims. I think they're all doing a terrific job. And I've said before what I would do if I were the executive. I'm not. I'm a legislator with y'all. I'm not going to walk out of this meeting upset in any way we go. I'm okay with the will of the commission. Don't hear otherwise. But I would feel remiss if I didn't point these things out. It is going to be a while. Now, for the general manager position, the timing is a whole lot different. And the attorney and the city manager are in the middle there. So they're not all the same chronological issue. But I feel like we need to say that out loud. I like the idea of starting a search for an equity director if we're going to do a search. I'm not 100% convinced that national searches always turn out better. But if that's what we're going to do, then we ought to consider getting it done. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Initially, I believe I proposed in February, I think it was my first meeting, that we look at bringing the newly elected, what you said, the newly elected commissioners in and sit down with them and develop the search tool. But then I became so impressed with the job that all of them were doing, I changed my thinking. However, I think I would go back to what I originally proposed, and that is to wait, bring the newly elected people to the table, and then let's decide together. I was looking for some stability because what I'm hearing in the community is we are called the interim city, because we have so many interim charter officers. And I was looking for that stability. But I think it's okay to wait. I agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos if you're saying we could start a search now for the equity officer so that we're not looking at 4 offices all at once. We could do that and begin to move forward. But I go back to my original idea, and that is to wait and bring everybody to the table and develop a tool. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sucko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm in agreement with Commissioner Hayes Santos on the not doing 4 searches at the same time, mostly because I don't want to do it. And I'm definitely the one who's going to be stuck here still doing that. But more than that is, the reality is we have 4 interims right now. If we try to do all of those at the same time, I am trying to evaluate how 4 unknown variables will interact with the 4 unknown variables. And there's no way, because we pick everyone at the same time. I don't know
what the will of the, at least 4 votes is going to get on manager, on GRU, and I need those two to work together. But I don't know, maybe a person I really like gets to stay on, maybe not my first pick gets the other one. I don't know how that will work. And then I don't know what skills or assets I need in the other charter to complement or compensate charter B versus A. So I don't want to do these all at the same time. I would agree to start with EO just because it has been a year. I'd rather get that out as soon as possible, and have some stability there so that I'm not moving 4 pieces at once. I'm only moving 1 piece at a time. I am very pleased with the work of Mr. Fulston. I think he's come into the role really well. I would agree to an open outside search only for the sake of transparency and access. Like, there might be other people. I don't want it said that we have just, although in the end we do appoint who we like, that we just decided, well, this works, that's enough. And I know there's a cost associated with that. But I think it's what we owe the city at that point. But so that if we are going to do any search, I would recommend that we do it as soon as possible, that we, be ready to put that out in July. And hopefully have candidates, if not choosing the permanent position, by the November election or right after, so folks can have a say. I don't want us to take a year, 2 years on top of what we've already taken to have a full charter. Because that does lead to questions of, you're not going to be here long term. How much do I have to actually listen? Or things will change as soon as you're gone. I don't want any of that to come to the surface. I want our community builders to know, this is squarely the direction of the commission. This is squarely the direction we've given the charters. Because at the end of the day, we don't necessarily control what happens below the charters very much. So having good people in place there is important. And having permanent people there is even more important. So yeah, if we do anything today, it would be to ask staff to have a search ready to go in July for EO, so that we can appoint by the end of the year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say about 3 quick things. I do support waiting for the newly elected commission to create criteria that will shape how we select who we will work with. The next point is I do support a national search. And the final point that I'd like to make is I take nothing away from any of the charter positions, and I have to start this portion of my comments off by saying thank you. I think that the charters have a tremendous task, and certainly during my tenure, which has been relatively brief, especially compared to most of my colleagues here on the dais, we have been beset with challenges, and they have navigated through those challenges and been nimble and have worked under circumstances that a lot of governments just have not had to face. And that doesn't get lost on me. And so I tip my hat, I say thank you to each and every one of them. I always want to make sure that I remain respectful of the job that they have to do. And part of that is dealing with us. And I think
we're angels. We're angels. There's never they should be so lucky.
To that point, I also want to say that I do believe that they do a remarkable job. with that as well. So thank you to all of the charters. With regard to the EO position, I would support moving in a more immediate fashion for a number of reasons. I also want to say that, once again, not taking anything away from any of the other charter offices, that office is so incredibly crucial right now for a number of reasons. And one of the reasons is that we have asked that equity and inclusion be infused in every single thing that we do. And so how we proceed, who does the job, is crucial. It's critical. I'd like to see us be very intentional. I'd like to see us do an intense search for the individual that's going to be the best fit for this organization and for our neighbors. We have committed to this idea of equity. We have committed to the fact that equity is not going to just be a buzzword in the city of Gainesville. It's going to be something that we actually live out. And that is going to be a heavy lift for whoever takes on that position. So as we take a look at who's going to fill that role, we need to do so very seriously and with a very specific lens that takes us into the future of a Gainesville that we want to see for not just ourselves, but generations beyond us. So with all of that, and I said I was going to be brief, didn't I? Getting tired. So with all of that being said, I support moving forward with the EO position. I can't remember what my colleagues said if we looked at a specific time frame. I think somebody said start a search in July. Is that what Commissioner Sacco said, July? I could get on board with that. Because I do believe that we don't want to tarry in the work that we need done in that particular role. And I just want to say once again, thank you to all of the charters. You guys have been absolutely amazing and have worked remarkably. And I just say thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we direct HR to come back at the first City Commission meeting in July with the job description for the Equity and Inclusion Director and a proposed search firm to move forward with a national search for that position.
Second.
Motion is second. Commissioner Eola.
Thank you. I guess the easiest way to sort of give a quick comment is I have been so impressed with the teamwork of the charter officers that I was more caught by surprise by your last motion than I was actually opposed to it. I think that they would all do a terrific job as permanent officers. But I do believe a competitive process, not a national search, because we have hired internally to great effect. So it isn't always that you need candidates from outside the organization. But there needs to be a competitive process because I will speak for myself. I, as a citizen, not as a commissioner, didn't always like what other governments have done in appointing very powerful positions, removing very powerful positions, and really doing it without a lot of transparency. That doesn't sit well with me, and so I do believe there needs to be a competitive process for these jobs. I hope every one of our officers will apply for that. But I am ready to begin that search process. I have begun to think more about the last 6 months that I have as District 3 Commissioner. Besides the great work that we are leaving for the next commission to fulfill, the next best thing that we can give them is as much stability and experience in the organization as possible. We would be doing that commission a disservice if we were to delay any longer. So I would like, I'll support the motion. I would also like for us to really, let's we can start with this, this one request, but what I'd ultimately like us to do is get a schedule for each search in succession, because I do agree. I think we had a period where we were doing 2 hires at once, and that was a whirlwind with the interviews, with community meetings, with the commission interviews. When it's an all-day marathon, you have candidates coming in and out, and that process is not at its best when it is overkill. So I'd like for us to begin to consider the search process, and we will have to be very, very timely with our interview processes. But I think it's time to begin, and I think we can leave a good legacy.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola, you read my mind. That's what I've written down here, is that we start the equity officer recruit in July. We meet with the new commissioners in November and develop that criteria and put the city manager and the attorney search on the street in January, and come back in March to recruit for the GRU manager. Would you consider that in your motion?
I'm kind of getting tired to set up a whole
Well,
calendar right now.
Just say yes.
Can we just bring that up during can we come back in July at that meeting? Is that all right? I haven't put any thought into a calendar.
Okay,
If we
well,
could bring that up for discussion.
I'll bring it up for discussion, but
July,
that's what I'm thinking, so that you give the new commission a phase-in, and you start the advertising, and the general manager for utilities has been in his position the least amount of time, so I would give him more time on task. I'll bring it up then.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to essentially bring back the search parameters for the Director of Equity and Inclusion at our first meeting in July. Anybody signed up to speak to this, Madam Clerk? I wouldn't want to deny anybody the opportunity, should they want to avail themselves of such. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, I think we're on to commission comment. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank all of you. We got a lot of work done today. It was a busy day, and I think we accomplished some very good work. Particularly, I'm glad to see us on a path for a charter officer, permanent charter officer choosing. Really happy to be through the solid waste, or excuse me, the zero waste process. That's something to be proud of. I appreciate everybody's work all day today. I wanted to take just a quick moment, in addition to Mr. Calderon's 33 years, was it? Yeah. With the city of Gainesville. I did some quick math up here, and I may be off by a year or two, but I think that we have between us 35 years of commission work, including Commissioner Chestnut's previous work. I think I come to 35 total years. Yesterday, Phil Mann achieved 35 full years with the city of Gainesville. One guy has as much as we do. So I'm sad that he's not here with us this evening, but I thought that was worth calling out. So thank you.
Thank you. It's his joke, but he started when he was Phil Boy. I say it's his joke, not mine. I share that in his tribute. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to take this opportunity to remind some of us and inform others of us about the We Wear Orange event. I'm not sure if anybody is going, but certainly in light of all of the gun violence that has been taking place throughout this country. We know we started out this meeting today, and I really want to thank the mayor for the moment of silence that we took. And it was heavy in here at the very top, because I think so many of us are in disbelief, just sheer and utter disbelief, and almost a feeling of helplessness, certainly from our vantage point as legislators in this particular state, where our ability to do certain things and move certain ways where common sense gun laws just simply does not exist. However, events like this one that are coming up on the 4th are incredibly empowering, inspiring, and do lead us, I believe, to points of change. So I wanted to remind everybody that on June 4th from 5 to 8 p.m., the We Wear Orange event will take place at the Porters Community Center. This is going to be an outstanding event with a very impressive roster of speakers and performers. I believe this is Ms. Faye Williams and Moms Demand Action and a few other organizations that have come together to pull this event together. I will be there, and I certainly look forward to all of us who can be there to come out and support this very meaningful, powerful, and important event. Yes, I do believe. Yes, something tomorrow night as well.
I think that's at Depot Park.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Easy to feel helpless during these times, but we're not. We're not. So thank you for that reminder. One last thing, we do have a couple employees that reached a milestone today that I also want to congratulate. They achieved 5 years of service with the commission. And so I would like to honor and recognize Commissioner Harvey Ward on 5 years of service, and Commissioner David Areola on 5 years of service. And with that, you've got a snappy pin that you can wear on your lapel. So we thank you for your service and appreciate your commitment to our community.
Yes, Harvey and I are having the best of time.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they're like dog years. They're like 7.
Okay.
Thank you all. Please stay safe out there. We are in a spike with the Omicron B2 variant, so just be careful, be safe as you can, and with that, we are adjourned.